segment. It does look like Thomas is ready-ish. We'll wait a few more seconds. In the meantime, you can admire this arena. How beautiful is it that they've created this? But let us yap no more, and let us see what Thomas has to ask from Oraxi and what Oraxi has to tell us.
Thank you very much. I'm on stage at the moment with Orax from Team Vitality. Back-to-back chicken dinners, of course, winning the show match and the first competition match today. So with that win, I believe you have overtaken Tempo Storm to take third place. How does that feel to kick off the final day of competition?
Yeah, I think we are back to the third place, but we want the win. We are playing now our game style. We are going to push the team, and we are going to kill everyone.
Did you just say you're going to kill everyone? Yeah.
No, because since last 2 months, we are playing a bit like pussy style, and so now we are going back aggressively.
It's going a bit balls to the wall now for the rest of the final day of competition. That's great to hear from that. You had a lovely position on the final circle on that ridge. Was that a little bit of RNG, or did you kind of expect it to go that way and hold that fortification for so long?
No, you can't expect what the circles are going to do, but yeah, we were really happy to have this outset to be at the top of the mountain a bit, and we could kill everyone and see everywhere what's going on. So yeah, it was really good for us.
And finally, of course, you've obviously got your eyes set on first place at the end of the day. Do you think Vitality can be the sleeper hit of day 4 and take that first place by the end of the day?
We are going to try everything that we can to have the first place.
Well, the best of luck to you, Orax. I wish you all the best for the rest of the competition. That's all from the stage. Let's throw it to the analysts to break this down a little bit further.
And welcome back. Vitality taking the first place in the first day of the match is a strong showing, definitely correct. But I think the storyline of this game will be that FaZe and Liquid are dropping the results right now in the first game. Toffee, what does that mean?
I mean, it's great news for everybody, including Vitality, right? So you're struggling to get catch back up, one of the best teams in the world. They see FaZe go out, I think, in 12, and then I think that we lost Liquid at 9.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's really rough, and that's good news for anybody else who's trying to climb their way up. So that's really important.
Even though it's a bad result from both of these teams, do you think it will motivate Liquid to actually... I mean, they probably get first place now. Do you think that will give them some extra motivation?
I mean, you have a choice, right? When you have a really rough start at this moment on the last day, you can let it tilt you and take 3 or 4 games to come back, or you get together and you let it motivate you. And I think that we need to see them get motivated.
I think everyone needs to get motivated, especially Tempo Storm had a really bad game right now as well, and they had been, on the brink of breaking into the top 2.
Yeah.
So now they're going most likely being overtaken by Vitality. They need to power it up, get those results in those next 4 games, because the gap is closing and we're gonna meet the champions in just a few hours.
They need to execute work ethic. Now there's got to be fatigue, right? For those of you who may are just joining us for the first day, this is the back end of a 20-game tournament. They've been playing for 4 days. The hours are long. At the end of that last game, when they sort of panned through the arena, I noticed a lot of the Western teams were sort of leaned back. They were on their phones. They were sort of, taking a break.
Yep.
IFTY and 4 Angry Men were both out of their seats, gathered around the captain's monitor, watching replay, discussing what went wrong. And it's like that's that sort of Eastern work ethic we're used to in esports. And I worry that if our Western teams don't sort of take that mindset, then they might find themselves in a really rough spot today.
That shows you how the Asian teams are, how motivated they are, And that's also why they have been growing so fast in this tournament. Is really insane. And oh my God, Pubg, this looked like some shark.
Oh my God.
Tempo just surrounded him.
Imagine him just driving away, not even looting, That would be like ultimate BM.
And this beautiful shot is brought to you by GeForce Experience and the Shadow Play highlights. Thank you very much.
So this is Liquid's on the edge of the circle. Liquid had a kind of a rough game. They chose to go to the yellow houses north, or actually south of Yasnaya, which is great if you get the circle, but it's a really hard thing to push out of, and you see them sort of struggling with that.
Yeah, it's so open, and I mean, you can also, you can use the cars and go to the haystacks to get a nice compound kind of style, but there are just way too many teams in that vicinity. You had LG and we call it noob compound, but It's not necessarily a compound's noob steak, but it's a really it's a compound that has a lot of angles that's difficult to hold.
Yep.
You can see they are getting shot from the hill over here.
Yeah, and then there was, I think TSM was right there.
Yep.
IFTY was ultimately right there. Atletico pushed up into that spot. So many teams were sort of lumping up one after another outside of Liquid. They didn't really have the chance.
I personally really like how Vitality played their mountain, because when the circle was still, well, it was quite small already, but they had 60 players still alive, and Vitality had the hill with not a lot of teams around them, because there are not a lot of things you can play from like around the mountain area.
And very smart play. They flexed out Shadow to the side, so he got to sort of play the off angle. They know that this hill is actually a lot stronger than it looks. Like when you sort of macro look at the map, it doesn't seem like there's cover there. But if you play that hill correctly, you can see from that shot with Shiv, there's a lot of places to sort of control the peak.
Yeah, for some reason, like when the circle gets smaller, you will look around you and be like, what am I actually able to play?
Yeah.
Because and you want to find some sort of off angle what other people don't really expect. And even while playing a game, even though you have like 3,000 hours in this game, you will see some weird rages, weird angles to play.
IFTY, by the way, got a bunch of kills, just knocking people out of cars from that position. I believe we saw them get Ghost. We saw some TSM action coming. Here we go. We're going to get that. So TSM, unfortunately, I don't think they knew IFTY was sort of hiding out just below them, and they tried to start their rotation, and it was another case of just bad luck. There was a team just waiting for that to happen.
I personally don't like how they did that. I think it was fine for them to actually play on foot there. What were they able to win from that?
I think they wanted the cars for like a fort. They know that that's a wide open area, and they thought if we take our cars, we move into the open a little bit, maybe we have some cover.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you die while rotating, you're not
Fair
really able
point.
to use the cars.
Well, that's now the standings for the 16th match. Team Vitality 328 points, Luminosity with 216.
second.
Good for them.
Points-wise, yeah.
Yeah, Avanger with 200, 0 kills, but third place. Also important since they are hanging on the 5th place, if I remember correctly. So now when it comes to IFT, Atletico, MIT, Vega Squadron, all those teams are kind of trying to get into that top 8 and solidify their position. So it's always great to see even like 80 points, 90 points getting them that goal. But now, let's stop a little here for this bottom 8. Liquid with 74 points and FaZe Clan with 41. This means that Liquid is overtaking the first place, but it's marginal.
It'll be marginal, yeah.
It's going to be really close. Even though they both had really bad results, you can still see that Liquid still somehow has more kills than FaZe. FaZe has been more the placement team this tournament. But yeah, that's this may be the first really bad game of FaZe, right?
I mean, yes, it's a really bad game for FaZe. Tempo also, who was in third, in a really bad game as well. So Vitality for sure goes to third, but I think that they were down by almost 450-ish over being in that 1-2 position at the start of this. So they are going to be in a spot where they can actually close this gap with one more good game.
All right, kill leaders of this game. Nothing really like surprising. Monkey and Shredderwick from Vitality taking 2 places in the top 5. Atletico though, Hefa makes a showing. Good showing.
Yeah,
with 4
I mean,
kills.
Hefa's a really good shot. And this, I'm going to steal a little bit of time away from talking about Vitality and their 9 kills. Talk about the fact that Atletico has impressed me on individual play. When I see them in shootouts, 1v1, I see Hefa putting in some work with the 4x. I'm very impressed with their shooting. I think they're just not quite synchronized enough to deal with the level of play that we're seeing here. But again, 773 for Hefa. But then, and this is what we talk about Vitality, everyone contributes.
I'm so sure that the other player of Vitality has around 450, 400 damage, because that's just how they are.
That's correct. By the way, Mister, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like the new meta of PUBG really favors heavily the 4x scope.
Yeah, it all started with the whole single fire tapping. A lot of players were known to be either single fire players or automatic fire players. Ibiza was really known to be that auto sprayer that has a really nice recoil control. But people also start to like to spray with 4x's and just use it as their main sights. A lot of people walk around with red dots, holographics. I believe 4x is fine to a certain extent, and if you are really comfortable with it, it's totally fine to play with it.
We have seen a lot of highlights with the 4x scope, so it seems like the new go-to scope. But at the same time, now let's talk about knock leaders. Shadowwick with 5 and Orax with 3. Orax had like around 500 damage. Now, we also have the appearance of Luminosity here with 9 XT, 3 knocks. They did take second place.
They did. I mean, they had a good compound. The circle did favor them a few times.
Yep.
That compound that they were in is only good if you can hold it or are allowed to stay there. It's very tough to get out of.
Yeah, yeah, it's that typical compound you don't necessarily go for as a high priority,
Right.
but you want to. If it's fairly well centered in the circle, you'll probably be like, oh, you know what, we'll just take it and park the cars in there.
And the fact that we saw Liquid parked at the yellow houses protects the only weakness, which is that hill behind
Yep.
that complex. So that sort of worked out for them. Headshot leaders. Shiv is just, I think, playing really well. He played that off angle. He was very effective. But for me, IFTY 8 and 8. That's because they were those headshots were like car shots too. Like they got a bunch of their kills by knocking players out of cars with headshots.
I love to see people using the car 98 in competitive. It's so satisfying to see someone just drop if you hit that headshot, because there are not a lot of people getting these level 3 helmets because you want to rotate early to get that position. The position is better than loot, because if you can have the best loot in the game, but if someone is in the compound just holding you outside of the zone, you will die.
All right, well, that I think sums up the first opening match of the day. We're gonna still have 4 matches more, and after that, we're gonna crown the champion. By the way, the maximum points you can get from one game is 610.
It's good to
If
know.
you kill everyone.
If you kill
Yes, if you kill
If you kill
everyone,
everybody.
that's
Okay.
60 people.
Okay,
So
that's impressive.
Well, good luck.
But I mean,
before the last game, we're gonna be like, oh, all right. So if this team gets 60 kills,
Right.
they're gonna win the
if they
tournament
can
now.
convince every other team to just land with them and stand still, maybe. Yeah, but no, I mean, I think it's still wide open. I think that Vitality win and the failures of Liquid and FaZe is really going to make this anybody's game.
Let's look at the standing. Liquid first, back at it, 2.7k points. But look at FaZe, just 14 points behind them. That's nothing. That's literally nothing. 3 kills, and it's good enough. Vitality, very close. Very close behind them with 2.4k points. So that means they're in the, let's say, reach of one game.
Yeah, within one game. If they were,
Yeah, if Vitality is able to get a top 3 placement in the next game, and if Liquid and FaZe are able to get a top 7, top 8, it will be really close, and we might not see either a Liquid or a FaZe top number 1.
Yeah, this might be interesting because this is the last day and we have seen Liquid kind of underperform on day 3. Now let's take a look at the standings from 9 to 16. Let's remember that the 8th place was 1.628 points. So that means that Solo Mid is just 28 points behind the top 8 placement. That is not terrible. They will be fighting for a top 8 spot
Right.
in the next 4 matches.
I mean, they've been having some really, I think their circles have also been sort of really rough. They've been chasing circles this entire game, and I don't think that's necessarily fault of their placement. They just haven't gotten anything lucky going in their way yet. So they got one game that favors them. They climb up to maybe 6, and I think gets a little bit of confidence going.
Yeah, I think it also is affecting their future games,
Yeah.
because if you have to, if you have the feeling that you have to chase a circle every time, but the game we just saw, they didn't really have to chase a circle, but they felt they had to get a position where they don't have to chase a circle anymore. That's probably why they made that decision with the cars. But yeah, I hope for TSM that they make something happen in the next game. Vega is doing a nice comeback though.
Yeah, Vega is. They got a little bit of trouble as they went back to military in this game, and they were joined there by GOL and IFTY. So they did that to themselves a little bit. They left military for a couple games yesterday, and I guarantee IFTI watched the replays, and they said, oh, hey, military's open.
Yeah.
Let's go there in game 1.
It's such a mind game, right?
Yes.
At the same time. But now let's go to a short commercial break because now we'll just start the game 2 of the day in just a few minutes. And we're back just right before the game 2 of the day. Now we're gonna have, I think so at least, we're gonna have some more nerves coming into the play for all those teams because it's gonna start, kind of feel the pressure, right?
Yeah, I mean, you start to feel like, how do I get back into this? How do I catch up? There's more. I have to get more kills. I have to get more rotations, and that just really compounds into, I think, either superior performance or absolute failure.
It's not going to be based on luck anymore. People have to force something. If you're on the 6th place, what do you really have to do? You want some more. You probably want to aim for even 20 kills to actually get somewhere. I'm not sure about the top 3 teams, how they feel like playing right now. Do you want to be dominant as the earlier days, or do you want to be playing a little bit more passive, go for the rotations?
I feel like Liquid might be suffering a little bit from the perspective that in first 2 days it was super aggressive, it went well, but now the confidence boost is lost, right?
Yeah.
The 3rd day was a failure, the 4th day is do or not, be a champion or not be a champion, and now they have to be a little bit more careful about their decisions, but at the same time, I'm sure that they would like to be as aggressive as they were in the first day.
Yeah, and my big warning, and this is what I hope these teams avoid, is getting too passive. We saw this at Katowice with the Vanguard. They almost lost the whole tournament because of the fact that they were so far ahead and they played passive and they went out in 16. They lost a lot of kills and they just never really bounced back from that. So I want to see the teams in front play their game.
Well, what I think is you gotta avoid that you are that emotional type of team, because if it goes well, you gotta not be like, oh, now everything is going to be fine. If there's something that's going wrong in your games, you should stay neutral and focused. I think if we're talking about Liquid, Liquid is probably a momentum-based team if we're looking at the other 2 days. The first 2 days, because then everything went great. Now they have a bad time and it's not going really well for them.
Well, I think Ibiza needs to, cheer them up, right? You were talking about Ibiza being like the cheerleader of the team.
Well, basically, yes, he's the cheerleader with guns. That's what I think.
He traded his pom-poms in for ARs.
Well, does he have the skirt, the mini skirt,
I think he has, yeah.
That fits well. All right, look, by the way, it's still impressive. Even the day 3 wasn't that the best for them. They still have 136 kills in overall in the tournament. To be honest, I'm really curious to see all the stats from all the teams after the entire tournament, because this is like 4 days, full 4 days of playing the game. So this is going to be something to look forward to. But at the same time, we have 16 teams here, right? Tuffy, pick one team that you would like to look at during the next game.
During the next game, a team that I'd like to sort of keep an eye on. I think that Tempo Storm is going to be a really big deal for me, because if they don't perform well in this game, I think they're sort of out of the running for winning the whole thing.
I would personally love to see Cloud9 do well as well, because Cloud9 has been a really unstable team. I feel like they either do good or they are not there at all. They have been in a slump, which is really weird. They got some really good players there, but they're just losing players way too easily.
They seem like an energy team. They seem like a team, like when they get a good start to the match and they feel like things are going well, they sort of thrive on that and like eat off of it. But if things get like that fight, we actually saw Tempo versus Cloud9, I think, in that last match. And Cloud9 lost a player and they sort of got off their sync, and Tempo sort of did that to them by taking that fight.
Yeah, there were a lot of team fights that could have been gone either way. Now, when it comes to Vitality, those guys are now on fire. They're going to go straight into this game with a mindset that will only allow them to win the game. Right?
Yeah, and here's the key for me. Vitality, and I said this yesterday and I think the day before, they're an early day team for me. These guys perform better first thing in the morning. When they first sit down at their computers, they tend not to be, in my opinion, as strong in the later parts of the day. So them getting this chicken dinner in game 1 was really, really important for them as a team, because I think they might fall off a little bit in 4, 5, and 6.
Do you think it's because of the lunch break, or that maybe they don't like the chicken Kiev?
Maybe that. I think they are in a bit of a farther forward time zone, perhaps.
Yeah.
But I do know that they're very routine oriented, right? So they're used to these sort of. Right now, it's typical to play 4 games in a tournament day, so I think they're used to that, and maybe not used to the idea of once you get to 4, 5, 6, how many extra games there are to play here in Kiev.
That might be the case.
All right, well, let's drop the game to our casters, which is actually a new pair, because this time the game will be bringing to you Joel and Cameron. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here once again. It's good to be here a little bit earlier this time, Cameron. I'm here one game earlier. My name is Seungmin Joseph Lee, and I'm here with Cameron Kennedy Davis. We're here once again to bring you back the action, and it is the most exciting one of the tournament as we are here at the day 4 to really decide who's going to be the winner of this entire tournament. We're getting to the nitty and gritty, trying to figure out, who the top conditions are and what are the win conditions to get the win here, and how are you seeing the team so far?
I'm sorry?
How are you seeing how are you just seeing the team so far? I'm just asking.
Really good. It's been a little bit of a struggling start for a couple of the teams, but that's partly to do with the fact that map, where the map ended on, makes rotations incredibly difficult. And so all these teams that, unfortunately, they were kind of favorites, but went out first, talking like Tempo Storm, Liquid, FaZe, TSM, hopefully they're able to recognize that as well, recognize that there really wasn't much more that they could have done in those situations, and just say, okay, for this next game, we just kind of forget about that, put that in the back of their mind, and just take the next one as it is, and hopefully they can come back strong and then really take over the game like we've seen all those teams been able to do before.
And we talked about, TPP match was kind of relating onto the very next match. We saw that from 4 a.m. yesterday, winning the TPP from day 3 and winning the FPP right after that in game 1 of that day. And we see that again with Vitality winning out TPP Showmatch. We thought it does have any direct correlation, but we're starting to see some little patterns now, Cameron, winning out the FPP in game 1 of day 4.
Yeah, it's also a little bit of an inverse for Liquid where they got 3 in a row and then third.
Sure.
And then not the first game.
Oh, no,
of
it
day
wasn't.
2. No, they wasn't until the third. Well, in any case, I'm trying to draw a connection.
Game
That's fine.
9.
It doesn't exactly stick. Nonetheless, only a couple more moments until we get into the very next match. It is game 17 of this 20-game series. It's getting down to the wire for all of these teams.
It really is, and we're going to see how they do. We see the stage lights appearing onto the sky, which means that we're going to see the plane up in the air very, very soon to see, who's going to get the next chicken there, and more importantly, who's going to get the kind of the later places in the match. We see a kind of a skewed plane path already just by the graphics. We're going to have to see the minimap itself to see how that goes, but we see coming from the southeast part of the map, starting from the military island, going all the way down to Zarki. It might reach Georgia Pool, maybe the extent of it, but we're going to see very, very similar locations once again. You see FaZe still going to his military power. We saw actually FaZe going for a little bit of that Novo piece as well. So we saw that in game 1, something that we haven't seen from them before. We always saw them, around the military power and taking a little bit of the kind of the eastern part of Milta a little bit as well. But this time around in game 1, we saw them taking a little bit of Nova. Didn't find too much success.
We're going to see if they're going to be contesting Nova with Ghost. Ghosts have multiple locations that they like to go to, depending where their plane is, and Nova is this time around. FaZe also, we know that Nova is their plan B. But it looks like FaZe may just be deciding to long drop over to power. It's difficult to tell from the minimap, but I will also say Ifty and Vega once again are both in the military base. Multiple potential contestants on this second game.
And really, it hasn't been about early aggression when it came to many of these teams throughout the first 3 days. But day 4, you talked about ITY and Vega Squadron, who did not get the military, who did not get Nova, but instead opted for the Sosnovka military island. Just really sees a lot of conflict in the early game. Obviously, Vega Squadron making it to the top 5 in game 1. We just see them doing really well ever since day 3, kind of kicked off. But we're seeing here once again, Vegas Squadron, they have to do a little bit of early aggression to get them into the mid game.
Yeah, Vegas split into 2 once again by Ifty, letting Ifty get the C barracks, as we like to call them. A little bit of a potential run out by Ifty to try and grab them. Take some shots onto Vega, but no such angles were discovered, and they were going to back off and allow Vega to separate once again. So I can't imagine there's going to be too much contest here. Vega, they know that they shouldn't contend here.
And really, you talk about all these things that it really doesn't really come as a reward, even if you do win out from early aggression. And I think IFTY and Vega, they're very much aware that both teams are going to be still compounding this exact same military base. But the truce has been called. They're just going to go for the looting phase, and we see the first circle coming through. And military island is not going to be a lucky day for these guys. Ghost, IFTY, and Vega, they have to travel a little bit north.
They do, but you go to Military Island knowing that it's a less % chance that you're gonna have to not rotate off that path. And as far as circles that they have to rotate to, this one's not bad. The bridges aren't in play, but both exits of the bridges, neither of them are too far from the edge of the circle, so it can't be too bad for them. It's pretty centralized, should be pretty even for the majority of these teams. In fact, I think this is the most just straight dab
Sure.
center circle we've seen
I
this
think
week.
I think it is, and we also see something that's different from what I've definitely seen from my games. It was Western circles mostly, but centralized, as you do say. Another thing that I want to mention is that Liquid did not even touch Yasnaya quite yet. I know the playing path was a little bit away from them. They might have to go for the vehicles. I think Ibiza is the first one to grab it, but the rest of the team, they're just going to be rotating around kind of the bridge areas and really not towards Yasnaya. So I wonder how that changes their play.
Well, the Yasnaya is in the circle, and it's actually on the edge as well, which is good for them because it means that they can arrive, continue to loot up, and they don't have to worry too much about people coming in from the other side of it. No one's at Stalber. No one's on the Kameshi on the northeast coast. So they should be fine just looting up and waiting to rotate again in the second circle. 54th here, once again from Vega, making a very, very quick transition. Swapping from a buggy over to a Dacia is a safer vehicle. Here comes Endenol on the follow-up.
You see 54th already having crossed the bridge from Sosnovka Island, and Enino is going to follow in his tracks. Crossing the bridge now, and Maxazor and Vampire Game, the other two members of Vega Squadron, are going to cross on the right side of the island onto the different bridge on the opposite side. So, I mean, obviously, 54th and Enino were successful in really just clearing out the path for the rest of the teammates to come through. But Maxazor and Vampire Game, they might have run through kind of an Entis Ace who's going to be down in the farm area for most of this tournament.
GLL right here doing the standard drop that they've... So GLL actually, I feel like they did a lot of random drops, so to say, or at least unpredictable drops, but it seems they've recently just stuck with school and the apartments, realized that no one else is really contesting them there, and so might as well just go there having better early game. We've seen them have some pretty disastrous early games. They try to contest other places, so they decided to make a safer push there. Atletico here, once again, Pachinki. No one contesting them this time around. Sometimes you can see a couple of teams contest them, but recently, I believe Myth was actually the team that would usually contest them, but they have then moved up to the north around Ruins and Sunken.
Definitely around the Asian teams that we have been mentioning. IFTY is there and GOL is there as well. But I think the real surprise did come from 4 Angry Men. 4 AM is putting out numbers ever since kind of the end of day 2, and they're just really started to show themselves ever since day 3 and really just raking up their rankings. We didn't think that Asian team coming from such a different background, just coming into this very much the FPP tournament, really going up against teams who have put hours and hours just on this mode alone. Coming into this, you thought the Asian teams would struggle, but teams like Myth, teams like 4 AM, they have surprised us to a main extent.
Yeah, 4 AM though, like all the other teams that I mentioned at the very beginning, didn't have too great of a game last game. So once again, it's one of those storylines that is like, are they going to take over? Hopefully last game doesn't tilt them too much. They should be able to adjust though, and they're actually in a new spot themselves, all the way up in Severny, instead not trying to go around the Georgia Bowl area, possibly because they expected a lot of players to Plan B Georgia Bowl, just judging on the plane route. They decided to go for a long drop, and here's a nice crate.
And we talk about AWM kind of being the ABC factor when it comes to, people always like the AWM. Obviously, it has the maximum damage, kind of the most damage you can get out of a single bullet. We saw that from the Magnum guns, but people do say that, the Nox really doesn't give me any points in this specific tournament, or nor any of the previous tournaments currently in the PUBG industry, but how does that really work out when you can get the knocks, but it doesn't really get you the kill right away?
Well, it was mentioned before on the desk, I believe, that the SKS has started to be favored marginally more than the car, just because with the AWM and the car, the time it takes you to put the next shot in the barrel, that person can easily get behind a tree or even get stolen by someone else. And so that's one of the major things about it is that, or also even if you miss your first shot with a gun like the AWM, it's like, oh God, I'm ducking. Like, you can't just lay out a ton of them in a row in the few moments that you have before they retreat behind cover.
It really is, and picking up the AW, I'm sure it does feel great. I guess more so than picking up a Car 98, but instead, we're going to see how they utilize the weapons here, and also Liquid, which is still talking about that from the early game. They still haven't gone to Yasnaya other than Ibiza. So Samty, Skoom, and Jeems, they're going to be surrounding very close to it, but more likely, Yasnaya is not going to be fully farmed and fully taken care of.
No, but Liquid, the spots that they chose to loot in the compounds are relatively central. But right now, it's Atletico. They're able to get a kill earlier and then arriving without their teammates. They do have another team in LG just to their north. Right now, it's actually Entis and TSM perhaps taking shots at each other.
It really is. And to say, you see two of the members down in this area and TSM on the opposite sides. Most of the TSM members not split this time around. And we saw this team, once they get the kind of counters on, they can make great plays, but we've seen them just getting cut off is the biggest mistake from this tournament so far. And I'm sure they are reflecting on those little mistakes they have made throughout the tourney. But we see Atletico once again on Cry, trying to get some shots onto Nix, but really not coming through. And LG, you got to give props to them. They're doing it much better than they showed in day 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Every team here has been learning a lot over the course of the days, them especially. We're going to see what they can do on this next game. They performed well last game, but you also have to recognize that they did get a little bit of circle luck. So the question is, if they can't use that a little bit, it's a mental thing, of course, momentum, but if they can't maybe perhaps use that momentum, give them some more confidence to go be more aggressive, take some more fights, and then actually force their way into a top spot in the game when they aren't quite so lucky.
And really is, and any type of improvement will be appreciated by such a large fan base they do have back in Brazil, and Luminosity is going to be very happy with how they ended game 1, and TSM, another team really looking for improvement ever since the first 3 days, not going to the full extent of their anticipation, but Break trying to get some shot. We've seen him to make these shots in solo queues during his streams, but really not coming through this time around.
It's a long shot.
It really is. It's a Scar with it looks like an 8 times scope, 4 times scope. Yeah, 4x times scope, but coming through. It's just really difficult to get a small peck on trying to get that angle out.
Yeah, exactly. But the big thing is that he actually dealt damage to the vehicle. He took out a couple of the tires, at least one. And so that's going to make, I believe that's Vega. We weren't able to see the tag on the screen because it was just such a distance away, but I believe that was Vega trying to set up a position. And because the tire was gone in that vehicle, it's going to be a difficult choice for him to decide whether he wants to make the running rotation, slow driving rotation, or if he wants to just sit there and hope that he doesn't get breached upon by another squad coming over. So it's not a very comfortable position for at least that lone member of Vega. Atletico right here, though, they've actually pushed up north where they forced LG from. I really like this. It's allowing them to gain a little bit of control around the areas surrounding them.
It really is, and two teams that have been facing each other for a very long time. Tempo Valley, it seems like he went down to the member of IFTY, and this Chinese team obviously not finding as much success as 4AM, but still trying to put out a statement to say that we can still make a contention.
Trying to find where Tempo are. I think they're pretty smack dab in the center. So everyone else from Tempo seems to be safe. For now, it was just one. Yeah, they're covered up by GOL's tag, but that is them right smack dab in the center. They're red-ish, maroonish, whatever. Ghost, another NA team, currently make their own rotation through. They safe for now, and they're actually starting to maybe potentially push quite close to the center. They may come across another team. Entis and TSM, I think, are the two that are closest to them.
And Cameron, you do say it's pretty much a late entrance compared to every other team who has already made themselves established down in the central part of mostly around Rozhok and a little bit of Pachinki as well. But it's going to be about Ghost trying to make the central rush. Is this still a little bit too greedy going forward?
It is. You can see FaZe and Vitality behind them, and they do stop. Now Ghost stops because either scouting out this compound, they do spot that Entis are in this position. This isn't a bad compound for them to be in. This is actually where we saw Tempo's Storm play when C9 was just over the ridge to the north of them before Tempo had to make that unfortunate rotation. But it's not a bad spot to play. They're able to get a lot of information surrounding them up towards the center of the circle, which means that they have all this information at their advantage when the next circle reveals itself and they can make a good rotation.
And we have seen this kind of the story of Ghost over and over again throughout this tournament, a roster change and really an emotional turmoil they had to recover from ever since that last week's change. And it makes it difficult when you do have to fly so often in such a kind of a turmoil that does come through when all that endurance is being tested by all the physicalities that you have to go through by participating in so many tournaments and have to adapting to change as well.
Yeah. Just jumping from tournament to tournament and even just playing in a LAN environment, even if it's in your hometown, is a completely different skill that a lot of these players aren't too familiar with. Even with all the ones such as FaZe, Vitality that have been at every single event so far, that's still only 2. That's not that many.
Yeah. Really we see another shot of IFTY kind of driving their pathway. They're still in the circle, but they want to make a little bit more central in their position. We see the next circle going to be coming through, and IFTY very much a smart decision. And we have seen a little more centralization for the past couple of games. Maybe except the final circle at the end, but mostly IFTY just expected, they were still way inside the circle, but they wanted to get a little bit more closer to the center.
Maybe driving back Tempo. Storm Tempo may have an angle on them, but TK here using that hill to his advantage to dodge any potential shots. Dodge the angles is going to make himself get past. There's a lot of hills in this area that he's playing just west of school that he's driving through. May not want to overextend all the way into Rozhok. Right now, though, it's Jempty, the usual scout for FaZe, scouting on top of this hill. Vega, don't know if they're taking any shots at him specifically. He's dodging bullets, ducking and weaving, trying to find a spot for FaZe to go to. I believe they're currently driving into the circle, but just trying to find a better compound or even just a better part of the hill to play on.
And we've seen FaZe, I mean, they really do this with Yempty, trying to be the kind of the initial scout with that motorcycle, trying to go around, trying to find some vision, even get shot at a little bit just to find out the direction of where they are. But IFTY makes a long travel down to where Technosh from LG is kind of alone by himself in this play zone. And LG, 9X and Axe, and rest of his teammates are down in the kind of the southwestern part. I mean, you see him on the minimap on the bottom right side of your screen here. But Technosh, all alone once again. We've seen this work out sometimes, but mostly this has been the one that has, many people have been critical upon.
What he needs to do right now is just stop moving. He definitely heard Ifty arrive, and so the fact that he's just a lone player, he does have the building for protection. What he needs to do right now is just stay still, hope that they don't spot you through a window or whatever, and his position that he ended up on top of the stairs is a really good position for that. With that one, there's not too much that he can retreat on if they do end up pushing on him, but right now he just needs to hope that he doesn't get pushed, and they just leave without noticing that he's there. If they do find him, it's okay. The rest of his teams aren't alive. He's not the last remaining player, but that still should be the name of the game for him right now. Vega, and it's actually TSM taking where FaZe went. FaZe have left to the north. TSM are now taking this scouting area. See if they don't come the clash against Vega.
Coming in, TSM, this team wanted so much out of this tournament, but has been a little bit underwhelmed by the actual results of what came about. But they still have this last day left to really make a statement to all the people that are watching over them. And TSM have always been prestigious to the fact that all these individual players are extremely talented in their own rights, but team play has kind of doubted them on just a little bit for this specific tournament. I mean, they're not going to be happy with a top 10 finish. They want top 5 and even to top 4 and top 3 even. That's kind of the standard that TSM is living upon, and it just hasn't happened yet.
Absolutely. Marina here from Avangard, able to make a rotation too. He split from the rest of his team, potentially scouting out, taking a little bit of a building. Not too much information you can find from here. I'm worried that he may accidentally overextend on the 4 AM, but it looks like he just wanted to scout out this single building out and may go back and retreat to his teammates. Or even just stick around here and try to play a little bit of a linchpin in case they do get breached upon by someone else.
It really is. Avangard, once again, another team that we always been highlighting upon. Day 1 has been disastrous for this team, and Day 2 hasn't looked any better, but it seemed like they're picking it back up. Kind of end of Day 2 and maybe beginning of Day 3, they showed what they're made of and really picking up their standings way higher than what it used to be at the beginning of this tournament. But Avangard, they've seen a lot of success. They really defined a lot of success when it was defending the compounds from most of these central positions that they found themselves in. But when they were moving around, trying to make this hard rotation, it really hasn't come to a fruition.
Yeah. I really like this compound that they're in, though. It allows them to take good map control in the area around them. The one big problem is that looking at the circle that it is right now, more than likely they're going to have to cross into the south end of the river. But the upside is that you can gain a lot of information on that side around Rozhok, and so you can at least make an informed decision rather than just a blind barrel down onto the opposite side. But these bridges are always quite dangerous, especially that center east one. It's camped on both ends by Liquid. This is another split that they're pulling through. They like the splits. It's very successful. We're gonna have to see if this one is as successful as the previous ones have been.
You talk about Avangard. That team has seen a little bit of kind of unfortunate situation when they were trying to make these rotates, especially crossing the bridges. As I might have to do it once again as the circle closes. We're gonna have to see where this next circle closes. So Avangard does definitely need to cross that bridge, but on their path, 4 AM is gonna be in the way, and Liquid does see have a little sight as well. Myth is gonna be there a little bit as well. Just coming in, Avangard once again, they're in this situation where they have to make a hard rush into this next circle, but we've seen time and time again that Avangard, when one member gets picked up and the second member gets picked up, just because not the same Avangard that we saw really last week, putting out so much offensive efforts.
Liquid right now all grouping up as 4 with the next circle. The top part of that bridge is very useful. Athletico though taking some shots. Booty gets dropped down. 4 AM also has a myth in the meantime, but Athletico, they do the fall and kill onto a member of C9, making their own transition through. No more damage is going to come from that.
So let it go. You talk about what they were trying to accomplish through this tournament was really make Oceania proud and really put more eyes onto the attention of what this region can do as a whole. And being the only representative from the Australian region, they want to do this and they really want to get some kills. They want to get some chicken dinners. It really hasn't happened to full extent yet, but we've seen a lot of very close efforts coming through.
4 a.m. We just spotted for a quick second, making a run into Rozhok. Looks like they're able to take the Warehouse Hill, but right now, Vega, they're still in the circle. They don't have to move too far now, but GSM, they did make the rotation from on top of the hill that we spotted at. GOL, pretty central position for them, taking some long-range shots. Not quite finding the mark, but SKS, bullet travel speed, as well as just having to lead your bullet at that range in general, it's quite ambitious to make. So, spot some people go into that little building, but can he get a land on the UAZ? It's not going to be the case, but can he at least deal damage to the tower? He does. He gets a tag on a Songjang as well.
And right now, GOL, Zhao Zhu, and the rest of his team doing very well in the compound that they are in. And really, it isn't coming to anything significant other than the fact that tires are blown out and it really makes one less utility with the vehicle that they lack. But OG and Entis, this team has made it to late game many, many times, but have disappointed to my heart's descent that you know, I hope they did a little bit better on these critical situations, but they really haven't found the critical edge to make themselves move forward with it.
So Atletico, we did see them take out Moody in C9's transition through, but now C9, able to find a spot to play behind. Oh, nope, whoa, Frax, he's got to run away from that vehicle, but he's out in the open. It takes too many shots. Can't block off all angles at once. It's going to be another down for C9. I was going to say how C9 had a really good position to keep Atletico out of the circle, but it's going to be even harder for them now that they've lost one of their members. The finish didn't come through just yet, so it's perhaps a res for a C9 coming in just clutch to keep 3 alive.
I mean, C9 is a little bit too far away from the rest of his teammate just to get the work up, but Froliker, you do say, does come up to make the kind of res onto Frex here. He does go down from the explosion we saw from there earlier. Atletico getting the second knock, and first one kill they do have against C9 in specifically, but you see Atletico trying to make some kills, trying to be aggressive and trying to show that we can still do this, and that's what they're trying to do here, and C9 is going to be their first opponent to face that defeat.
Still 59 alive. I have to say, for teams, all of them saying they want to be more aggressive, I feel like the first 2 games have been a little slow. Here's another crate that goes down, not too far from Liquid, but at this point in the game, you don't know if you want to go for it, and if they do, they're going to be sorely disappointed. This is not a great crate to have at this time in the game. It's not that much ammo, and it's really just an 8x scope. Even though I'm a fan of the M249, it's not the best crate gun, but just judging what's in the entirety of the crate, little disappointment. So I kind of hope that no one wants to go for that.
It really has to, but you do have to check it to see for yourself. Only we get to see without actually going to the
if I
danger
yell
part of
really
it.
loud, they may be able to hear me.
Oh, come on! You're trying to go for these. You're trying to go for these VR situations. Virtual reality isn't a thing in PUBG quite yet, but you know maybe we'll get there. But coming in, FaZe seeing the very much the good part, along with Liquid and Vega. GOL finding a lot of success with this next circle here. Vitality's gonna make the move in south end. They're gonna see FaZe, Hexetti on the right as well. So we might have to see Vitality and FaZe down the kind of the north, eastern side of the map that we're gonna see a lot of fight coming through.
LG now on their own rotation themselves, trying to get to their vehicles, make a rotation out, or they could perhaps come into contention with 4 a.m. But now TSM taking position in the apartments just behind school. They're just barely not in the circle, but taking shots at Entis, making their way on a bike. Able to make it to the shack, taking some damage. Can they get inside before they take too much of it? Does seem they're able to get inside for now, and they're just barely inside, but they're in a bit of a pickle for the rest of the game. Tempo in a similar situation as well. Baluk and Zanpa don't have much to play around, and it's going to start to get really tight, particularly from the west side of the circle.
Coming in, Tempo Storm. They really trying to make the shack the next home they're trying to get into. They're gonna be very close. I think they are in the circle for right now as we see them. Yeah, gonna be on the edge of the circle as the time being. They threw out the smoke trying to get the corpse for whoever did die, and that we missed that little bit of moment. But Liquid, you saw earlier, along with FaZe and Vitality, who are now in the circle, they're gonna be happy with their positions. Avangard trying to drive a little bit north from that river. One coming from the boat, one coming from the swimming, and Mumino also trying to make his swim kind of the end of that situation, so they can all gather together. But you see that crate there. Only be picking a little bit on that, but Drainies, I think, at the rest of his teammates from Avangard, they have a little more bigger objectives to take.
So not that many players in the water right now. Water is usually a plan B because it's very hard to take someone out, so it's a nice place to stick around it. Minoru taking some shots. Members of 4 a.m. just going to bomb straight into the water himself. Gotta be, no, he's staying on land. Ah, there he goes, right into the water before he can get taken out. So he's going to stay alive at 4 now, but 4 a.m. it's not a very good position for them to be in. They did get forced out of Rozhok by LG. They are in front now. It's only LG still coming in from behind. Bebe with making his own bomb on the northern side. Probably going to go into the water himself. The rest of his team on the south.
But you see here, LG is kind of being separated here. Ghost and coming in, and Ghost is going to go get the kill onto Hefa from Athletico. We saw Athletico putting out numbers onto Cloud9 earlier, but Ghost for the other North American allies coming in, trying to do some counter attack to that. And we see a lot of people in the water at the moment as the circle does provide a little bit of it. We saw Avangard talking about Drainies, whether he will go for that crate or not. He does pick up the N249 along with that 8x scope, so that's going to be his for the time being. So they like having a lot of ammunition. They like having these weapons they can really counter upon, and it's going to be about LG and 4 a.m. They're just kind of looking at each other, obviously well aware of the fact that they're both enemies. They're just sitting right next to them. They really can't do it with each other.
It's like Romeo and Juliet. Or what's that one story about? It's the well, what? Okay, we can talk about Shakespeare later. Frexa making the rush on through, but it's Ninek from LG holding the angle, gets the spray down onto him.
You saw the C9 struggling a little bit earlier about how they were picked off one by Athletico. Now the next opponent they have to face is LG, and Luminosity definitely looking better ever since day 4 did begin for game 1 today. Luminosity is going to find a lot of success of trying to get the kills, and 9X is going to try to just rush into this next circle. He does have IFTY in the sighting so that he can go through, but Bebe and also you see 9X's are there too, but Avangard getting a little bit shot as well, trying to see how he does with this. But IFTY trying to scout out 9X, but 9X is not going to come out of the blue quite yet. He does know that he's right there with him, so eventually he's going to have to travel north. But 9X here, he's going to run towards, but he's getting shot at, and that will be not coming through.
Yeah, from Ifty taking him out. Ifty holding the western side, but I don't think they're in the circle. They are just barely inside the circle themselves, but the next circle has revealed itself, and it's a bit of a doozy. If you can't bring that up on your screen.
Sure, we'll get it soon.
Just a quick moment. You can actually see it on the minimap just on the side. It swings off and not much cover. Athletico, the first team to go down. Final spray down does come from TSM's break, so a good hold for them. Ibiza and Scoom hopping into your vehicle to make their rotation, trying to get to the circle, or at least to follow up with the rest of their teammates. Not too much that they can grab at this point in time. And so look at all these swimmers. Ifty trying to take control of the coastline, also using the divot for some cover. But Vitality, they're in a good spot to punish that.
Yeah, you see on the kill feed here, James did get knocked from the Carnane from Vega. Maxazor doing the work onto one of the Liquid members. They did have to make a little bit of movement to get there, but we see again, Avangard and Nuktiv after picking up, actually it was the other member, Drainies picked it up, but M16 trying to get their weapons onto him. Kind of the water dogs that we always talking about, that really trying to make themselves higher position just on this path, but this next circle will not allow that, as we see no water being consistent in this next area. So Avangard, LG, and 4 a.m., all these people kind of clustered into the water. They do have to make an escape. We're going to see a lot of casualties coming forth.
Yeah, probably. Avangard, they're nice control in the end, but once that happens, they're going to be forced out into Soligon themselves. Tempo Storm actually get taken out in their own transition.
Going to be on the opposite side where we did miss out on the opposite side of the map. But right now, this is the important one here. IFTY and the rest of the people who are trying to get out of this water, they're done swimming for today because they have to make it to the next land side that they have to do. But 2 members of IFTY, we see 1 Myth, 1 Avangard. Actually, 2 Avangard seems like it's trying to go through here. Drainies gets knocked. LG still has a hard time getting out with Exton, Escalucia trying to get the wide out, but Nuktiv has clear sight of linings on the AKM, is ready to knock him out. Escalucia does go out, which means Myth is going to be out in 11th place. So coming in, we're going to see a lot of teams just getting knocked back and forth.
Yeah, it's too low of health. Transitions coming from elsewhere around the map. You actually see a fight in the bottom left corner between Entis and GOL. I think TSM may be involved in that somehow as well. Oh no, TSM actually just got taken out, fortunately. But really, all these teams are established inside. It's just Avangard and Ifty that gather to make their run, but they're getting sprayed down by Vitality. There's not a lot of cover here for them to use. There's still a member of LG hanging out in the blue, trying to heal out. Can't go in the water himself, though, because then you can't heal in the water. So he's going to have to hope he can't outlast it. And he outlasted enough because AVG goes down. But here's the fight between Entis and GOL.
This is a big fight between Entis and GOL. The circle is closing, but they do have to wipe the other team out before they can make their move. And Entis, I think they are very successful. Yes, they are. And knocking off GOL. So Korea versus China does go over to Korea this time around. Entis, they still have to make their movement.
They do have a little bit of cover of this compound inside the circle, but the next circle reveals itself. You can see it on the minimap, and there's no compound inside. It's actually Vitality coming in from the northern end. They had it the worst out of all these teams in the compounds here, but now it's directly on top of them. They have to worry that they don't overextend themselves. You can see them being a little bit spread, but they have, look at these hills that they can use. They are put in a very good position. They have a really good shot on taking a second game in a row if they can control their angles, but they're going to have to go up against Vega, FaZe, a couple members of, well, Ghost, a couple members of Liquid, and Ifty.
It makes it difficult to see. FaZe on the other side, they have to give up their compound to make it into the next circle, but it's going to be a death trap when it comes to Vitality, just having clear sighting onto the right side of where they're currently positioned. You see Monkey trying to get some peeks onto the scope that they're trying to see what the vision they can provide, but FaZe is going to be there on the compound. They have to escape sometime soon, and FaZe and Vitality, most likely in Game 2, have avoided kind of unnecessary conflicts until this late game here, but you see a lot of fight coming through eventually or later. Maxazor and Vampire Game, Maxazor going to be knocked here and trying to get some kills onto him before they can make their move, and Vega is not in the circle quite yet, so Ghost is going to be right below them. They have to knock him out before they can make their movement. It's not a short travel to distance, but Ghost is going to be knocked out before Vega has to make the travel.
Oh, Vampire Game able to make his way outside the building, but it doesn't matter because actually Fuzzface from FaZe that gets the spray down onto him. Ifty fall in the meantime. Last members do get taken out, but no, look, he has the spray down onto Ghost.
We saw about Vega had to make the clear of the Ghost before they can move out of there. One member being knocked out. Afflex is going to go down. Prophy's on low health. Austin and McCoy are generally healthy. They can come for the counter if they want to, but Vega only 2 members before they have to clear out the other side of the compound, which is Ghost. One team's going to be wiped before we see the other team making the next circle movement.
For now, though, FaZe looks like they're making their move out. You see Fuzzface on the bite, takes a little damage from the blue just to get a good angle of rotation, but he's bombing straight forward. He's going to stop just in time before he bombs into Vitality, and they have this nice hill, setting up smokes as well to block vision from them, but they do have to make sure they don't get flanked from the side. Fuzzface holding a nice angle just in case Vitality want to push onto them, but from our perspective, Vitality, they are okay with just staying put.
Definitely does not want to force themselves into fights. They want to stay 4-man strong as much as they can. We know that Vitality is one of those best teams that really utilizes the 4 members kind of more than any other team that we've seen. But Entasace, after winning out that fight against GOL, but really not going to make that much move, and they're trying to just met it up, trying to get the highest position they can. That's not going to be a solution to getting the win. He's still, Sangjiang is trying to still go through the meds and really might not have this timer to get this off, but this will go into a knock. And Christis and the other 2 members of Entasace, really trying to get this work out, but Temeria and Chris is going to be the one kind of hiding behind this rock. They didn't want to invest all 3 behind this area, but Vitality, he has an idea with the UAC parked right over there. You just can't go. The headshot coming through is going to be a nice shot coming in from Shiv. One more knockout for Elgin in 6.
Ghost, they did just take out Vega, but just in the nick of time, but they're taking damage from FaZe now as well. Hexetti got a couple of drops onto them, as well as with a little bit of help for the play zone. And they have the lineup on them. Ghost, it's going to be difficult for them to leave this compound. And look at this ending. FaZe and Vitality, both 4 strong. Ogen just get eliminated. Shiv gets the 2nd kill on the 2nd remaining player. And now it's just Ghost with 2 left to contend against 2 of the 3 powerhouses from EU, both 4 strong.
We always talked about FaZe and Vitality. This has been the classic storyline when we talk about El Clasico of PUBG. It's definitely been Vitality and FaZe for the entirety of 2018. And here we are once again at Game 2 of Star Ladder, Day 4, the final day. We're here once again, Vitality FaZe. We've seen this many times before. We've seen it go either way, so we don't know exactly who the winner's going to be.
Yeah, and the circle once again does favor Vitality though, so it does put FaZe a little bit on the back foot. Some nice ridges once again that Vitality can use, but we do know that FaZe can hit their shots. FaZe though, Ghost being in that position makes it a little tricky for them because they can't push their aggression onto Vitality just yet. They have to wait to take out Ghost in the backside.
But at the same time, Ghost is so far away from where he is. He can get the hacks on the knock here, but otherwise, it's going to be very important for Ghost to try to make the movement, but it makes it very difficult when you're trying to just run up to the clear sighting of what Vitality and FaZe has on their track. So it's not going to be about Ghost making too much of a difference in the end. It's how they react with FaZe and Vitality, the 2 teams that will eventually come out in a 1v4.
Yeah, but look at the damage that Ghost did, and now FaZe, Vitality, they're on the attack. Monkey comes forward, Fuzzface starts to get a little bit of a spray down.
Exetti does go out by McCoy at the split second. The ball comes down. FuzzFace getting the critical kill onto one of the members of Vitality. It's going to be a 3v3 scenario. We're going to see how this goes. FuzzFace feeling at the critical and really putting at the clutch against Vitality so far. Shiv and the rest of the members of Vitality, they're very aware of the situation. Very much a 3v3. Both teams are very much aware. So it's going to be the angle difference. It's going to be the clutch and the timing that you can get these shots off to make all the difference for the winner of this game.
They took out a very good kill onto Monkey to take out the side flank. FuzzFace here trying to run up and group up with the rest of his team. He don't want to be too separate. And Mixie gets a drop on Shiv.
Shiv tried to flank on the side, but it doesn't work. Every much the reaction of FaZe has been invincible and really coming out. Shadow's gonna go down. Roxy's the last member, and it's gonna be the full push now coming from FaZe.
It's a full-on kill now, and it's just Araxi left peeks around the corner. It doesn't matter though, because FuzzFace finishes it off by himself. FaZe win this.
And wonderful to say that FaZe wasn't given the win in this situation. Vitality did have a slightly better position on the top of the hill. So a little bit of movement mistake that happened. Initially with FuzzFace making that side flank, that did work out, getting the initial kill, getting into a 3v3 scenario. But more importantly, the Shiv tried the same thing for Vitality, putting out that flank on the other side. Did not work. The reaction from FaZe came through, and they pick up the victory.
Vitality, we've praised them for being able to play together so well, but in this ending situation, they seemed a little lost. They seemed a little like separated. They didn't know what to do. When they peeked around corners, they seemed like untimed together. They didn't have as much control of the area as you would have liked to be in that situation, and that really just allowed FaZe to take the win in that phase. First place, only 6 kills, but in first place nonetheless. Vitality, they had control of the circle all up until that, grabbing 10 kills for themselves.
And it really could have been a 4v3 scenario for Vitality that could have changed up their tactics quite heavily, but FuzzFace getting that critical knock and kill straight away onto one of the Vitality members, that definitely startled them quite a bit. But to be fair to Vitality as well, it was exactly the same play that both teams attempted. Yeah. FuzzFace made the side flank onto the first kill that did successfully kill out the first member of Vitality, which did startle them. So Vitality literally tried to replicate that situation with Shiv coming from the side and making that same flank. Obviously, Yempty had the better reactions than the Vitality did in that particular situation, knocking off Shiv on their tracks right away.
Yempty's an absolute monster in this. But another point about this game is that this is going to put a lot of pressure on Liquid. They went out in 6th place. Not a bad position. 0 kills makes it a little harsher. But FaZe getting the first on top of that, they're so neck and neck right now. This is going to put FaZe a little further in the lead.
It really is. And you talked about FaZe ending up day 3, finally in first place after they have been struggling in second for such a long time. They really won this first place position because this team knows how to play an advantage. They know how to take a lead and control the lead moving forward. And we're seeing an example of that in game 2.
Absolutely. Well, for now, we're going to go once again to another interview. Trid is on the stage with the winner of the previous match.
We're on stage at the moment with FuzzFace. Just having a word with Ghost Gaming, who are right next to the stage. Not a problem with that one. But congratulations on your first win of the day. I got to kick things off though. Game 1, a little bit shaky, but you did enough to beat out Team Liquid and overtake the lead. Now you've blown that wide open with this victory in Game 2. How does it feel to start adding a cushion to that Team Liquid catch-up game?
It feels good. We felt like we needed to step it up a little bit from the first game when we come 12th, I think. So it felt good to get some points for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And what a way to finish it off as well. 2 of the European powerhouses, FaZe and Vitality, going neck and neck. Did you, obviously you would have known it was Vitality at the end of the game. Was that concerning to you, knowing that such a powerful team were your final opponents?
If anything, I think it makes you play better because you're thinking about just playing really well and not underestimating them.
And finally as well, they've come up and they've said they want the top spot, and with a first place finish now a second place finish, are Vitality becoming a concern in this final day where they maybe weren't in the previous days?
They've always been a concern, I think. I think we still have around 300-point lead on them, so it should be okay.
Well, congratulations on your victory here, FuzzFace. Wish you all the best with the rest of the tournament. We're going to throw it over to our analysts to see what they thought of this European clash.
We almost got back-to-back wins by Vitality, which have been a huge boost to them. Still, the 50 points difference between the first and 2nd, I mean, it's gonna be important. We're gonna see at the end of the tournament, because maybe those 50 points
Yeah.
will actually make them, make or break, basically, right?
Well, and Vitality got a lot of kills. They racked up, I think, 10. Is that what that was in that game?
Let's see, 4, 7, 10. Yes, 10 kills. That's 60 points.
60 points. They still there's a 50-point difference in placement, but I think they ended up with about 26 more points because of kills over phase. So now we're talking a 24-point differential in terms of what they got out of that match. So this is going to be very close. Vitality is playing very, very well and very
Very good.
aggressively, I might add. They took that hill early, and they defended it against a lot of different people.
They must be pissed though, because they are missing out on at least 50 points for
Yeah,
not taking that first place. So I don't know. It's going to be really. What's Liquid going to do? What do you think is going to happen?
0 kills.
0 kills, 6th place. That is not the best. That's
No.
definitely true. But still, 3 more games to go.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think you have, Liquid, if they pull themselves together, they can still easily win this. But the pressure is piling on. Now, what is very important is the question, are those guys prepared enough for a stamina run like this, right? Mister, like from pro player perspective, when you're in a under pressure situation, what do you do?
Yeah, what do you do? Not to get. You should avoid getting sweaty. That's at least what you. But the thing is with Liquid, they are not playing like they did on the first two days. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
When they had bad games on the first days, they still got the kills. They don't right now. So I'm not sure what's going on right there. But
Like, you go back, you sit as a team, you sort of take a deep breath, have a cup of coffee or whatever you need to get your head right and say, okay, let's calm down, let's figure this out. Because their placements aren't bad. In that situation, we talked about that last circle, there's not a lot of cover. They took the only place you really could, and they didn't expect to get crashed by Entis sort of in a vehicle out of nowhere.
yeah, I must say though, if one of these circles shrank
Yes.
to that compound, it might have actually be a win for Liquid. But it's still a thing, a part of the game.
But at
right?
the end of the day, being a pro in PUBG is about managing when things don't work in your
Yep.
favor. And that's why I think the phase win here is amazing
Yeah.
for me, because they did not get the RNG there.
Yeah.
They had to push out up a hill that Vitality already controlled. They executed it very, very well. They saw the Vega Ghost fight break out, and they utilized that for cover on the transfer. And then he said, when it's Vitality, we know, because we kind of know we have to play well. Vitality's famous for the off angle, right? They like to do an off angle flank holds. So what FaZe did is they knew that. They knew it was Vitality. They grouped up as 3, and they sort of overwhelming forced the off angle and then made it a 2v3.
Yeah, that's amazing actually. Also, if you look at their position, they were actually in a little bit pinched because of Ghost Gaming. So, by the way, Ghost Gaming getting 3rd place,
Yep.
that's pretty amazing with Mikoy as a shot caller. So that's but FaZe getting that kill was so necessary, and Fast FaZe playing out of his mind towards the end.
It
by the
really
way.
is.
You have to ask yourself, what if Shiv would have stayed with his team, right? He pushed out on the last situation to kill one of the remaining members of Entis.
He had to take out
right?
Entis, yeah.
And he spent a lot of time looting.
Yep.
Maybe
And
that was a factor.
it also definitely alerted them to where the off angle was going to be because he took those shots. That would allow them to use the overwhelming force to sort of take that win.
All right, now let's take a look at the highlights from this game. This is the second game of the day brought to you by GeForce Experience with the Shadow Play highlights, something that you can use your own PC, record all the kills, knocks, and destruction of vehicles, and share them on your social medias with just one button.
All right, so we'll jump into Vitality right away. Vitality was playing from the start, very exceptional. Actually, we'll jump over to Entis. Entis took Game of Life out of this compound. They had to make a hard choice here, so you see that they're going to jump into the cars and sort of rush forward. I think they only had the buggy available. That's why you saw 2 players push into Liquid. The other just sort of stayed back with the heal strat. Again, Vega had a really good spot, but I think that they made the mistake of not coming together as 4 quite quickly enough.
Yeah, maybe it would have been fine if they actually focused south instead of
Yeah.
getting 3 kills north, because they knew Ghost Gaming was there. So I don't really know why. I saw all the markers or the pointers going northwest, so I think it was a little bit of a misplay on their part. But by the way, Antis was an interesting thing, by the way, because that we call it the J compound because it's
Yeah.
it's formed like a J. There were actually 3 teams fighting for that, even though it was barely in.
Right.
So what do you? So would you ask yourself, should we make a play for that shack that's in the corner, or yeah, this push is really
That's
good.
where they got the off angle. They knew Shiv would be down there, and they immediately swing back around. So that was really why it was clean. They know the Vitality style of play, and they used it against them. And that's what I love to see out of these top teams. And Vitality, great shots here. We see Liquid was just in so much trouble. They found the only spot you could find that rock, but it's just open to too many angles. It's just a wide open area in this circle.
Yeah, I think if they had a little bit more cars, they would have been fine. I see Semty dying there with one car,
Yeah.
and it was quite far away from Ibiza and Teams. But if they had a, because they had a race as well. Yeah.
I was
good. That was pretty
Ifty,
good, actually.
member from Ifty dying outside of that boat. At the same time, there was a Vanger, and we'll have to talk a little bit about them because they finished 10th with only 3 kills. And that is not a good position for them because they are fighting for the top finishes as well.
Yeah, I think I actually gonna get a chance to talk to them during the break today, and I really want to ask like what's changed between Katowice and here because it feels like they're being too careful. They're not playing a Vanguard PUBG.
Maybe there are just way too many teams right now. Because the thing is, 20 games in 4 days. I think a lot of teams are just adapting to how everyone is playing,
That's
and
true.
It feels like everyone is on the level, on a really high level right now. Ooh, that two tap.
That was a great 2-tap by Shiv.
So you think a Vanger just benefits shorter games where they can be aggressive and just not care about the opponents?
Yeah, maybe. If a lot of other teams are improving a lot based on how they are playing, and the Vanguard's just playing their own game, it's not necessarily their. If you, I mean, they just won a tournament.
Yeah.
So should you necessarily change your playstyle? Is that a thing you want to gamble?
Yeah, but they won that tournament with like 17 kill games, and all we're seeing
Yeah.
here is 5 kill games. And I'm not seeing a huge. I'm not seeing them playing on foot, pushing aggressively, taking compound after compound, sort of leapfrogging. They seem like they're playing a little more like the sort of European teams are and the North American teams. I don't think it's working for their particular mastery of gunplay.
Now let's take a look at the standings from the 17th match. This is, look at this, 8th place, Liquid with 90 points, while FaZe Clan just got 286. The difference is staggering, and right now this is going to be a challenge for Liquid. But, Mister, what other takes do you have from those standings?
I do still think Liquid is number 2 right now. And also the Ghost got 222 points. I think they're going to be back in top 8.
Might be. Maybe they had below 1.6k points because the TSM was the last team with that result. Now let's see after the entire bracket. But holy moly, 4 Angry Men with the last place. Tempo Storm again.
Yeah.
Awful game for them.
400 Men and Tempo Storm are really a tough start to the day. I expected both of these teams to do a little bit better. I really wanted to see them rise up and sort of showcase their regions. I don't know what's going on in terms of maybe everyone else has sort of changed their game plan a little bit more today, and it's catching them off guard.
I believe I was hanging out in the green room yesterday, and I believe one of their, I think Valiant is a little bit sick, so it might be affecting their gameplay. Also, after these games, we get a shot of all the teams, and it seems like they're a little bit down, maybe a little bit unmotivated, because they've been playing a really good game day yesterday, and then today they're playing a little bit worse, so it might be a little bit too big of a backfire.
Maybe.
Now we see the damage leaders, Vitality, not a surprise, FaZe, not a surprise as well. TSM here with 2 members means they had a lot of fights in the early game and they just didn't survive them.
So what I think is going to happen with TSM is we're going to continue to see them either explode to the front, right, with a really good game, or keep going out in the middle here with decent kill counts and damage counts, because they've picked up on the fact that they're in the danger zone, and kills are the only way that they're going to get back in this. So I think that they are playing aggressive and finding spots where they can try to do that.
Yeah, I think they have some problems finding the right balance for their gameplay. It's either they rotate too early, or they rotate too much, or they have not enough kills or fighting potential. They're just looking for the right playstyle for this tournament.
But I do think, as we go into the final 3 games, keep that in mind. Players that we're going to start to see people performing badly, and it's not because they're necessarily want to perform badly, it's because they know that they have to either be great or fail great.
That is correct. But at the same time, what you mentioned, sometimes you just have to go all in, and that is the moment. If you're a team in the lower part of the bracket of the bottom 8 and you want to break it into the top 8, you need to go all in, get the kills, get the higher placement, and finish at the end of the day in that top 8. I think that's a goal for a very high amount of teams, and that's obviously Well, might affect the teams that are at the top of the bracket.
I mean, Vitality took the same idea, right? 10 kills, 1,500 damage. If they had beaten FaZe in that sort of 3v3, that jumps up to 13 kills. That gets them an additional 90 points, like because they would have got that first place as well. So then all of a sudden they're contenders. They're comfortably in third and a contender for second. So Vitality is pulling no punches, and that is really exciting.
Interesting to see, by the way, is that FaZe, well, you can say just got 6 kills, but they got all these 6 kills in the last against the last 2 teams.
Yeah, that's true. They played very, very safe, kind of quiet. They're definitely defending their position.
Maybe not exactly quiet, since they had been in those yellow buildings on the east side. They had shots at Ghost, and I think that was
Vega.
Ghost and Vega, yes, Ghost and Vega. Thank you very much. Vampire Game vaulted out of the building, wanted to kind of wrap around, but then Fastface or Haxeri just nailed him to the wall, and that was it, right? They had the knocks, but they didn't have the finishes.
Yeah, they essentially forced fights to sort of work against every other team, right? So you may not get the kills, but you're zoning everyone into this sort of kill area.
Slowing them down
Exactly.
heavily.
Yeah, how it basically feels if you're in the game. You feel if a team like FaZe is shooting at you, you feel a lot of pressure coming from that area, so you tend to avoid that area. That's basically what they're trying to do there.
And I think that's what FaZe does well, is they use sort of zoning, overpower, things like that to keep people away and sort of where they want them to be. And they're very good at tracking that and sort of remembering, okay, we forced a team left earlier, expect them to come from that side.
All right, well, now we're actually going to go to a commercial break, and after that we're going to have some unique material for you guys, since we're going to have a lot of interviews with Brandon Green as well, and some other teams. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
So Kiev is amazing. It really reminds me a lot of the cities I visit in Europe. It's got that kind of old European feel to it, and I really like that. I haven't had a chance to see much of the city due to the amount of snow and us being very busy here, but yesterday we went and saw the St. Sophia's Cathedral, and it really is beautiful here. And the people I've met are wonderful, so I really enjoy it here. So when I first started, it was in Daisy on the Arma 2 engine, or the Arma 2 game, and that was based in a fictional Soviet state. And I really just like that brutalist architecture. I think it gives a very good atmosphere. And when I was initially pitching the game, I said, you know, on an island lost in the Black Sea. So it kind of spun out from there that it just made sense to make it a more Soviet era aesthetic. Miramar was kind of a collaboration between myself and our our art teams, both in Madison and back home in Seoul. You know, I wanted to do a completely different map, something that gave players a completely new way to play the game. And with their collaboration, we came up with the idea for the desert map, and I really think they've done an amazing job at creating some place that is completely different to Erangel and forces you to play in a completely different play style, which is what we set out to do at the start. Really, from a trademark point of view, if we called the game just Battlegrounds, we'd run into issues because there's many other games with the moniker Battlegrounds. So calling it PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds got us around that. Simple as that, no other real reason. Let's say first praise the pan, but no, I never saw it as becoming a symbol of the game. It was my mistake. So I put it in as a tribute to the Battle Royale movie, except there is no frying pan in the Battle Royale movie. There's a saucepan lid. So I just misremembered what was in the movie. But you know, now it's become just a symbol of the game, and I love that. I think due to the flow of the game, it's a very watchable game on Twitch. You know, there's action, but there's also downtime. So it gives streamers the opportunity to interact with their chat. And I think that's what makes it a very spectator sport. This event is amazing. I mean, the quality of production, the set we have here is just great. I think it's one of the best I've seen so far. And really, I've been very impressed by the spectators, by the commentators, by the whole production team here. And most of all, by the teams. They've really been putting on a great show for everyone watching. I mean, I really want to thank them once again for their support over the last few years. You know, it's not been an easy road sometimes, but, you know, we really have a plan. We'll be sharing our dev roadmap for this year sometime soon in the future, and it'll really give you an idea of what our plan is for this year, you know. Everyone is kind of clamoring for us to be an esport, and I just want to say, you know, esports don't happen overnight, you know, but this year we're really investing into making a great foundation for any Pubg esport. We're expanding our team globally. We've just opened offices in Amsterdam and in Santa Monica, and we're growing this global esports team. So, you know, I just want to ask everyone to bear with us. You know, esports, as I said, don't happen overnight, but we really are committed and investing heavily into making sure that we build a great foundation for Pubg esports.
I have to say, the story about the pan is the best one. It's like I never thought about it, and it turns out it was a mistake, and a clever mistake, I would say, in this case, because it's a unique feat of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I heard it wasn't even supposed to be invincible in the first place, and it was maybe for some reason the code during the early alpha, you know, it ended up being bulletproof, and everybody just loved it so much, right? Because how many games have I played where you hear that ding, and you're like, ah, my life was just saved.
I mean, it's turning into a meme right now. For me, I love it, but I hate it at the same time, because if you have a really nice flank on someone and you spray him in the butt and you hear like, bing, 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 like this, and he turns around and kills you, that's the most frustrating thing if it comes down to competitive play.
Well, you should go for the headshot, not the butt shot.
Wow, what a burn. Low key.
I'm just saying, like, I mean, I think it's a fun thing. It's also entertaining when you see somebody riding around the 3-seater bike and the guy on the side's got the pan out and trying to, like, you know, just in case someone shoots at him, block things. So it's just, it is a fun mascot for the game that the community seems to have really embraced.
That is true. I'm very happy to hear that Brandon mentioned esports and development in this year. That's awesome to hear and see. Oh, and I hope it will go in the right direction this year.
Well, he brought up Miramar, and we know that we're going to start to see it soon. It's coming up in the next big LAN. They're going to be using that map. A lot of the online tournaments are starting to add it into their rotations as well. And he said it's a different way to play. So I'm really excited to see that that's going to change the way that the meta works.
That is great. Before the next interview with FaZe, I wanted just to pull up the standings of the last game, because we didn't have the occasion to talk about that. And it's very interesting, since Gonna see it right now. FaZe now is the first team in the entire tournament, and it's nothing to scoff at because the difference is 182 points. That is actually 180 points is being given for the third place.
Yeah.
That's a huge difference, Mister. What do you think? How will this, make it or break it? Will make it or break it some of the teams in the top 8 now?
I'm actually really, I'm a little bit surprised that Vitality is 131 points behind. I expected a little bit closer of a gap, but I don't know, man. All these teams. Oh, by the way, Tempestorm's almost getting overtaken by Vanguard again. Even though these guys have been really consistent in the top 5, there's still a lot of teams that are shuffling around right now. 4 Angry Men, 7th place. Antus, 8th place. They've been both struggling a lot. But this is insane.
It is. It's very close. I mean, Cloud9 with a chicken dinner and some kills could easily get into 4th place and set themselves up for a run at the end of the day. So it's super close. Really what it comes down to is I think Vitality needed to beat FaZe in that last game for the good of everyone.
Yeah.
Letting FaZe get that win really sort of hurt their chances to take first place.
Yep. The next game will be very important, especially for Tempestorm and Vanguard, since if they're gonna make it and will take a chicken dinner, then there's actually a huge chance that they're gonna go into the top 3.
Yep.
Which makes a huge difference when it comes to the mindset for the last 3 games. When it comes to the entire top 8, Antis and 4 Angry Men have now around 150 points over the 9th place, which is TSM. So it kind of grew.
Yeah.
That gap grew between the top 8 and bottom 8, but we'll still have to see the next 3 matches. Now, let's go to the interview and we'll talk more about it later.
My team was formed really early. Back then, the game was starting to build like some tournaments, and we were in the first one, so we wanted to use the team fast. So we got a few members. I think it was me, Tor, Devastated, and Stab. And we played the first tournaments, and we saw this is probably going to be going well. And when Pubg Online came, we changed the members, and we did really well. We were like second, first tournament. My role in the team is in-game leader, and secondary is empty in-game leader, so our roles are kind of just to take control. So we all try to do the same thing in the end game. I like almost everything about PUBG right now. The only thing I dislike is the issues and the bugs that are like everyone is talking about them in the community. Already been said. My impressions about this tournament is this is a really good tournament. It's been like really fun to play here. It's a really good setup and much better than the previous ones we've had. I think the only one that comes close is when we played in South Korea and OGN. That was similar. This is much better though.
Good timing on the interview since they just overtook
Yeah.
the first place. That's their standing from the last 17.
Yeah.
No, 16. 17.
17
games. 88 kills and, well, almost 1k damage per match.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, these guys have been consistent. I said earlier, consistency's king. This is the royal family of consistency. These guys know how to continuously show up in the top 5, and when they win big. And in a best of 20, in a best of 8, that's the way to come out on top. In a best of 20, it's the way to dominate.
The games they've won, actually, if you think about it, they have had a lot of beautiful and well-deserved finishes. Because we did not forget the win against the Vanguard with the Vega Nade, and this win with Vitality, nobody really expected it.
Yeah.
But they forced the win onto themselves, so it's a deserved first place right now.
That is correct, and by actually winning that game, they also put Vitality in a worse spot.
Yep.
So it's a different dynamic for both of those teams. Now I have summed up stats for all the players through the entire tournament. That is a lot of stats, actually. 24 kills, 22 knocks, 3.8 damage in 17 games. Those are really impressive when you think about it.
Yeah, every player has great stats. Like it's a team full of superstars in its own context, right? These guys are all very good. They seem to execute well as a team. He said, "I'm the shot caller, but I've got to back up." We trust everybody to sort of do their job, and they've been together for a long time. I think he talked about Meter on the team. That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
He's with the Lions now, but this roster that they're running has been effective and just growing more and more cohesive by the day.
But they have a similar, if you think about similar kind of play style to Vitality. because they also have the. He just said towards the late game we all kind of do the shot calling, and that's exactly what Vitality does as well. And then you will ask yourself, is that how you have to play nowadays?
I think that's what everybody's asking themselves.
Yeah.
I think there's a little bit of a problem that a lot of the teams that we've seen struggle here this week have tried very hard to emulate Vitality and FaZe instead of sort of figuring out, listen, just because they do it great doesn't mean it works for all of us.
Yeah.
And I think that that's a key going into future tournaments is to understand your strengths and weaknesses. Not everyone can have such a strong four-man unit.
Yeah, that is correct. Now, we're gonna go to another short commercial break because Toffee will go to the main stage and interview TSM. So if you like the guys from TSM, don't go anywhere because we'll be going right now there.
Welcome back. This is dinner time here in Kiev, and this is a little chicken Kiev to fill the time because no one should have to eat alone. My name's Toffees, and I've got the pleasure of being on the arena floor chatting with people who make this game happen. Because remember, without the pros, we'd just be watching a bunch of empty seats. So let me let them introduce themselves. To you, then we'll get a chance to chat a little bit. So we'll start over here. Why don't you introduce yourself to the folks on screen?
I'm Vis. I play for Team Solo Mid.
That was nice and simple.
My name's Gaz, or Break, and I play for TSM.
Excellent. So I'm here with Team Solo Mid. We're going to chat a little bit about sort of being a team and what it means to you guys, and then maybe a little bit about what's been going on this week and traveling and things like that. So the first question I have for you guys is you're a little bit unique to some of the other teams in that you're also made up of a lot of streamers. That's, you know, your job is to stream, but then also to play as a pro. Does that create any challenges that you think you have over like what other teams have to go through?
Yeah, I would say so. A lot of it's kind of to do with like our schedule as streamers. Like I know we stream about usually 8 hours a day, break about the same. All of us putting in a lot of hours. So, and both of us being split between North America and Europe as well, it creates a whole lot of problems with schedules. So we've had to make a lot of adjustments. Like I wake up very early in the morning so that I could get done, so that I can end up playing with them and practicing with them. So I mean, it's a very busy schedule, but we try to make it work the best we can. It's usually about 8 hours streaming and then get done, scrims, go over VODs or review the scrims, go over different plays, study the map.
That sounds rough. Sounds like a lot of work. Is that something that you guys find? I mean, is fatigue at some point become an issue for you?
No, we play video games at the end of the day, so it's not so bad. Maybe mentally it's tough. Doing anything for 8 to 10 hours a day is gonna be mentally challenging after a while. So, but it's not. You know, we have a really nice job, and it's just frustrating in some ways because we have to stream, but then in others we want to be scrimming as much as we can. Streaming means we can only do maybe 2 scrims a week, whereas other teams are scrimming every single day, non-stop. So they do have advantages over us, but we don't want to use that as an excuse. We play the game for 10 hours a day, and you know, we're not coming with excuses about that, you know. So.
Yeah, I'll give you that. I've never heard excuses. You know, I guess you do train your mechanics during the stream, so that's something that's kind of nice. Now, you guys play in different time zones. I think you've got how many different regions are you guys from?
So I'm in Mountain Time. Smack's an hour ahead of Central Time. Break is on GMT from the UK. Rory as well. We have now a 5th member. He's also an analyst. And Marius is from Romania, so he's even an hour ahead of Break.
So not only do you have to balance streaming and playing, you have to balance this incredibly sort of diverse team. Talking about diverse teams, you guys have had a very interesting run so far in this tournament, kind of up and down. I feel like we haven't seen the wins that we expected. What do you think it is? Do you feel like you're chasing the circle constantly? Like, can we put our finger on it right now?
Without swearing, I don't know. We play center. We've changed our style. We used to play edge. We've changed to center, and we're doing that. Again, not making excuses. We've seen a lot of hard shifts this tournament, and obviously the 1.0 ARs means we're not used to working with the equipment we've got right now. So it's difficult, but everybody's in the same boat, right? Everybody's on the same settings, but there's a lot of hard shifts, and because we're playing center, it's kind of making it a little bit difficult. So we're trying our best at the minute to change it and to find results somehow.
And I imagine adapting on the fly when you're here with the 16 best teams in the world is a little bit tricky. Something I did notice that you guys did adapting on the fly is traditionally you drop Yasnaya, you kind of have that north down to eastern compound, and you guys have stopped doing that with Liquid. You moved into sort of this prison mansion spread. Is that something, what made you decide to do that early on?
Well, usually contesting early is it's never really a good idea. You're just messing each other up at the start. So I mean, we're dropping in with Liquid and then fighting over gear, fighting over cars. You're making it harder on yourselves to rotate out of there. So we saw the mansion was open. We know the Knights from Awesome, they play mansion from what you obviously. But we knew that spot. We knew it was close to Yasnaya. We knew we could quickly just jump in and adapt to it. But but I think the 1.0 ARs has kind of hurt us on that. I think compound looting's not as strong as 1.0. It's kind of some games, I mean, nothing, and then another game had like 500, 556 is nuts, but I think that's part of it. Don't want to contest early, just ends up messing you up.
Yeah, it also seems like it's been a lot harder. You brought up cars, sort of finding them and getting out of Yas. It seems like it's been a lot harder for teams to hold on to their vehicles for transitions in this tournament, even more so than like Katowice. Is that correct? Have you guys been sort of having trouble maintaining the, the survival of your cars?
It's always a struggle, and it depends where you rotate to. Every team has certain positions where they know they can keep vehicles safe, but sometimes you have to rotate to a certain position where it's not going to be safe just because you can't play anywhere else. So it's difficult, and everybody puts an incentive on taking tires out because, especially with these hard shrinks, we know it messes other teams up. So every time you see a vehicle, take the tires out. So yeah, it's difficult, but just the quality of players is making this really tough on everybody. It's FaZe playing out of their minds. Liquid had a really good 2 days, and it's just unbelievable. The level of competition is nuts.
So let's talk about competition. Pivot off the past. Let's look at the future. Miramar seems to be entering the tournament schedule pretty aggressively coming up in the future. Is that something that you guys are excited about or tentative about?
We're pretty excited about it. I think going into this beforehand, we were kind of timid on Erangel. We had really good experience on Miramar. Ever since we started playing it, a lot of us put in a lot of hours in it. There's different ways you can play Miramar due to the dips. Cars aren't as... You don't need cars all the time, so you're able to make rotations differently. So yeah, pretty excited about Miramar. I think it's going to be good for competitive. I think a lot of teams have started coming around to it, and I think more people will like it once it enters even more into the scene at tournaments.
It'll be good for viewership too. I think it's gonna be fun to sort of watch something a little bit different. You guys have some of the most dedicated fans I've ever seen. They're in there for the streams. I mean, we start streaming in North America time at ridiculously early in the day, and they're on there spamming. They want to see the melon. They need to see their sort of memes pop out. Do you have anything you want to say to those supporters who've been sort of stalwartly standing next to you?
Just a massive thank you. We're nothing without the fans. This whole thing isn't possible without the viewers watching. So yeah, especially from our individual communities, they all band together, and it's really, really nice, especially watching VOD reviews, seeing the chat. It's lovely to see people cheering us on. So yeah, just a huge thanks.
Awesome. I want to give you one chance to say anything to your particular fans if you want to before we jump over to our next one.
Yeah, I just want to say that pretty much the same. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the kind words. Shout out to the pack, and shout out to all the TSM fans for supporting us.
Thanks to everybody for watching. This is Chicken Kiev, and I think we're going to jump over to see some words from our fearless host, Lothar.
I'm really impressed by StarSeries observing so far, since it's not an easy task. It's actually something that mixes three aspects, and it's micro, macro, and aesthetics on top of it. And so far, I think StarSeries is doing the best out of every single tournament organizer I saw. It gives you this atmosphere of a battle royale game with aesthetics of a cinematic experience. Well, I didn't really jump from Hearthstone to Pubg like that. I'm a really experienced player and a competitive player as well, coming from FPS background. My first tournament was in '98, I think, during Quake 1, and since then I was just playing all FPS games whenever possible. So Counter-Strike, Day of Defeat, Half-Life, everything that was popping up. And I have two loves, and one love is FPS games, the second one is card games, and I just love to do both. I love the analyst panel that we have here at StarSeries, and I think it's a step in the right direction. Every single game of Pubg has to be analyzed from the macro perspective. It's a very important and abstract thing to explain to viewers, since all teams, we have 16 teams here, have different perspective on how to play the game correctly, and it's up to the analysts to actually explain that to the viewers to understand what is happening during the game. So I think few things still can be improved, like showing the drop locations, showing the travel of teams on maps. but there's still, the game is pretty young, and there will be more stuff to come. Well, I have two teams that I'm really looking always at, and that's Team Liquid, since they included Biza in their lineup. I just love the guy. I think he's super talented, and they are racking points right now here. It's incredible to behold how the team is good at playing PUBG. And the second team is, I started watching this and his company since they started playing Plays Unknown Battleground, and now that they have a team which is TSM, it's just a private bias that I like to watch them. I think that squads in first-person perspective is not the only way you can play PUBG competitively, but at the same time, I think there has to be a unified point system, unified rule system for every single competition. But honestly, in my private opinion, I think a duo and solos should exist as well as a competitive format. It just should be, probably not during the same event, since PUBG requires so many games to be fair. Competitive PUBG, what it really needs right now is a clear way of advancing into the competitive tournaments. So let's say maybe a unified system that is being played online, so the casual player can also play the competitive aspect of PUBG and feel connected to the tournaments later on that are being broadcasted. I would love to see a ranking system in the game that allows players to qualify into tournaments, and so we have like a very optimized system to be connected with the tournament scene. Shout outs to the entire crew, to the talent, to casters, to analysts, to observers, to StarSeries, iLeague, Imba TV, StarLadder. Everyone is here doing a great job, and of course the players and the teams, since without them that wouldn't be possible.
Welcome back to Chicken Kiev. It's dinner time here at the arena. We got some players who finished up a little bit early to stop by and chat with us, because nobody should have to hang out alone. So I hope you guys are having a wonderful night wherever you are watching. My name's Toffees, and I am joined currently by two players from Tempo Storm, and I will let them introduce themselves to you.
Hi, my name's DeAndre Bond, and or your boy Dre. My role is mainly fragger or flanker. I like to flank a lot. I was born in Georgia, but I lived in Wisconsin most of my life, and I'm 17 years old.
Nice, that was good.
I'm Luke Lang. I go by Me Luke in game, and I usually play more supporting role in like a secondary shot caller kind of style. And I'm from Nova Scotia, Canada.
Nice. Or you play the ultimate spoiler if it's Entis 4 Angry Men, right? So I'm going to start off with that one. How did that feel? I mean, winning the game's got to be good, but did it sort of feel even better that you went from this sort of one person against 8 to winning the whole thing?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely knew that there was a chance that it was doable because they were fighting each other. But at the time, it was just I saw the 4 Angry Men guy and I knew he was the last guy, so that would like secure a second place. And all I was thinking was securing the second place, and then you give yourself a chance to fight it out against the Koreans. But it turns out there was only one of them left too, and I just shot him in the side.
Nice. You had that little rock goblin spot too that really worked out well for you. Okay, so let's talk about the team a little bit. Dre, tell me a little bit about how you guys came together, maybe how long you've been playing together as a group.
We've been playing for a while. I think me, Luke, and Valet have been playing since maybe like July. I think we mainly found ourselves on Pubg XP and Discord. We are all decent players in the community, and we just messaged each other and got together and started playing with each other. And we were doing pretty good, so that's how we got together.
Nice. And then you guys did add, I think, Zampa to the roster about a month or so ago. What has he sort of brought to the team since he joined?
I think it's a heavy fragging ability. He's really mechanically talented, and he can, open up fights really well. And he's always able to lay down consistent damage, which really lets you secure better positions or, just win a team fight that you have to win.
Awesome. Now let's talk about, I'm not going to talk about day one. I'm just going to say day one was not great for you guys here at this tournament. What did you do after day one that got you to come back and then walk away with such a great performance on day 2 and then 3?
Day 2, after the first game or after the break, we came back and we had a discussion, and we were talking to ourselves and we were asking ourselves what we were doing wrong, and basically we decided that we really have nothing to lose. We need to change stuff up. Stuff needs to change. So then I don't know. Everyone started giving thoughts of what they think we should do, and we realized we were playing a little too passive. We weren't taking the spots that we needed to take or taking the team fights that we needed to take. And after that, we starting to fight more and started to take positions that we needed, and it started paying off.
Nice. Yeah, it seems like you guys seem to do better when you use an aggressive style of play. So speaking of maybe more aggressive styles of play, we're seeing Miramar into the rotation coming up in the next big tournament. Is that something you guys are hyped for and prepared for?
Yeah, we're really excited for Miramar. We feel like it's a really good map. I think most of North America is pretty pro Miramar, but there's some European teams that are, kind of on the fence or coming around. I was actually talking to Shiv from Vitality backstage, and he was telling me he's pretty excited for Miramar. So I think it's going to be fun. I think a lot of people are going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. Let me ask you, this format for this tournament, a little bit different, 20 games, all played on Erangel. What's your take on that so far?
It's amazing. It's definitely the best tournament, the best LAN I've been to. It allows for people to adapt. You see, 4 a.m., they weren't doing good the first 2 days or first day, and now they're starting to step it up, and we weren't doing the first day either. And if it was only 8 games, we would not have gotten a good placement. So it allowed us to adapt and change some stuff around, and it shows what teams can really do over the course of 20 games. So I like it a lot.
Very, very cool. Well, we're almost out of time. Is there anything that you want to say to fans, viewers, anybody else out there?
Just thanks for tuning in, supporting us. Hopefully we can bring in a couple wins in the last 3 games, and we'll see where we shake out.
Very nice. Dre, any thoughts on your time here in Kiev, maybe the stadium, sort of what it's been like?
It's pretty amazing. I like the venue and stuff, and the client feels really good. Everything's smooth and nice, and yeah, had a really good time.
Nice. Well, this is Toffees here with the guys from Tempo Storm. They had an amazing day 3, a very good day 2. Let's see what they can do on the rest of day 4. This is Chicken Kiev, and it's almost time to get back to the action.
My nickname is Shadow1K. I'm team captain for the squad Pubg for Team Vitality. My first experience is pretty much Pubg as a pro player. I played many other games since I'm young, but it's the first game I try hard for esports. Yeah. On my free time, except Pubg, I play other games. In the past, I did like sport at high level, but most of the time now I chill, watch movies, speak with my friends, play other games. As a captain, I have to keep my teammates motivated, even when it's hard, even when when we have like hard times, hard games. And during the game, I have to think of what can happen, and I have to decide which goal, which action we're gonna do. I think the most skill the player on PUBG has to have is the mentality for sure. Like all the team here, all the players are individually good. They have a good aim. They know how to shoot. They know the rotations and the mechanics of the game. So I think the big difference on competition will be the mentality. And as I said, it's a hard game. Sometimes you just can't win. You have to do the better and be stronger for the next game. I think the point system of this tournament is pretty good. I mean, it's mostly like on the other tournaments. Maybe it's a bit better because there is like less points between first place, second place, third place. So you can be sub 3 with high kills and have same point as the second place. So it's really good, and the skill will make the difference at the end. For the moment, I mean, I have nothing to say. Like, we have a good attend. Like, the organization is pretty good. The production is so far the best I've seen for a PUBG tournament. Like, it's pretty clean and beautiful. At the same time, we don't have public, so it's easier to keep focus on the game. From what I've seen, the observer and all the things is the best I've seen. I will give a shout out to my community and the community who follow Vitality. They are all the time cheering for us, and no matter what, even if it's a win, if it's a loss. So yeah, a big shout out for them and my teammates, of course.
Welcome back to the arena. Only 3 games left to know who will be the champion of StarSeries, iLeague, Pubg, and who will take this trophy home.
What a fantastic start to the final day we have had. The horses have been kept napping, but FaZe and Vitality have woken up, and they are so close to securing a victory. But there are so many teams still hot on their heels.
Don't forget to follow Pubg SLTV Twitter and Facebook, and communicate and contact us with the hashtag #ChickenKyiv. So thank you guys for staying with us, and over to our analysis.
Welcome back. Now we're gonna talk about those upcoming 3 matches. You know, we have well, we have less than 2 hours basically to
Yeah.
finish the entire event, right? And we're having this tournament for so far for 4 days, so it's actually incredible amount of time, incredible amount of games, and now we're gonna go into the finish line. Tell me your best, your favorite moment from the tournament so far.
My favorite moment from the tournament so far. That's really tough. I think that seeing sort of the craziness of like 4 a.m. being coming out of sort of really just struggling to sort of feel the meta into winning a game, and then just right afterwards seeing them fighting with Entis for that chicken dinner and then having it ruined by Maluk was also really exciting. Not just like because Korea and China lost, but because it was a really intense fight that I think summed up the whole tournament, seeing 3 regions battling for strength.
Mister, the same question to you.
For me, that's a really difficult question, but I think the domination of Liquid in the first 2 days, that's just something I won't forget really fast. Also with the same kind of circles in the earlier few days to the west. We have seen some really good fights though from FaZe and Vitality as well, and yeah, that's certainly a tournament we're going to look back at.
All right, now let's take a look at the standings since we had a short break, so
Yeah.
maybe some people didn't see it before. FaZe Clan is at the first place so far, 182 points difference between them and Liquid. Vitality, basically, right after this game, we're gonna see who is still in the game, in the play for the top finishes.
Yes.
So this next game is gonna show us that how FaZe Clan, how Team Liquid, how Vitality, how Tempo Storm need to approach the game, and most likely a Vanguard.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be sort of the pivot game in terms of the top 6.
Yep.
Everyone else, they get a chance. They can try to play spoiler. They can try to sort of get themselves higher up. Remember, everyone gets paid, so that the higher you go, the more money you get to make in terms of where your position is. So that, I think, could be the key in these next 3 games, is some of these teams that are sort of on the hunt to get that higher payday could play spoiler and really mess up some of those top 3 or 4 teams.
Mister, do you think someone will be so nasty and just hot drop anyone?
Ooh, that's a really good question. I would love to see it though, because they basically will decide who's going to be higher on the leaderboard.
I mean, you think about IFTY, hot dropped FaZe, I think it was day 2 or day 3 at the end of it, and caused some trouble. They actually killed one of the FaZe players because they were so shocked to see them there. So it wouldn't be surprising to see a team like that do it again. And that's a little bit intense because you lose one player as FaZe to a unexpected drop, and suddenly it blows the doors wide open for Vitality and Liquid.
That is a good point. You were speaking to Team Silomid during the break, and they are here at the 9th place on the brink of breaking into the top 8. But they still are, I think, 150 points below the next team.
Yeah, and they said no excuses, but they do feel like they've been sort of trying to get the middle of the circles, and every single time the circle's like moving away from them pretty aggressively. So I don't know what they're wearing. They did not wear their circled catnip, if you will, because it is running away.
I mean, we've been talking about it. We already kind of felt like that TSM was chasing the circles for the last couple of days. Obviously, it's still a thing about you still have to think about how do you counter that, and we did see some questionable rotations later in the game, even when they perfectly countered these circle shifts.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to take a mental toll, though, right? Like at some point when you feel like we didn't get it again, like there's just that has to affect your rotations.
Yeah, it's probably they're probably waiting for a circle and they're praying like we are praying for military circles.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, don't shift
This is
away.
our time. This is our time.
And then they, and then they see the shift. They're like, oh, not again.
Let's not count out also the 10th and 11th place, because Ghost Gaming and Vega Squadron, actually very interesting since Vega was down below at the bottom of that bracket for the past 3 days basically, right? I mean, sorry, for 2 days, first 2 days. But now they made like a small comeback, and if they're gonna win, let's say 2 next games, they're gonna be breaking into the top 8. Maybe not even winning, just finishing
Right,
12.
you never know. I mean, we might get 3 military circles in a row. Crazier things have happened. They may perform really well. They do well in that area. And even with nothing but a shotgun and an Uzi, they can still get second place with a military circle. So maybe this time they get some loot and they actually win it.
The shotgun and the Uzis.
I think I like that he was trying to pretend that the double barrel was like a car, because he had it sort of like was peeking with it. I think he was trying to trick them into believing he had range.
Well, if you have a choke on it,
that's true.
Maybe your opponent was like a sliver of health, right?
Yeah, probably a Reddit shot or something. He wanted to be famous.
Would have been cool. I mean, honestly, Uzi has a horrible iron sight, but at the same time, it's useful to like 75 meters.
It's range effective up to 75 meters if you can handle the iron sight. That said, it's not a ton of damage. So the problem is, in the last circle, you got guys running at you with like tier 3 vests and helmets, and you're like, let me bring out my plinker. You know, it's just not usually going to work as well as you'd like.
Yep, that is correct. Well, now let's before we jump into the game, we still have to talk about the fact that now the top teams, right? They need to handle not only the game itself but also the stress, right? This is a challenge for all the IGL, for the in-game leaders to adapt correctly towards the circles, towards the plane path, sorry, and well, also to give the motivation to the players, right? When it comes to Team Liquid, Mr. You mentioned Ibiza being the cheerleader and so on, so we know exactly what's going there. But Toffee, do you know anything about, let's say, Vitality when it comes to their leadership?
I know that they have a strong leadership, but really it comes down to they share the stress. In a situation like this, I think a team like Vitality thrives because they have worked together for so long that they can depend on each other to sort of pick them up when they get down, when you get frustrated. If somebody does lose focus and can't make the call, somebody else can step into that role very effectively.
Yeah, I think for Vitality and FaZe especially, they got a lot more LAN experience than compared to Liquid, so the chances for them to being able to play consistently is way higher than compared to Liquid.
But I think the question that you brought up is really valid, and Mista, in the context of you've been in a position as a pro player, like when you're ahead of the pack and you're wrapping up the last game, how does that affect the way that you play? Is it too tempting to play passive?
Well, you will take a look at the scoreboard, and if you see some teams that are contesting your rankings, you might want to play a little bit more passive to secure the points and not take any risk, because it's still a risky game. You still have to make decisions and be like, hey, is it worth the risk to take this fight and get this compound? It's always a question if the circle is going to be near that compound. So it's all about investing your time or your players to make a play like that.
By the way, when it comes to those head-to-head stats between FaZe and Vitality, look at this. This is really interesting.
They're so similar.
FaZe has first place with 2.9k points, but they have less than 12 less kills than Vitality. The damage is very similar, right? But Vitality with those 12 kills is actually getting up their numbers by 72 points in this case. So that's something that counts and is being summed up. Every single game can make a difference.
I think that comes down to FaZe was consistent throughout the whole process. Vitality had a couple of rough games, and they're being forced to play aggressively to use those kills to try to make up the differential. And that's what I think is going to be very important for those teams that are below FaZe right now to do that. I think we'll see the kill counts fall off on FaZe, and we'll see the kill counts pick up dramatically on those next 3 or 4 teams in the rankings.
Didn't we see that already in the previous game?
The what?
FaZe was kind of being more passive on the kills, right?
Yeah, so on the first few days, FaZe they were consistent, but they didn't really survive as a pack. So what will happen is that what they do really well, by the way, if they have 1 or 2 people alive, they know how to play passive, they know how to snake if they're alone, and that's probably why they're still a little bit lower than the other teams kill-wise, but it is still a really important factor to secure the points.
What about the other regions, right? We're talking mostly here about NA and EU, but we also have representatives of Asia region, right? South America, LG kind of picked up their game during this last day. They didn't really perform well during, first 2 days, and this was like a big test for them since they're the newer team.
I chatted with Teknosh yesterday, and you guys should definitely go back and check it out if you're a big fan of Luminosity, because he was very honest with us. And he said, we came in, we sort of put up this, we can do it, we're going to be great. We genuinely thought that we were as good, and then we didn't realize just how big a difference it is to play with these 16 teams. He said every shot hits, rotations are insanely difficult, and things that work where we train just do not work here. So to their credit, since day one, I think that the players themselves have been working very hard to improve and to get better based on the meta, and I would be worried if I was a Brazilian team who had to play against these when they come back, because Luminosity is going to go back to Brazil as a significantly stronger team than when they got to Kiev.
It is something to respect, though, because they knew what was going wrong. They knew their difficulties, and they were not really complaining about other things. They were not blaming the game, what other teams most like to do. So, yeah.
That's also that's also a factor that applies to casual players too.
Yeah.
In my personal experience as well, when I started playing PUBG, is that when you lose a game or you're getting killed, it's 99% or 9 out of 10 situations it's your fault,
Right.
and it's not the game's fault. It's like your bad positioning, too early or too late rotations, or you just missed a shot, right?
Yep.
So basically, there's so many factors in PUBG that that are affecting your outcome and the result of the game that you have to be self-aware to improve, because you need to question yourself, what did we do wrong? Maybe there was another option, maybe even like 10 minutes earlier, that we could have changed, right, mister?
Yeah, and it's really good to plan your strats ahead. If you're only basing your rotations on like a little bit of info, you're going to have a bad time. We saw that LG had some difficulties, even though they had the best starting position in the game. South George, they like South George. I'm not so sure if they are switching around North George, South George, but any other team would sign for South George if they knew they were going to have it for free.
Your value as a PUBG player is not measured by when you get the gun and when you get the circle, but it's measured by how you respond when you don't. And I think that's what's been impressive about this tournament.
Those difficult situations are important the most, but now let's go into a difficult game with the casters, because this is going to be a test for all the teams here in Kiev.
Thank you very much, guys. At the analyst desk, we are back once again with the familiar duo you're very much used to. My name is Joel, Sophie, and along with me is Moses on the desk here. Final day, and we have so many to play for, and all these teams, the nerves are getting there. How do you feel the match is coming up?
The nerves are a great point. These teams have said today they're going to come in with aggression. And as the games have progressed, as the leaderboard has begun to solidify at the top end, people are starting to play a little bit more cautious. They're worried about taking risks. They're worried about potentially losing placement points, and that's leading to some tough decisions. We saw Tempo Storm drop a very tough game, affecting their standings, and now Vitality, Liquid, and FaZe are kind of sitting atop the leaderboard, but still it is very tight. Liquid needs to continue to perform, and we'll see what happens in this next game.
And we saw how Liquid really found a lot more success when they were on the aggressive side, but last game, finishing around the top 10-ish, but still with 0 kills. When's the last time we saw Team Liquid finish a game? Even at top 15, they got a few kills to end the game, so the aggression has been there for the earlier parts of the tournament, but coming to the late, you talk about the nerves getting there. Team Liquid, 0 kills. What does that translate into?
I mean, it's an abomination for Liquid. There's nothing that can really be said. They had and still do have the highest kill count in the entire tournament, and having a game with 0 kills, not a bad placement overall, but not something you would expect to see from such a top fragging team.
It really is, and we expect to see the best out of Liquid and best out of FaZe and Vitality, currently holding the top 3 positions as we begin the last 3 matches to decide it all and to see who's going to be the winner of the first ever Star Ladder PUBG event here in Kyiv, Ukraine. And about to get ready to go. And what exactly the teams that you're going to be specifically looking for?
I mean, I'm going to be looking for FaZe to continue their consistent push to win this tournament. They've been so good through this entire weekend, and not to mention the days prior. They've just been ultra consistent. They've just been slow rolling, winning game after game, not to mention always placing very well. But I would love to see Liquid push for this. They have so much riding on this tournament. They're a newer team. This is their first LAN appearance, and they've had such an incredible performance. I'd hate to see it go to waste.
It really is. We have to just remind ourselves for all the success that Liquid has brought to this tournament that really most of these players in this team, it's the first time LAN experience, except Scoom. All these other 3 players are really experiencing it for the first time. They're just really expressing their excitement, all the differences they feel from a LAN tournament compared to the online tournaments they have thrived upon. But coming in here, finding so much success in the earlier parts of the tournament, they want to really kick it up and try to finish off the tournament strong.
I mean, they still have the record for 3 wins in a row. That's not been seen on LAN or in regular competition from what I understand. But for them, it's now about just getting over that initial LAN nerves. That's something that we haven't really covered through this tournament, is that for a lot of these guys, this LAN nerves, that nervousness that comes with live performance hasn't really been reckoned with. We've seen all these teams that have really poor first starts having much better day 2, day 3. So we'll see if Liquid can get over these jitters, get out of their slump, and we're going to take a look at this first initial plane path, fairly neutral, and giving teams a lot of options for landing here.
And a completely diagonal flight path, Moses, as we do see the southeast to a honking northwest, as we do see the Vitality feeling very good about their win they received today, but FaZe came up running to pick up their win of their own in Game 2. So now Game 3, the focus has really been on Liquid this entire time. Maybe FaZe creeping up as the second place until they got the first place position after Day 3. But now we're at the final day. FaZe is up on first. Liquid is second, but not getting much attention because of the lack of aggression we've seen. But Vitality coming in at third. What is this circle? I usually do not like to interrupt my own sentences, but you guys are in for a treat when you look at the minimap of where we see the next circle.
Yeah, and speaking of Vitality and looking at the circle, it's going to be very, very difficult here. This is likely going to be a military base ending. You can already see the rotations coming in from 4AM and Vega. This is not going to leave a lot of playing space for these teams, so early rotations are likely going to be the name of the game here. So teams like Ghost and especially Liquid and FaZe are going to have to make those early starts, giving up very valuable loot here in the early game.
And really, yes, the early rotations have found more success than the later parts of the rotations here, but you talk about FaZe and Vitality coming from Milta Power and Milta respectively. They do have to make the hard crosses around the bridge where IFCY, Vega will be a little bit over there as well. 4AM's holding down the Milta base all to themselves, so it's gonna be a lot of teams they have to go over before they can make the safety rotation onto the safety circle, which is consisted of almost 60% water, as if I can calculate.
Yeah, and we've seen now, this is a question that we have to ask ourselves. There are teams that are going to be looking to get as many kills as possible and improve their standings. If a team like 4AM or Vega or even one of the middling teams, Athletico comes to mind, if they leave Pachinki and set up a potential bridge camp, that second zone might be a huge issue for teams trying to cross if they come late. So I'd be interested to see if that tactic is going to appear here, because the amount of buildings is going to be so few and far between. The centering strategy just is not going to work in this game.
Incredibly interesting to the fact that we haven't had a circle as drastic as this, something from the very first circle of the game. But the last 3 games, they do have to find a lot more surprising factors as you're going to see. Vega and 4AM, we haven't seen many true conflict coming from military base. But Vega making the sound now, 54th on the motorcycle, does gonna expose himself on audio-wise as 4AM. A lot of the members are hiding behind them, but that little X Factor game didn't work out that.
Yeah, so for 4AM, I'd be interested to see if they're going to have the advantage here. They've been here the longest. Vega showing up a little bit late. I would imagine that Vega is going to take the garage compound where you can already see Vampire Games hanging out. I would imagine that from here, they're going to want to hold this choke point. So allowing themselves a little bit of vision on teams transitioning over the bridge. I would like to see a little bit of aggression there out of them, as Vega is still trying to break into the top 9.
And look at the Vanguard here, Nuktiv. Very far away from their home location in North Georgia Polo. He's going to make the first track, going to cross the bridge first and try to find out just about how many number of enemies will be around that bridge. But we also see a Luca from 4AM kind of doing the same, of trying to just drive around, trying to use the utility, kind of the mobility that you can get with these vehicles. But 4AM, another strong team coming from China.
Looking at Avangar on the minimap, and you might not be able to see this just yet as we're taking a look at Luca, the player from Avangar and Octave has actually stopped on the bridge around the little choke point there. There is a small building for him to hold. So Avangar might be the ones to try and set up a bridge camp here, or at least scout players who are coming across early.
And it has been the conflict of Vega and 4AM in this military base. We saw some shots coming down from Maxazor, didn't really connect anything through there, but Entis Ace, Christus is going to make the early entry, trying to be the initial scout to provide information to his teammates, getting a few shots along his way, but there's not really knocked to any significant damage that does trouble him anything. But Christus is going to provide information that shots have been coming through from that specific angle, and that's going to be good information going for Entis Ace.
Avangar getting a knock there on it. Tavello, this is going to be a situation where he's going to be trying to control this bridge. Tavello going down, GOL having a very difficult time through this tournament dealing with any level of aggression, and GOL is going to be hunted, I would imagine, by some of these teams looking to pick up some easy kill points. So for them, they're going to have to stop here, and he's going to try and peek out on Pongo.
And right now, GOL, very low health and still going to try to get out the gatekeeping opportunity, but it really doesn't come through, where Obag, he tried to go for the kind of the kill there with all the 2 people riding down at the motorcycle. He's going to try again with Enino from Vega trying to drive up with the UAC, but I think he has to heal up first before he can do anything.
So an Octave will finish off Tavello, so that is going to be the first death of this game. Now, for Avangard, they are an aggressive team, and they will set up strategies that are maybe a little bit off the radar for some of these other teams. So I'd imagine to see that if Avangard is going to make a move, that the bridge camp might be it.
And really trying to just track how many teams are crossing with Inactive, the only member in Avangard, trying to make this cross here. And Sungjang, coming from Entis Ace, along with his teammates, now going to be the second member to try to cross the bridge, in addition to some people, and also Christis having made the cross already. So Entis Ace makes a very early rotation from their farm starting location. Now they're in military base.
So now looking at the map, we will see IFTY setting up a bridge camp on the other side. So all of these teams looking to get the superior position. There are a ton of players now having to transition into the next zone. IFTY having control of the eastern bridge, the west also being controlled as well. So it's going to be a matter of trying to get across this bridge safely, and neither one is going to be easy.
And thing of unexpectancies, we're trying to find out, in addition to the kind of weird circle we had for the very first one of the game, we're seeing Liquid still in Yasnaya at a squad of 4. Usually we like to see Liquid kind of go for the early rotation, trying to get a good position early, but they have opted for the later rotation for this specific match.
So it looks like Xiaozhu was able to exit his vehicle as it goes up in smoke, but GOL, for some reason, opting to take the same route. He does have cover from Obang, but he had to have communicated to his team that this was being guarded. So that is another loss for GOL early in this game.
And 2 members left remaining, as we do see Avangard from one side and also Obang from the other side doing double gatekeeping duties. And we're going to see Avangard trying to reinforce themselves and kind of combine the units that they have been missing from North Georgia Pool. We see Drainase kind of joining in with Inactive, and Mumino and Keen's going to be coming from the Georgia Pool now on their vehicles together. So it's going to be a 2-2 split for Avangard for the time being, and still, I think they're just trying to add members and to reinforce the gatekeeping duties.
Yeah, I would imagine that for Avangard, they know that to get up into the top 4, top 5 area, that they need to be aggressive, pick up as many points as possible, and that includes a ton of kills. So Avangard is going to reinforce this bridge camp and make sure that no one can get past them unscathed.
It really is, and I'm going to see how teams decide to make the travels north, because at the moment you can get to military base in a couple of ways, and here's one way to do it with Mixie. I mean, the only one in there's another way to do it.
So I like the stunt from Moody, launching the bike into the ocean. Now we've seen a bunch of teams already out in the water. We see FaZe here collecting members in the boat. This is going to be a 4-man strong landing here for FaZe on the boat. So I imagine they're going to try and come around the bottom half of the island. TSM doing the same thing, split out into several boats. Smack riding with APR and Vis also by himself, and we see Captain going down for 4 AM.
And such an extreme circle means that he's not even going to go for the kill here. It seems like IFTY, he's getting shot at from the other side. Kind of noticed that before he went for the kill. Good way to get away from the aggression here, but TK Zun getting the knock onto one of the members of 4 AM. That's going to be a trouble for one of the Chinese teams.
Yeah, so IFTY, having moved off the bridge, this is going to open up a passageway for all of Ghost and Vitality to try and cross. But looking at Vitality, they are actually holding a bridge camp on the eastern side. So we'll see if they can pick up some kills here, as IFTY is taking a ton of damage here.
Oh, and TK Zun! Thought he was going to be doing all right, but all the shots could not be endured, as he does go down in a knock and does go for a kill with Vega Vampire Game, finishing him off in the end. Another kind of gatekeeping duties now, this time cutting out Roxy and the rest of Vitality. Profi is going to go for the kill here and might just get it. Just one ought to do it, and he does get the final shot on it. That will be down for one of the members of Vitality.
So Vitality, I'm not sure being surprised there if they decided to transition and just got caught out, but that is one down for Vitality. And for a team trying to win this tournament, that is a disaster to start this game.
It really is, and we talked about the various movements and various methods of getting your mobility down to the military base. Most people are opting for the cross to one of the 2 bridges. We saw Vitality trying to go for the right side of the bridge and did not work out, with Roxy getting cut off early. But you see a fight opening out here with Vega and IFTY.
Yeah, it looks like Vega is going full aggressive on IFTY, and unfortunately for them. They will be the first team eliminated here in this 18th game. So that is a nice pickup for Vega, who's going to try and hold on to that compound as best they can.
I mean, we see Avangard. They're here once again with more and more members, but they're going to just keep with their current jobs of trying to go with the occupation of gatekeeping duties still on this left bridge where most teams are going to be crossing. And we see Liquid still making the entrance. They have not even get close to the current bridge so far, so they need to make a little bit of movement. And Avangard, I think they're going to be looking for more kills.
Avangard now moving up towards GOL. They are going to be taking that mid-bridge position, a very powerful spot to hold. Great vision there. A lot of lines to be able to shoot on oncoming vehicles. So for now, it's just a matter of clearing out the remnants of GOL.
We're going to see how that really comes into, because GOL and Avangard, both aggressive teams who like to just kind of keep going on with the aggression, and we see the circle that is going to be closing down to, and the second circle is still going to consist of a lot of water, but a lot of centralization means that we're not going to get 100%.
Yeah, and we are seeing that basically a dead center shift here. Avangard still holding control of this bridge, but they are receiving some pressure. I believe that was a trade with GOL, so Keen will have to come up here and res Inuctive. They have cleared out GOL, so that'll be another team eliminated here. Frolicker and C9 transitioning underneath the bridge, but for now, Avangard is going to be holding the best possible choke point in this next zone. That centered point is going to make it very difficult and a lot of pressure on the military island and for those who aren't across yet.
And really, difference maker that might come from Avangard being in such a strong position in the middle of the bridge. Drain is going to get himself away to the bottom side just to get a little more scouting area done, but you saw the kind of the rush that went from Inuctive trying to bait out the two members of GOL who did peek out for the other three members of Avangard to finish them off. So end of the road for GOL for this specific game. But Liquid, this is a team that's still in the northern part of the bridge, haven't crossed to the military island quite yet. To be fair, there's still a lot of water and a little bit of the mainland Erangel still at play.
So Tempo maybe looking to spring a trap here. Maluk hearing the vehicles moving out from Liquid. This could be a very important engagement. Liquid cannot lose this fight. They need to be able to take it to Tempo, but Tempo is pressing the aggression. Both teams in the same position right now where they need to take and win fights to be able to secure those higher positions. But this could go very disastrous for Liquid if they get caught, and it looks like they will be able to get away from Tempo in this instance.
And really, you're going to see that if the gatekeeping duties will bother Liquid on their cross, we saw Avangard just retreat away from them, make themselves count in the safety circle. But we saw Liquid kind of crossing now with 4 a.m. trying to cross out where their current position is, still at the military school where they started. They're going to be going up against Atletico here. Pongo and Cry going to be on those compounds on the defensive positions, where Luca and the other two members of 4 a.m. still in here trying to get the picks on.
Yeah, so it looks like God V has spotted out Pongo down in this shack. He's just seeing the slight peek there. He will land a shot with the Car 98. Pongo having to med immediately. 4 a.m. actually pushing some aggression onto Atletico. This is going to be a pickup for 4 a.m. A team we've seen some signs of life, but have had a couple of difficult games.
4 a.m. going on the extreme aggression here. Luca getting the kill onto Pongo, and the knock will come through, and that will be the secure kill by Captain. But Uncry tries to fight back, but does not really lead to many more knocks that they need. Uncry is going to go down as well. So 4 a.m. very successful in the rush here.
Yeah, so 4 a.m. is going to be able to pick this up. Atletico was split. So for now, they're kind of wondering if there's anyone here left, and it's not going to be the case. So they will get the res. Luckily for everyone else, Avangard has given up the position on the bridge and to opt for a compound. So the bridge is now open to cross, which is going to be a huge, huge deal for a lot of these guys who are potentially trapped on the other side.
And a big update we just got now is that Liquid just lost their one member, James. It's going to be down by Vitality Shiv. So this is going to be the defending compound that they were going to just field upon with Shadow and the rest of the members of Vitality getting the knock and kill onto James. So making Team Liquid from 4 to 3 is going to be a huge difference maker here.
Losing James is a disaster for Liquid right now, and I think I've been using that word liberally so far, but for a team like Liquid, James, one of the top fraggers in this tournament, losing him this early in the game will severely hamper Liquid's ability to trade with other teams. Having only 3 strong, Ibiza, the last fragger remaining, Scoom in the lead position, shot calling, but as far as Samty goes, he's now going to have to step up and try and frag in the absence of James.
So they did make the successful cross, Liquid, but they are still in. Having lost one member from Vitality is going to be a loss for these guys. But LG, Luminosity, a team that has seen much more improvement from day 3 on to day 4, as we do see them kind of pulling at the critical here. But they're going to be in a weak position when it compares to TSM, who can look them from downhill.
Yeah, it looks like TSM will be the ones to spot out LG trying to climb the rocks here. We will get a little bit more of a right of center circle, so a lot of water coming out. Now the options are going to diminish here for Tempo. They will have to cross. Liquid holding in a split position right now. Scoom is split away from Ibiza and Samty, so they're going to have to try and find a way to regroup. But it looks like TSM losing a player to LG right now so far. Break has been knocked, but that will alert the rest of the team that LG is trying to climb these rocks. So they're going to have to get this res off and then deal with the on break of LG.
We thought initially that LG might have been on the weaker position, but TSM Break gets knocked away. Getting the kill doesn't really happen so far. He doesn't get res quite yet. So see, Bebe is the one that initially knocked Break in the first place. I was going to try to look for opportunities to prevent AMPR from getting the res on the Break.
So as far as TSM is concerned, they are having to use utility to block the line of sight from the compound to their south. So that is going to be a lot of utility being used early in this game where they might have to use it later. Teknosh is actually harassing LG a lot Teknosh is actually harassing TSM right now with that Car 98 doing damage. They're still trying to res break. If they cannot res break here, this is going to be a huge loss for TSM.
And really trying to go for the res here. You see AMPR finally doing that. Axe is going to be away from the circle. He's trying to get above the rock. You saw.
He's going to flank him. He's going to flank around these rocks. It's going to be disastrous.
Teknosh did it from the left. X is trying to do that from the right side. So kind of unexpecting a break, and the rest of TSM, are they going to be able to see this? But
they're wide in the open. They're wide in the open right now. If Axe comes around, he could be destroying this entire team. He has no idea that break. He potatoes. That just completely blew that open. Axe had the option to actually take down Break there and blow that flank wide open, but he missed his opportunity.
And that actually could have been very huge for LG, who did kind of sacrifice Teknosh on the left side. We talked about Axe doing the same thing with the flank on the right side, but really just potatoes that aim coming from Luminosity and really missed a big chance to put a huge dent onto TSM.
Break literally dodged a bullet there, and looks like they are going to be able to get away from LG, but at the same time, they've got the circle at their backs. So this is a position we've seen TSM in a couple of times. They're just unable to manage their time, but that's due to the pressure that they've been receiving from other teams, but they're now chasing away from the zone and having to run into a fight with FaZe and Ghost with no cover.
And here's another team that did just face another kill. Tempo Storm losing out one of the members, so they're going to be in the gatekeeping duties trying to get out Myth as much as they can. It's still not going to cross the bridge. They're both outside the play zone at the moment, so in addition to Tempo, Myth, all these teams still have to make their little bit of movement, kind of abandon the gatekeeping duties and make themselves into the circle. But you're going to see Maluk and also your boy Dre trying to get some damage onto Myth as they try to make the late entrance. But really going to go punish here because we see Myth. Escalucia is going to go down in a kill, but really having a hard time with Myth trying to make the circle entrance.
Yeah, so Myth is being held on the bridge. Tempo has them completely zoned right now. Tempo is going to have to move unless they want to take circle damage, so they're going to probably jump in this UAS and get away from there. So while Myth is damaged and healing, Tempo will move out, opting for the better position in the new zone, and they can take this fight a little while later. Just taking a look at the minimap, TSM is being funneled right into Ghost, holding a compound in front of them. So if we could take a quick peek at that, see how they're faring as Tempo sets up to take out Myth in a little while.
It really is. And Myth taking huge damage from that, just from the two members up Tempo, who are the only ones left remaining. Of course, this being one of the top teams at the moment, they're looking to go 4-man strong as well. But this circle that came through from the very beginning of this game made it so difficult for many teams to do so. Now, we don't see many teams with 4-man strong at the moment.
So TSM looks, oh no, they're dropping down. So they're going to have to use the coast area now because they know that they can't push on this compound out of cover. So they're going to have to drop into the ocean, taking fall damage. But 9XT still trying to get into this next zone. He's basically trapped out there, medding in the blue. Axe is back there as well, so LG in rough shape, but for TSM, they've taken a lot of circle damage as well as fall damage, so that's going to put a lot of pressure on their meds in the beginning of this mid-game.
But really just an incredibly weak position that TSM just put themselves in addition to trying to avoid the circle damage. Now, Vis and AMPR, they're going to be in a situation where they cannot climb back up with much difficulty. There's going to be a lot of teams looking down on them.
Ghost has the perfect position right now. They basically ensure that no one is going to be able to push their compound. Ghost will have to leave shortly. TSM is going to circumvent them on the coastline, but now TSM is going to have to figure out a way to get up. And for now, it's going to be LG likely being eliminated here, as it's not going to be either the blue, as we see Myth go out as well. But Axed is going down very quickly. He's been knocked. That is not quite LG eliminated. They still actually have 2 up. But for now, they are in a lot of trouble as Ghost is going to vacate this compound.
Now, Ghost has to get out of this building, but also TSM, they have to swim towards this next safe zone, and it's going to be a long swim to get there because Entis going to be waiting in the bottom parts of that map as well. So if they're going to run into them, you see Sungjang, you see some people, Christis, kind of just waiting for them at the plank. You see them kind of reaching towards that direction, seeing if anyone does pop up, but I think Entis going to go move on here. But Avangard, once again, a very strong position, kind of at the edge of the circle. It's going to be vacated away from everyone else at the moment, kind of in the northeastern part of the circle.
Looking at the overall map, we can see that C9 has the centered compound with Avangard, the second best spot. The coastal area is going to be inhabited by BB with LG, so there is one guy for LG in the zone as we see Ghost pushing on Entis.
And Ghost made the late entrance into the circle, but throws a good grenade to get some people out of there. The knock will eventually lead to a kill. Some people really not having much place to go. It's all about Entis. Can they make the aggression to come back and try to fight some counter shots? But they're just going to be passively running away from this entire situation.
It looks like TSM has picked up a boat and they will lose aim PR. The vehicle will go up and TSM is eliminated in 13th place. That is a heartbreaker for TSM. The vehicle woes continue.
And you have to imagine, it's the vehicles all the time. And you would have last imagined that it would be a water vehicle that ruins their chances as well, because they would have been very excited they can get the mobility out to the next circle, but making so much noise, making that visible tank, that's easy for other people to see from the top of the mountain. It really makes it tough for TSM to move forward here, but we're going to see Fuzzface and the rest of FaZe Clan, they're going to be in the 4-man strong left remaining. There's only 4 teams who have a full squad with Cloud9, FaZe Clan, Avangard, and 4 Angry Men.
And just off screen, we also saw Vitality being eliminated. That is a tremendous loss for them as well. That is going out very, very early in this game, and that's going to be a disaster for them. So ultimately, for Vitality, they're now in a position where FaZe and Liquid are both alive and potentially able to win this game. C9 does have the best spot, Avangard there as well. So looking at this next transition, it will dictate how the rest of this game will play out. So Vitality eliminated. It's a big story going into this end game.
And after having such a wonderful game 1, getting that chicken dinner to really start their day off strong, Vitality does go out pretty early, which means that the likes of Avangard, the likes of more importantly, FaZe, and also Liquid can kind of run away with the scoreboard with a good position in this game.
So now it's up to C9. They are 4 strong in the best compound in the game. They will be defending against both FaZe and Avangard. So C9, the dark horse right now, not able to win this tournament due to points, I believe, unless they might be able to get up into the top 5, but ultimately they will be playing spoiler for some of the better teams. So it's up to FaZe to displace them, Avangard as well. So we'll see how C9 is able to hold this compound.
The teams that have to make the entrance is Avangard, FaZe, Liquid, Ghost, 4AM, and Entis. Even Athletico just barely got themselves in it. Even Vega Squadron, Endenol's going to be alone on his track, swimming down just to be in that water safe zone. But you talked about Cloud9. What difference can they make to all these top teams out there? FaZe Clan's going to be entering from the right side. Liquid's going to be entering from the bottom right side as well. So 4AM now taking some shots at Tempo here, but going to get some counter shots against them as well.
So for Tempo, they're held out in this little field. They can't really do anything about it as we see both FaZe and Avangard pushing. They know that they have to press onto this compound. Avangard is going to be very aggressive.
And a huge mistake coming from Avangard. You would have to imagine that someone would have been already in that compound, but makes a just incredibly hard rush with the car, and that just gets them from a 4-man squad all the way down to elimination.
Avangard felt like they had no choice and they wanted to press on that compound in speed and fury, and it completely fell apart for them. FaZe is now going to try and opt to hold a vehicle push in this little open field. They're going to use the line of sight to prevent any fire onto them. So the vehicles will be set up, and they will use that as open cover. They know they can't take that compound, as Tempo Storm is also eliminated. So now it's going to be a situation where FaZe is going to have to fight in the open. Their skills will be tested.
And you see where FaZe is currently located. They got themselves on the little bit of the bottom of the hill, just on the top right side of this current circle at the moment, which is going to be away from everybody else. C9 is going to be the only one that's really close to them to make a difference, but Liquid is trying to make their entrance as well. You see the number 3 icon kind of make their entrance into the next place, but 4AM is going to be firing some shots at them as well. But we see a big picture of what we're looking at here. But all of these teams are currently in the safe, so it's not going to be a matter of circle damage that makes a difference, but it's going to be about positional changes and all these shot differences that could come to change the late game.
So for C9, this next transition is going to be extremely important. There is a fairly good chance that this compound will stay in through this next zone. If it centers entirely, there will be no cover, and that will mean that all these teams will have to battle it out in the open. And we see Liquid basically taking some casualties here. Samty being killed, Scoom is down. Liquid is facing disaster here.
And after losing James on their entrance into the military down, that's going to be a huge loss. Another one coming in. Bisa kills Scoom from the explosion. Obviously, that wasn't the initial way that Scoom did go down, but in the end, a tragedy. Losing 2 members, Samty, and also Scoom goes down with Lee Bisa being the last man remaining.
So Ibiza trying to destroy that vehicle to create cover. Scoom getting a little bit too close, so accidentally TKing his teammate in an effort to save him. So now Liquid going down to 1, going into full defensive mode, and as predicted, the circle has shifted in the favor of C9 and FaZe.
It really is, and the next circle could have been the important one, and C9 still within that safe compound does not have to get out just as to defend their current positions, but the only squads that are currently full at the moment with 4AM, Cloud9, and FaZe Clan, all of them are in the safe at the moment. 4AM has to make a little bit of movement, but FaZe and C9 looking in good positions.
Liquid is eliminated in 8th place. That is a tough situation for them. Not an easy circle to contend with. It is not going to be simple for anyone. Right now, Atletico, Entis, LG, and Vega are all on the coastline, with 4AM setting up their own vehicle spot just outside the center. So now it's going to be C9 riding this compound, and FaZe looking to try and displace them.
And true teams that are in for contentions for the chicken dinner are the 3 teams you see above on the table on the top left. 4AM, Cloud9, FaZe Clan, 3 of these squads are the ones that really are expected to win this whole thing, but it's going to be a lot of these Sea Dogs that you see on the top left side of the map at the moment. These are the teams that really want to just survive and try to survive as long as they can. LG being eliminated, Atletico, Entis, Vega, you see them still in the water, just trying to avoid the circle and trying to get to the safe without taking any damage.
You can see Jempty putting a lot of pressure onto 4AM. 4AM using the vehicle setup. Not a lot of cover to be able to use there. It's not quite well set up. They need to have those vehicles a little closer together for them to be effective. So popping tires to make sure they cannot reposition their vehicles. This is a smart play from FaZe Clan.
But already 4AM did make themselves into the safes for now, so it's not going to be a trouble of moving to the next part. But next circle will be a difference maker here, as we see Hexeti trying to just take out some fish here and just catch them out. Not really kills coming through, but all these teams with 1 or 2 members remaining, they're going to be the ones to try to fight for that 4th and 5th and 6th spot, but really the top 3 is going to be the one to look at.
FaZe has basically made sure that anyone in the water is essentially out of this game. Atletico is not going to be able to get out of the water without being seen by Buzzface. So for now, it's a matter of who makes landfall first and who does FaZe kill first.
It really is, and Vega, Atletico, and also Entis being there as well. Seems like Sangjang actually got a kill onto Nefor coming in from Atletico, so it's going to be Korean coming in. It's going to be C9 trying to go for aggression here. Like I said, they're still in the safe until this next circle, so they really don't have a reason to get out of this compound until they see what the next circle presents.
So looking at the next transition, it is going to be in the favor of FaZe. So now C9 is going to have to push the gap over cover with utility likely onto FaZe. So it's going to be a C9, potentially 4 a.m., however, is still 4 up, and they are lurking towards that compound. They're going to have to come the same way, and they do down Moody.
Oh, and Moody does go down, as you did say. 4 a.m. Godfrey getting the knock on that one. They're trying to get as much kill as possible. You see Sangjang and Hefka trying to just fight it out, but more importantly, this fight is on-centered here. FaZe going to make the huge rotation with Mixi going as the first strike on and getting in this very good position in this next circle.
So he's going to set up between the crate and his vehicle. He will be able to guard the water and pick up some crate loot, so that's going to be a big boon for Mixi. 4am is now distracting C9. C9, I think they were able to get the res on the Moody, so that's going to be a nice pickup for them, but 4am is essentially allowing Mixi and the rest of FaZe to set up in the last play zone. FaZe is going to have to clean up the water gang here with Heffa, Sanjang, and Enenol there in the water. So that's going to be 3 more teams that will be eliminated as 4am is slowly being picked apart by Cloud9.
So much action does have to be focused around where FaZe and Cloud9 is at the moment, with 4am being on the bottom part of this next circle, which makes it so difficult to make that cross without being fired at. We see already the damage coming through for 4am as we see Moody getting the next knock onto Luca, and 4am was going to go down. The last member standing is Gokun, and he might not stand for very long as well. He's still on the bottom part, and they receive 4am. All of a sudden, very much in the top contention for top 3, does go down in 6th.
Yeah, so it looks like Moody was able to steal that kill from FaZe. So it looks like Atletico will be the first man onto water. Heffa, last man standing, and he is eliminated, so Atletico is out. And now it's just up to Vega. Vega just trying to swim around, but they will likely be going out here very, very quickly. So this is going to be a C9 situation with Frex pushing.
And right now, all of a sudden, they make the hard push that Yempty did not expect at all, and that's suddenly going to be the first man going down for FaZe. And is that going to lead to anything as we see C9 still 4 members strong with FaZe now on the back foot?
Yeah, like FaZe was absolutely surprised. They were trying to shoot at Atletico. Meanwhile, C9's utility came out, and now C9 has put FaZe into a situation where they are 4v2.
And Mixi and Fuzzface still at very low health at the moment. Frex does go down, which is going to be kind of a 3v2 situation. Mixi and Fuzzface, they have to be careful, but they're going to be behind that car. Not much area to move around, so I wonder if C9 is going to make the big rotation trying to make the flank here.
So Moody's going right up to them. He's going to go full auto. He's right on top of him. He has no idea.
Oh, and Fuzzface going down, and Mixi might be the last one going down, and C9 with the beautiful flank they had with the outnumbering system. They do get the win, and the the next chicken dinner does go over to Cloud9.
So that was a very nice push. The utility came out, the path was made, and C9 pushed right onto FaZe. Full aggression. That is exactly what you need to displace the best team in this tournament so far. So C9 stealing one from FaZe there, and that is going to be a big favor for Liquid, but FaZe still getting that second place. But this top 5 is very different than what we've been seeing this whole tournament.
When we talk about the top 3 teams that we've been looking at so far, FaZe is going to be getting 2nd, Liquid is going to be getting 8th, and I think about Liquid is going to be down there, but Vitality is going to be down at 12th.
Yes.
So it's going to be a huge amount of difference between 2nd, 8th, and 12th. All these games that are left remaining, we have 2 now left remaining. All these games will play a big factor, and FaZe gets another big win.
So for FaZe here, the second place is not what they want, but that is so typical of FaZe, finding a way into the top 5. So for Liquid and Vitality, 2 teams who have been trying to catch this powerhouse, are now so much further behind them. They're going to have a huge final couple of games here to get anywhere near to where they were before.
So barely ahead in first was FaZe after day 3. So all these little point differences they make compared to the other 2 teams is going to make them feel good moving forward. Now they only have 2 games left to play, and FaZe, can they keep their lead and really just stay strong to get the championship in the end?
So looking at Liquid here, we're seeing some faces of disappointment. They are a little bit razzled here. Liquid trying their best to get out of this slump. Since day 1 and day 2, where they had so much success, things have not been going their way. This is now time where they need to dig very deep and figure out a way to get back into this tournament, and also try and secure that top place that they had for so long.
Now we have been looking at FaZe and Liquid this entire time and focused so much on those specific 2 teams, but we're going to see after FaZe getting 2nd, Cloud9 getting another chicken dinner, we're going to head it over to an interview to see what the players have to say.
I'm on stage right now with Frolica from Cloud9, who picked up, I believe, your 2nd chicken dinner of the tournament, but more importantly, the first one of today. So, how does it feel on the final day to actually go back to a performance that you saw earlier in the tournament?
Well, we're definitely looking forward to pulling a win today. hoping to bring 2 in a row. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to.
Well, you got 2 more matches after this, so you might be able to get even more and more. But I mean, we were just having a quick chat. We were saying the way the points have worked out, you guys aren't going to be able to take first or possibly even second, but it's all about getting that placement and seeing how high you can get. How high do you think that Cloud9 can get by the end of this tournament?
I think that we can take at least #1 North America team. That's our goal.
That's a good goal to have eventually. You've got to have something there. You think you can take down the likes of Tempo Storm. I mean, they were a little bit weaker on, shall we say, on the first 2 matches, but they've started to constantly keep growing their position. What do you think it's going to take from you to beat out Tempo Storm and claim that goal of yours?
The fire, the want for that #1 NA. I think we can get it.
Well, the best of luck to you with achieving your goals, Froliker. Thank you very much. We're going to take it over to the analyst and see if Cloud9 can actually match up and get that #1 NA spot.
Thank you very much. We're back at the analyst desk. Seems like the dominance of FaZe starts to pile up, right? And that means they are going really confident into the last 2 games, but at the same time, they cannot let their guards down. How do you think it will go?
I mean, it's FaZe, and the hard part about this is that I know that FaZe is consistent, and even if they have 1 bad game, you know they're going to come back and be in 3rd for the next one. So this is sort of a situation where everyone needs a replay of sort of a Vanguard at the end of Katowice to sort of keep it close, right? Maybe have them have a couple of bad games, but you've played FaZe. I mean, how often is it you see FaZe drop the ball?
That's a really good question because normally I would die earlier than them. So no, but really, honestly, FaZe is such a consistent team, and that's what the point difference will be really like 400 points now, 300, something like that.
They had, I think, 150, 180 before the game, right? Now they're getting 200 for the 2nd place plus 10 kills. That means 260.
Exactly.
And let's see.
Liquid
Zero, for the placement, they get around 80, maybe something like that. So it's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, that's the thing. FaZe didn't really have games like Liquid has right now. And that is literally what the difference is right now.
That is correct.
Literally, FaZe is going to have to go out early. That's the only option for these teams. So I don't know if we'll start to firebomb them and attack them directly right out of the gate, or what you do. But if FaZe can continuously, I guess, finish top 10 going forward, then they should be in a position to win this.
Hey, maybe Liquid just hot drops FaZe, eliminate them.
I would love
F16,
to see that.
And that's the chance to actually get back on the horse, right?
Well, they won't fight in the game only. They will also fight in the studio then, if that will actually happen. But yeah, I would love to see. I got a crush on Liquid personally, but I would love to see Liquid, make a comeback. But it's going to be really difficult. FaZe really needs to screw up.
Well, we'll see. 2 more matches, that's a lot of time, and a lot of situations can happen. We know how Pubg is, right? This circle right now that happened was favoring some teams, but at the same time, it left little room for error.
Yeah.
There was no readjustments. First circle was already dividing teams by good and bad.
Yeah, we went from the 1st circle to the 4th circle for all intensive purposes, right? With the amount of landmass that was available. We saw teams setting up bridge camps that we haven't seen since the early days of the game, right? I haven't seen somebody lying in I haven't seen anybody lying in the dump truck for a very long time. But they did that because you got to go for the kills.
Yeah, that is some highlights from this. Those are hilarious. Really, I love them. Those highlights on the bridge and on the other bridge as well. On Irango is being brought to you by GeForce Experience with the Shadowplay highlights that you can also use on your own PC. All right, well, this is the situation where Vega finished off Ifty and got some kills, and in general, they nabbed the 3rd place, right?
Yeah, they got 3rd place. It was nifty. They brought out the automatic shotgun. We don't get to see that used very often in competitive play. But at the end of the day, the 2 kills they got were both IFTY, and they could have got caught in the next rotation and finished off, because that was a tough circle. There's not a lot of cover in that area. There's the one house that went to Cloud9 very early. Then you have 4AM's Craig position, and then we're sort of FaZe played in that sort of beachhead, which is tough because you have to earn your way into it until the blue closes.
It really surprised me though that compound was still available after the 2nd circle shrink. I'm used to if I rotate way too early, too late, or during the 2nd circle, normally everything would be taken. But for some reason there was even 2 compounds. Also, Vanguard had the same sort of situation. They also got a compound for free, even though they went there late. Cloud9 went there by swimming under the bridge, and they went on the beach and they still got there for some
I think it was
reason.
because we saw the crazy amount of people sort of fighting around the bridge. Everyone had to make really long rotations or boat rotations.
Yeah.
So Cloud9, in a weird way, their swimming strategy was faster because everybody had
Yeah.
to drive so far around or fight across the bridge.
My God, did you see that the highlight between LG and I think that
Atletico
was
was-
Atletico,
yeah.
right? LG had the opportunity to just go away, but instead he was looking for the fight and paid the high price.
I mean, but that's what LG wants to do right now. You want to get some kills. You want to get some good plays out. You want to try to really show, hey, I can hang with these guys. So I respect him trying to do that. This is their position on the feet. So this is actually what cost FaZe the game. Is I think it was a smart play, but they were watching Atletico. They in Vega. They were trying to get these free mermaid kills, and C9 knew that and made some really cool, aggressive rotations to get them.
Yeah, that's the thing. So 2 of them are at the airdrop right now, and the other 2 were basically protecting them from a different angle. So the other 2 at the airdrop were focusing on the waters. So I'm quite sure they they were asking each other. Like the 2 in the back, they should have held the compound. That's what they probably were asked for, but they didn't.
Yep.
They were greedy for the kills. I'm quite sure that happened, and C9 took them.
It was just
by
Moody
surprise.
just ran at him, and you could see after we cut to the win and we jumped over to them, Moody was just laughing. They were all sort of slapping him on the back. So I bet I can hear him going, "Guys, I'm just gonna go for it," and then being like, "Sure, why not?" And then him getting there to that Jeep and being like, "It's working."
That's how I know him. I think he even rushed him with the burst on the M6.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so if you hit your shots there, I mean, from that distance, it's really difficult to miss, obviously.
I think it was actually a good call since there was no angle
Oh, yeah.
for FaZe to shoot at them, and with the burst rifle on M16, that's the highest DPS rifle in the game.
I mean, if you're going to push, that's the way to do it. But you could actually see there was this moment where I think FaZe, it clicked, hey, is anybody watching the compound? Because at that last second, you saw the FaZe members start to sort of turn and face where Moody was coming from, but it was just too late.
Well, the teammates, the Cloud9 teammates in the back were also holding Moody's push, which is really an important thing, because if you just push without being able to be traded, you're going to have a bad time.
This is probably the moment where Moody is pushing, right?
This is the Frex flank. Frex actually ran out to the side, and that forced the guys on the Jeep who were supposed to be watching the box flank to fight him at the blue, which is when Moody sort of made that hard push.
They almost clutched it though, because they were both 1 HP, and they had their first aid off. Here they got a knock on solid as well. So Moody and Froliker are alive. They got caught by the surprise. That smoke, by the way, won them the game.
Yeah.
That's correct. Now let's see the standings. Bottom 8. Game of Life, Ifty, solo mid at 14. It's not looking great for them to break the top 8. Team Vitality, unfortunately, very bad game for them. Only 41
I
points.
expected more based on their position. They got wiped out by FaZe. Yeah, FaZe wiped them out. Vitality had a better position in my opinion, but I think they got caught off guard. FaZe at the high ground, and it's really difficult to defend yourself.
Everybody gets a bad game unless it's the final 3 of the tournament. And no, you can't do that. So unfortunate for Vitality. Only 1 kill too, so they're going to have a hard time playing catch-up after this.
Now the top 8 of the last game, that was the 18th game by the way, guys. Out of 20, we're almost there. We're gonna know our champion pretty soon. Cloud9, 316 points. FaZe, 260. Vega Squadron, 192. And this ace with the top 4 finish gives them a boost.
Yeah.
Maybe they will break into the top 6 after those 2 next games. For Angry Meng, the same. Exactly the same points. Look at that. But the
With
difference
11.
is...
I think didn't 4 Angry Men got like 6th or something? Because there were 4 people swimming in the water.
Oh yeah, that is true. So they were actually pretty far back there in terms of placement points. That said, they just got a ton of kills, and they actually made a really strong rotation. Remember, they had a position, and Liquid ultimately took it once they left it to get that sort of rock overlook that let them get a lot of kills in the water.
Yeah, it was a really good rotation because the west side of the circle, there were a lot of rocks there, and there was no way for you to get up there. And they even though it didn't seem like an improvement, based on where other teams were, it was a good improvement.
We also have to mention Ghost Gaming because they seem to be working better together starting from this day, right? With Profi, if I'm not mistaken, being the shot caller. Now they're doing that they're getting better results. 6 kills, 8th placement. They might be going into a higher placement in the bottom 8, maybe even breaking it to the top 8 at the finish.
Yeah, I mean, then that's what you want to see. You're coming into this tournament, you're down a man, you're sort of dealing with the ramifications of using a substitute, and being able to sort of get some performance, get themselves into the top 8, I think is going to be really valuable for them from just a mindset perspective.
By the way, on another note, I totally forgot to say this. Cloud9 didn't go for Primors this time. They actually went Kameshki. And they won right away. That's an
Nice.
interesting thing.
Interesting.
Okay, that brings some new light to the game, since Cloud9 is one of those teams that adapted really well in this entire tournament. They did start with the south of Pochinki, then they moved to Primorsk, now they moved to Kameshki for that 18th game. We're gonna see what's gonna happen in 19th and 20th. But so far, kill leaders. And we started with 4 a.m. since they had, as you mentioned, the early game mermaids, right?
Yeah, they took out a lot of the mermaids. They also camped the bridge. So 4 a.m. essentially anywhere that they could find a place to try to pick somebody off, they stopped the cars and went for it. So that's the key. Is we talked about that. These teams need to play aggressive, and 4 a.m. I think did that very effectively.
All right, now we have damage leaders, and we have 4 a.m. again on the top 2 places with Captain and Godvi racking together over 1.1k damage. But now Fastface, he is consistently showing up on those leaderboards.
Well, Fuzzy, man, for some reason, always top 5 with the damage. He's a really important player for his team. Always making he's not only the one with the most damage, but he's also doing the more important frags. The entry frags where a team actually kind of falls apart.
Well, I have an important question. What if he shaves the beard? Will he still have the nickname Fuzzface?
I mean, I don't think he'd have to change it, right? Like
Flat face,
you have to fear the beard.
I know, right?
Shave face. All right, well, now we have knock leaders with Frax from Cloud9 with 4 of them, Mixi with 3, Minor with 3, Miko with 3, and Yempty with 3. Pretty even scores here.
Yeah, I mean, it's because we fought in a giant open area, right? So, like, the knocks were pretty exchanged. Most of the knocks resulted in kills. You didn't see sort of an overwhelming amount of people getting knocks and then losing things. Pretty straightforward stuff. Headshot leaders is interesting to me. CPT at 6, Fuzz at 6. That's a lot of headshots. And again, because we had that wide open beach locations, because we were working on the bridges, it was a lot of like sort of you knock, you die, easy pickoffs, trying to get people on the run.
Now we have the head-to-head stats between Cloud9 and 4 a.m. The same amount of kills, but different placement. Look at the difference in points. Almost twice.
Well, and this is the value here, right? So let's say, for the sake of argument, 4 Angry Men knows that they're sort of in that position that they're in sort of top 8, but not really in the top 1. Let's say they manage to get to that position where Cloud9 is. They pick up another 7 kills because they get to first place, they get the first place points, and then all of a sudden they're right back into the mix for the top 4. And that's, I think, a really effective way to play. So I take my hat off to 4AM. I respect that they're willing to go after it like that.
Aggressive strategy seems to be working for them, and maybe they're gonna pull off even higher results, better results in those 2 last games. Mister, difference between Cloud9 and FaZe, anything important for you standing out?
Not really. I mean, they got more damage overall, but I think they were actually forced to do more damage to other teams because they had a worse position than Cloud9 had. So Cloud9 doesn't necessarily need to expose themselves. FaZe literally had to shoot their way through to get a better position.
All right, now the important part. So, standings after the 18th game. The dominance of FaZe is slowly just turning their head in. 3.2k points, and that's almost 400 points over Liquid. That is a lot. That is like a win with 16 kills, something that Liquid is capable of, or was capable of, during the first 2 days. Your takeouts.
I mean, if FaZe were to say, super unlucky, die in 16th with no kills, Liquid could catch them with a win, and I think like 5 kills. Vitality would need a win, and maybe 10. So there's still the options of we could get there. The problem is, FaZe is one of those teams that sticks around, and they just don't die.
I mean, they screw up sometimes, but it's really rarely. So at this point, do we have to ask ourselves, do we guess who's going to be the second place instead of the first place? Because I'm not just going to say, it's really obvious who's going to get first, but we're not able to go around it.
Yeah, FaZe just can't drop. This is the game for FaZe to decide,
Mhm,
right? If
mhm.
they play well and they don't drop the ball, they're securing themselves. All right, we're probably going to get first. And it'll be a really good battle, I think, between Liquid, Vitality, and potentially even Tempo Storm, depending on this game, for that second and third position.
The question is, what will Liquid try to do, right? Do they want to play for the win in the entire tournament, or do they want to play safe for the second place, right? Because if they want to be aggressive and try to win the game, they need to kill first FaZe and just let them be 16th, right?
I mean, we sort of saw that at Katowice. Optic had the same option, and they dropped. They were obviously they usually drop next to a Vanguard, but they started taking a couple of shots early on, forced a Vanguard's hand. They made a mistake, and they ended up going out first. So yeah, they could do that, but it's a big change for Liquid because them to dropping into FaZe's house is a very dangerous proposal because no one's practiced there. No one else drops there. No one else is experienced with that loot cycle.
I do think that Liquid has too much pride to actually go for just for 2 because they were so dominant if it comes down to kills. If they are able to get, if they're able to get the first place, they will try it the best they can. But we gotta be realistic. It's going to be really difficult.
Hopefully, maybe we're gonna see some action from Liquid early on and FaZe. We're gonna see how that pans out after the break. And we're back. Short breaks, right? I think we should also talk about the other part of the bracket because we didn't speak a lot about the places from 9th to 16th. So maybe we can bring up the results, the standings from the second part of the bracket. I would like to point out to Vega Squadron. I would like to point out to Solo Mid because those teams are kind of like on the point where they can break into the top 8 still.
Right.
Still.
And
right?
that's the next pay cycle, right? So ultimately, if you can get 8 to 5, you get more money. So there's a definite benefit to sort of playing a lot more aggressive because if you're in that position where you're 9 through 12, what do you have to lose? Worst case scenario, you end up lower on the bracket, you get paid the same amount of money. You may as well take the risk and try to get that better payday.
Yeah, Mr. What do you think? What's the approach here?
That's a really good question because most of these teams have a lot of struggles with surviving as a 4.
Yeah.
And I mean, Vega has been improving a lot. They were dead last in the first 2 days, I believe.
Yeah.
So I think from all these teams, Vega has the highest chance to getting in the top 8. They just have to hope that Antis, I'm quite sure they are 8 right now, that they screw up. But yeah, as long as they are able to survive as 4, anything is possible in this game.
We actually have Antis and 4AM I think next to each other in around 40 points. So the difference between 7 and 8 is not that big. So for Vega Squadron, if they manage to go up and up and up, they will third this game, right? If they can be top 3 again 2 times in a row, they can break easily into the top 8.
And it'd be great for them considering how rough their start was, right? They were 16th at one point. So to be able to come back from the tournament and say, listen, yes, we struggled, but we climbed all the way up into the top 8. I think is a very big deal for this team.
We actually have an interview with Vega Squadron, so before we jump into the game, let's take a look at that.
Okay.
54 никнейм появился из-за игры Knights and Merchants, очень старая игра, 98-го года, по-моему. Мы с братом в нее играли, когда были маленькие. Вот. И там была одна миссия, которую мы не могли пройти. Это стратегия. Очень-очень долго не могли ее пройти. И чтобы ее пройти, нам потребовалось около 12 часов создания мечников. Вот. И мы сделали 54 мечника и прошли ее. Мы были очень счастливы, и потом это стало нашим любимым числом. У него любимое число 54, у меня тоже. Вот. И так пошло. Познакомился я случайно, просто в Стиме наткнулся на игру. Вот. Поиграли мы в нее вместе с Мишей и Ниноэлом. Нам она понравилась. Мы приехали на первый турнир ДУС, ТПП тогда еще были в Москве. Вот, и мы его выиграли и подумали, если у нас получается, почему бы не продолжить участвовать в турнирах. Оптимальная сборка на игру у меня это 416 с полным весом, если позволяет ситуация, с X4. Возможно, 2 416 для удобства менять X4 туда и обратно, с инвентаря одевать. До PUBG я интересовался дотой, играл в нее 5500 часов. Это не так много, на самом деле, на это время. Но когда я в нее играл, тогда это было довольно много. Состав сформировался, он начинался с меня и с Ниноэла, с Миши. Вот. Мы с ним очень давно знакомы, как раз с доты, с ланов по доте. Мы там познакомились на любительских московских. Потом мы выиграли первый дуо-турнир, как я уже сказал, по PUBG. И узнали там то, что лиги начинают хорошие соревнования европейские, и там именно сквады. И решили собрать сквад. Мы уже тогда знали Максизора с московских ланов, пригласили его в команду, он согласился, и нам оставалось только последнего игрока найти. И проводим время, если только на буткемпе мы находимся, хотя трое из нас живут в Москве, один в Подмосковье, двое в Москве. Мы очень много времени посвящаем игре, поэтому редко довольно видимся вместе, только на буткемпе. Тренера команды нужны, потому что вне страны очень важно, и человек может посвящать очень много времени анализу игры. Как играют другие команды, не всегда удается на это очень много времени выделять, на самом деле, потому что приходится очень много тренироваться. Вот. И вне страны это очень важно, особенно если это будет человек, который понимает сцену, понимает, как играют люди. Вот. PUBG не хватает для компетитив сцены, на самом деле, какой-то стандартной системы очков для всех турниров, чтобы люди не подстраивались под каждый турнир, потому что плейстайл меняется из турнира в турнир в зависимости от убийства, сколько очков за убийство дают, сколько очков за плейсмент дают. Этого не хватает. Плюс стандартной системы сужения круга, скорости круга, ДПС от круга тоже не хватает на самом деле. Одни турниры делают так, другие так. Сейчас, конечно, это уже ближе плюс-минус одинаковые, но все равно немножечко по-разному, и иногда это подводит. Впечатления от турнира у меня отличные, организация очень хорошая, сцена просто шикарная. Мы все, в общем, довольны, все очень классно сделано. Совет новичкам я бы дал, если они хотят на самом деле достичь какого-то уровня, нужно просто собирать состав, играть точно в ФПП. ТПП — это немножко не тот режим, в котором проводится компетитив Pubg, конкретно в Америке и европейской части земного шара. Вот. И очень много играть, на самом деле, работать над ошибками, это очень важно. И главное не терять мотивацию и продолжать. Хочу передать приветы всем, кто нас поддерживает. На самом деле мы читаем это заряжает нас энергией. Результаты после 2 дней у нас не очень хорошие. Мы пробуем работать над ошибками. В онлайне у нас намного лучше получается играть со всеми европейскими командами. Здесь у нас пока что результаты очень плохие, но еще 2 дня, и мы постараемся вас не подвести. Привет, MSI DX Racers.
Some really important words coming from 54th, as he mentioned coaches and analysts. I think the future of PUBG, competitive side of it at least, is that there will be a lot of man hours being used to analyze the rotations, the playstyle of other teams, and adapting to that, especially when we have mixed regions. What do you think, Mister?
Yeah, there's no way you can keep up with all the information that's being gathered by like across over the world. There's a lot of different play styles from between NA, EU, Asia. You're already playing the game 10 hours a day, most likely. There's no way you can also get some time to spy on your opponent teams on NA, on EU, on Asia. There's no way. Also, you're playing with 4 people. You have coaches there watching over your shoulder, and you need to be open for all this info. There are a lot of teams, they're not really, they're a little bit ignorant, I guess. They don't really accept other info from coaches because they're like, oh, I'm the one that's playing the game. How do you know?
There's outside of a lot of outside of information that are very important in this game, right? Especially in an environment like here, when you have 5 games in a row, not much time between games, but still there's a lot of information you can take out from the previous game played the same day.
Yeah, I think so. And there's also this especially in this game, I think more than a lot of other esports, there's even a ability for bad habits to really set themselves inside of players because of the amount of adjustments, the different guns, the sort of rotations and loot cycles, that sometimes it is valuable to have a person outside say, listen, I know that you love doing this, but this is a very bad habit. The way that you're sliding in, exiting vehicles, the way that your loot efficiency is functioning, the fact that you choose to loot this building every time instead of skipping it, these are problems that you need to fix, even though you've been doing it for 1,000 hours. I think it's hard for a lot of players to sort of take that, but when you do, it really helps you sort of take your game because these guys aren't losing by miles, they're losing by inches.
Yep. Well, talking about bad habits, though, don't you see a lot of these pro players walking around with their fists out the whole time? And that's such a bad habit because there's no way you know there's a team nearby, and if they have the first shots on you, there's no way you can win that fight.
And you still have the animation, right?
Statistically, you are just as fast running with a pistol as running with knife hand, but nobody's picking them up, nobody's carrying them. So, I mean, there is an argument to be made that, like, why aren't we running with pistols just in case someone's standing over the hill? Can you kill them? Probably not. But is it a smart idea? Possibly.
All right, now we have 2 more matches in this tournament to come, and this is the 4th day, guys. It's been crazy. Now we're going to go to the casters. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We're back. 2 more games left remaining, and everything will be decided, especially along the top 3 of currently FaZe, Liquid, and Vitality. These 3 teams are going to be in the running to see, what each game, the last 2 left remaining, how that would change the standing. We're going to find out in a moment.
Yeah, it's a very real possibility now that FaZe has locked up this tournament. Essentially, what is going to need to happen for this to fall apart for them is going to be bad placements with no kills. Not something we have seen at all ever in any competition from FaZe is bad placements and no kills. So now it's up to Liquid to fend off Vitality, both having a poor game last game. So it is now a real battle for 2nd and 3rd place, with even 4th place in contention now as well.
And we see that, Liquid and also Vitality are a lot closer to FaZe than they can think, because especially Vitality, from that 3rd place position, they're very much in the inches of difference when it comes to the difference between them and Liquid. So these number 2 and number 3, coming in to try to catch FaZe to grab that number 1 spot. They're going to have to get a win, but with the wins, they have to get lots of kills with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Liquid, they need to go back to that day 1 success if they're going to try and catch up to FaZe. They're going to need to frag out of their minds right now, and that's just not something that's been happening for them. That is the 2nd game where they've gone out with 0 kills. So this is going to be an important, pivotal game now, as this will be one of the deciding matches for Liquid's fate in this tournament. And for Vitality, they're in the same boat. They need to really step it up, try and survive. They're headed back down to Milta as we get a nice central plane path moving from left to right.
And we see Vitality going to Milta, but we also see FaZe going back to what we saw a little bit of back when in Korea, going to Stolber and Kameshki. We haven't seen them do many of these strats, mostly heading towards Milta Power. So this time, 2-2 split around Stolber and Kameshki is what they opted for this time around. So the rotation will definitely be a little bit more different compared to the Milta Power rotation, where they do make their northern way.
This is a very smart play from FaZe. They have completely changed their drop pattern. This is something that we would have expected to see from them, because right now what they're doing is they're avoiding any level of hot drop capability. They're not going to be able to get ambushed here, so they're going to rotate up to Kameshki to avoid any issues if anyone decided to drop on top of them. So this is a smart and very needed play for FaZe.
It really is, and we're going to see the first knock and possibly the first kill coming in from Myth. GOL, Obang, another team that hasn't really found too much success. We've seen this repeated over and over again where GOL found very much their early exit with one of their teammates going down, making their team a little bit less stronger when it comes to getting to the late game. We're going to get to the usual path of what Liquid usually likes to see with this Western Circle.
Yes, this is a circle we've seen a few times this tournament with a left-centered zone in the west. So this is going to be a good thing for Atletico, Tempo Storm, and to an extent Vega as well.
Really is, and Liquid, they found the most amount of success definitely in day one with these Western Circles heading towards their area. Mostly we found them kind of traveling north after farming out Yasnaya, and they're going to go down to kind of the northern side of this current circle as you see. Myth is going to be taking some shots, and hey, that's actually connect into one of the members, El Bang, coming down, getting knocked for the second time.
So GOL just having an absolutely rough tournament, still unable to break that 1,000 point milestone. I believe it will come in this game, but for now, they are essentially a farming team where anyone who comes across them will become immediately aggressive. And we see here Obang looking to be eliminated very early in this game.
And let's talk about some little questions that I can ask you, Moses. We're gonna see Liquid kind of try to repeat, what they saw from themselves in day one by going towards the northern part of the circle, by coming from Yasnaya. But this time, it's a little bit different. That FaZe, they're gonna be up in the Stalber and Kameshki area, and the routes may interfere with each other during the rotation.
So we've seen in these circles a lot of very dense center zones where teams cluster around the center of the map. That allows Liquid to sneak in through that Razak area where there is no pressure. Now they will probably try and replicate this. It is GOL and Myth between them, so not the highest fragging team standing between them in a center zone. So in this particular instance, Ifty will be able to come up from the south on the military base. But for Liquid, getting through unopposed in this first transition is going to be very important for the success in the mid game.
It really is. And FaZe, when do they start moving? Are they going to move at the same time Liquid does? We're going to see a very important interaction between the current number one and number two, if that does happen. Vitality is going to be the kind of one really alone when it comes to the top three. Down there in Milta, really finding a less opposition from the top two, but we're going to see still kind of keep our focus on the military base. Atletico is going to find the first crate of the game with AUG coming in with all these ammos that you do need to move forward with this.
Yeah, the AUG is a nice pickup here, but for Atletico, it's been a difficult tournament as well, still adjusting to the level of competition they are facing. They do have a nice spot in Pachinki, so that is going to be a decent hold for them. The remnants of GOL still driving around nearby, October, Zhaozhou, and Tavello all there. Myth also in Razak. So Liquid already starting their rotation, coming down through the middle of the map. Samty going to try and sneak into a probably compound here, scouting for his team. LG also in vehicles, moving towards Gatka. I imagine this is where they're going to be calling home for this tournament.
And take a look at this team. Let's talk about LG for just a little bit. Days 1, 2, and 3 has been kind of a disastrous team for such high expectation coming in. We always talk about the kind of the disappointment that came with such a high expectation, but day 4, they've seen a lot more light, and bright lights have shown upon this team. What do you think the change was coming into day 4?
LG has a tremendous following in Brazil, and that in South America in general, the only representing team from South America. It's really been a period of adjustment for them, and it has been slow going, trying to catch up to this first-person meta. I did have a chance to talk to Teknosh before this game started, as well as this day started, and he did mention that they didn't have a lot of time to scrim, unable to really practice in this format, and it is very reflective of their performance. So for them, it's really a learning experience, but also a fun experience, and I know that they have a ton of fans out there, likely disappointed with their performance, but this is likely just the beginning for a team who's still learning this format.
And the fans should be a lot happier for obviously their improvement in their performance in day 4, as many of us are. Of course, we wanted Luminosity to always do well, but good to see them finally pick it up. But we see Myth coming from Thailand, another team a little bit surprising to the fact that such a small region, and a region that's not really talked about, also making a big impact onto this tournament so far.
Yeah, for Thailand, this is a first representation in a PUBG tournament. They've done all right in some games, but otherwise have also been facing difficulty with competition here. But really, these are the best teams in the world, and I personally would not want to be on the field with them either.
You know that, you're a great player yourself, but this is a different level when it comes to competitive play, and obviously individual player does not automatically translate into successful result. We've seen that with many teams in the past. Teamwork is going to be the key here, and we're going to see this circle trying to get a little bit closed in. A lot of people have already made themselves within the central part of this circle, and once again, we see a southern cluster, which is very, very similar to what we've seen from very similar circles in the past.
I imagine there's probably an overturned motorcycle around there somewhere. The poor guy's all by himself. But for now, this is LG rotating. Vampire Game down by himself. And looks like he has been spotted by Technosh. He will just come on over and finish that off. I suppose he might have been down, but that'll be a nice pickup here for LG, grabbing that level 3 helmet, probably the best item in the game. So for him, this is going to be a nice start so far. LG slow and steady.
Luminosity feels good with that one kill they grabbed onto Vega, but more importantly, they're still split up 2-2. I wonder how that reflects to the mid to the late game, as so many teams are already clustered into the central part of the current circle. So Pachinki is going to be very much occupied here, and you see the Technosh and 9X going to be the central part of this current screen you see here. The other two are still coming from South Georgia, but they're driving now towards that area, but most importantly, Liquid. Let's keep our eyes on them, because right now the 3 members of Liquid trying to get their positions, while Ibiza is going to be the 4th member still down in Yazaya.
So he's going to be staying behind, likely collecting more meds and ammo for his team. Liquid has established a foothold in the center of the zone. However, they are still split. Looks like they're going to be holding 2 separate compounds here. I believe Jeems and Scoom are going to move southern in the zone. They're going to try and hedge their bet to decide where, if the circle goes north or south, that they'll still be in the safe zone with a held compound. Looking at Myth now, taking a shot at Profi across the way in a nice spot around the Gatka region. Myth holding this little farm spot. I like this hold for them, but they do need to be aware of Avangard nearby as well.
And another team that is taking the hold is Avangard, coming from the CIS region, the home advantage team, with Starlighter being held in Ukraine. I'm sure Avangard and also Vega Squadron feeling very good about participating in this tournament in general, but Avangard obviously, kind of disappointing to the fact that they didn't really perform to their maximum potential in days 1 and 2, but really performing a lot better in day 3, and we expect them to try to kind of eke out the rankings and trying to rival that number 4 to number 3 spot.
This is something we've seen a few times for Avangard, where they're kind of up and down. I was kind of hoping to see them hold that bridge camp. We're seeing Frolicker. Looks like these 2 North American teams in C9 and Tempo are going to meet, and Dre going down.
It really is, and we see the shots coming in. Sharp shooting from Frolicker coming from C9, just winning the chicken dinner in this previous round. Feeling great about their current position on the top of the hill. Dre does go down. It's going to be Zampa going for the res here. We do see the corner of the house. Not going to be spotted by C9 at the moment, but a great knock makes the C9 moving forward feel a lot greater.
This high ground position is nice for C9. Now, typically what we'll see from teams is if they do find an advantage in a knock, that they would press the attack and try and take a compound away. But for C9, they don't want to get too overzealous in any aggression against Tempo Storm. C9, coming off a victory, is looking to try and solidify their standing here. So just trading weapons, ammo, and meds. The support players getting ready for an engagement here, as they're going to try and hold this nice spot in the center of the zone.
And this is a very important scene that we're watching here. FaZe coming in from their Stolberg Kameshki split location. Now they're going to be in their vehicles, making their rotation. They did make themselves southern part of Yasnaya. They didn't cross the bridge away from Severny area, but they just opted for the southern rotation. Now they're going to be on the edge of the circle with Mixie. Hexeti's going to be the last one joining in, but mostly FaZe coming in safely on this first circle.
Yeah, FaZe finishing their loot run. I kind of expected them to come north. TSM opting for that route themselves. They will be rotating along full strength in their vehicles. Going to probably come down through the Georgia Pole area. We see Vitality also in shift coming out of Milta. They did not change their game plan through the early game so far. Maybe opting to get to the Yellow Cabins or coastal area, but taking a few shots from Entis. Vitality needs to have a good game here.
Vitality is looking for a huge this game, because 2 games, if they perform really, really well with all the other top 2 teams not performing so well, could see a little bit of shake onto the standings because they're not too far apart. But Vitality, obviously, coming from last week, not finishing top 3 in Katowice was, to them, is a little bit of a disappointment in themselves, being such a highly standardized team. But, Vitality, they can have a good game here. They can have a good game in the next one, in the final match. We can see this table kind of start to shake up.
Yeah, for Vitality, they have a long body of work of consistency, as we do see a circle shift to the south, including the channel to the military island. So for now, it is going to be a very dense center zone. Liquid now moving towards Skoom. They have decided that they want to center around Skoom, but they are going to intermingle right on top of Vitality. So moving through that, it looks like they won't have an engagement popping off just yet, but for Liquid, they're going to try and form up and stay 4 strong here as this rotation phase is beginning. FaZe also on the move. Entis jumping in their vehicles. This is where the pressure starts to mount.
It really is. A lot of people are going to be traveling past that northern area of the circle currently at the moment. Temeria trying to get on his vehicle along with Sungjang. He's just going to be staying himself onto the safe zone that they have managed to get themselves into. But Liquid finally reorganizing themselves, uniting together with FaZe. Also, you see moving down onto the top side of the map. And Ifty, Entis Ace, FaZe going to be the kind of the trio surrounding this triangle here.
Yeah, the late braking vehicle for FaZe getting a little bit of pressure, but for now, it sounds like IFTY is just shooting down, actually away from Entis. I thought they were going to engage with Entis there, but yeah, they're shooting down at Atletico, trying to escape Pachinki. So now Entis will be aware of Ifty up on this little ridge. This is a nice hold spot, but it looks like Ifty is not ready to stay there just yet.
And FaZe just very happy that they made this early entrance successful, and now they're in this next safe zone without much worry. We saw FaZe mostly playing around the edges and traveling short distances to make their path onto the next circles to come. But FaZe, consistency, this team has been all about that, and that has been the definition onto their dictionary.
Well, people talk about luck and RNG in this game, but really FaZe is the master of reducing that kind of risk, and they almost make the right decision every time, it feels like. Even just with their early game decision making, opting to completely change their loot strategy, moving to a spot like Kameshki, where in a 1x AR environment, they are likely going to be undergeared, having to rotate on vehicles late, having to choose the right path in. It seems that they have done their homework, have done the right kind of decisions, are making the right kind of decisions, and are finding themselves in first place. This is something we don't see, this level of consistency from other teams.
And something that's consistent always about FaZe is that they always send Yempty down onto that little bit of vehicle rotation to get very extended vision that helps the other 3 members move forward. And just the masterful driving that we saw Yempty do with his vehicles on his scouting effort has been the kind of the key to providing just a wider spectrum of vision for FaZe to find success upon.
So now this is where we see TSM sometimes get in trouble. They have the lead vehicle in break. They are now rotating into the zone. They have an edge compound available, but they are going to take the longest possible route. I think that they might decide to come in around the area where Vega and Tempo are situated. So if they decide to continue, move over this hill and come in on the southwest side of the zone, they should be able to find a nice little hold there. But this is a situation where TSM is often caught in their vehicles and killed, so it's a matter of making this transition safely for TSM.
You see Liquid being featured here on this screen here. Ibiza along with Samty and Skoom is going to be moving up as trios, but you're going to see Jeems, the only person that's kind of away from the rest of the trio, is going to be looking for extended vision on his way. But you see shots going left and right between Cloud9 and Liquid. Ibiza trying to fire back with the Car 98, but really not much kill is to be expected here with C9 having such a safe position to have with him.
Moody wise not to hold that peak onto Jeems. He doesn't want to take any Car 98 shots and have his armor or helmet destroyed. So for now, it's just going to be a bit of a staring match between Ibiza and the rest of C9. So I'm happy with Liquid's positioning here. They have a nice little divot. They have their vehicles protected, low and high ground positions available. This is a very pivotal game for Liquid, and they have to deliver.
And while we somewhat kind of expected that some of these lower tier teams in the bottom of the table should make some kind of the crazy action per se of trying to ruin the whole ropes of the top teams. That really hasn't been the case with this final day 4, as we see 58 still alive with this next circle opening up.
Well, in the competitive PUBG scene, hot dropping is considered a BM or bad manners, whatever you want to call it. It's a situation where you're essentially trying to ruin the chances of another team because you simply can't win. It's unsportsmanlike, but again, this is Battlegrounds. There are no rules. You can do whatever you like. So for now, we have not seen that behavior.
I think we want to see the Vitality and Liquid, the fight that's happening around. You see them on the mid. So much is actually happening, and this might be a huge difference maker. And Roxy going down, Monkey going down as well. Shadow getting hit from the other side by James, and that's a great angle for Liquid to kind of surround Vitality on a weak angle right now.
2 quick downs for Liquid. They have Vitality on the ropes. There's going to be no res opportunity right now, so that was a huge pickup for Liquid. This is a fight they must win between two teams who are battling at the top of the leaderboards. The grenades are coming out. So for now, 4AM has been eliminated by C9, but this is all about Liquid and Vitality. This could be huge for the implications at the top of the
onto their tracks. They have to wipe out Vitality and think about FaZe on a later stage.
Liquid has not pressed just yet. They do know that there are still players around them. They can hear the footsteps. Ibiza is holding a dangerous spot on top of this roof. He could be spotted. So Araxi has gone down. So a res did come out. Liquid not pressing the advantage yet, playing a little bit conservatively. James holding the angle on Shadow, but James now taking damage as well, and they have lost Scoom. Their IGL is out of the game. So it is a 3v3 situation. The advantage with those 2 downs has been lost.
It really has. The hard rush that we typically would have seen from day 1 Team Liquid has definitely not been there, as we do see the 2 knocks really not leading to much benefits for this team, trying to wipe out kind of Vitality is their mission here, but Ibiza kind of healing himself with the first aid kit. But like I said, 3v3 makes it even once again, an even ground for either team to pick up the victory again.
They have no opportunity to trade. Vitality is pressing onto Ibiza. Ibiza coming onto the roof. Vitality looking for the kills here. This is huge right now. They have no ability to trade. One does go down for Vitality. Now it's up to Monkey.
Samty from distance really makes that count and gets the knock onto Shiv, and also Shadow going down. So this is the time finally for Liquid to make the hard push without scare, and Vitality goes down in 14th, and that is a huge loss when it comes to the 2 games left remaining that this team really needed a big round on this one.
Vitality went at it with Liquid, and they came up short, going down in 14th place. Liquid will stay in this game. They did lose Scoom, but that is a terrible result for Vitality, who now could potentially lose that 3rd place.
And the team that will be smiling the hardest will be FaZe, who will be paying attention to that kill score and that kill feed, showing us that it has been Liquid and Vitality fighting against each other with casualties coming left and right. Liquid with 3 men and Vitality no more makes FaZe. And FaZe clan just as a whole feel much more comfortable getting into the late game.
And now it's TSM versus C9. C9 already picking up a squad wipe. TSM coming in a little bit late here. The Fairy Pier area is going to be a very important spot to hold. Liquid is still centered, but we are having a lot of water in this next zone. So it's going to be a choice. Our team's going to opt to enter the water for placement. We see FaZe already there. Now this transition is going to be very important to dictate the rest of this match. If it shifts north, this is going to be huge for teams like Liquid, TSM, Avangar, and it will shift onto TSM and Liquid, so most of the water will come out. So those who chose to dive in are going to have a hard transition getting out. So it's going to be up to Liquid holding FaZe without taking any more casualties.
And this might be the very most important thing to really track here. Liquid with 3 men, they have to defend against the 4 swimmers of FaZe clan, as we do see them very, very close to where their current tracks are at. Obviously, they saw the kill feed coming down. Killing out Vitality is a good news for them, but they have very little idea as to Liquid's current location so far. So you just can't be in a situation where you're so less underprotective of the fact that you still have to be careful in how you make your movements.
So looking now, we have Tempo engaged with LG. LG not aware of the fact that that blue zone is silhouetting them through the smoke. So the utility coming out from Valiant, that's going to be huge for them. They're trying to pick up a res right now. LG not allowing that to happen. Actually, that's Vega. They're still shooting at Technosh. Engaged on 2 fronts now, so Vega going down. So LG is trying to take it to Tempo Storm, and this is going to be a very big fight. Tempo Storm still at the top of the leaderboard, but taking any casualties to LG would be a huge issue.
Really, we see a lot of aggression coming from these two teams that have lacked aggression for the first 2 days, but you saw kind of the X going down from that grenade. I wonder if the last member of LG is still left alive, but more importantly, I'm going to go back to the tracks of Tempo, who did kind of win out that fight initially because Teknosh is still alive, which means the last man is left standing. Is Teknosh going to just back off here as we see GOL being eliminated already? But it's really important to track the top teams as we keep following their tracks to see how their progress is.
Teknosh is actually a thorn in the side of Tempo right now. Zampa trying to get him down, but he has basically made it so Tempo had to waste a bunch of time getting reses after that battle with LG. Now the zone is at their backs. Teknosh cannot take a 3v1. He would likely be eliminated, so for his own team's sake, he's having to run away, but that has put enough pressure onto Tempo, and the downs have come on as well. So Tempo has taken a lot of damage here, and this is up now to TSM to defend the best spot in the zone.
If T and Avangard, we might see this rotation happening. The encounter is very much likely to happen. Aaron Siegel's going to look for a peek here. Keen is going to be having his eyes open on that one. The headshots coming through, putting a lot of damage, but the shots coming from the other side. So at plus fumble and the rest of IFT, a masterful play, playing that rotation to make sure they're surrounded in all areas, and the two members of Avangard goes to 0.
Absolutely. So that was a huge, huge loss for Avangard. Their woes continue here through this second to last game. So for Liquid, they are plinking away at IFTY, far away, trying to pick up some more kills here. That is going to be a nice little pickup for some kills here. It's still up to Liquid to maintain this position. They have 5 kills to their name, and they are looking down at FaZe as well. So with FaZe in the water, this could be the issue that FaZe is going to face, is trying to exit. So if FaZe goes out here early, Liquid might have a shot at that #1 spot once again.
There's still 11 teams left remaining in this game. So in case FaZe goes out maybe at 11th or maybe 10th even, that's going to be huge news for Liquid, currently in a good position moving forward. You see all about the kills that have been lacking in the past, really in this day. It's going to kind of slowly come forward, especially with the Vitality win that they had against the French. But 5 kills is looking good for these team that really lacked aggression that was very much needed.
So looking at this next transition, this is going to decide whether Liquid has to move or not. It may go to TSM, it may go to Liquid, and it will go to Liquid. So this is going to be a nice, easy circle for Liquid coming up here. Now TSM is going to have to push onto C9 if they want to get that dominant position. FaZe still in the water, not a lot of options to enter. It looks like they're going to have to just try and stay alive right now. FaZe opting to play passively here, but that is the best decision they can make.
That's the best decision, but not the best decision overall. With being on the shore does not provide you with much cover. If your opponents can get a sight on you from the side and even from the flank, where Liquid is at the moment, Atletico is going to be around them as well. But most importantly, it's going to be Liquid versus FaZe. FaZe, can they keep their position with the 3-man squad they have left remaining? 4-man squad they have left remaining. But more importantly, Liquid, FaZe, which of these teams can get a better defensive position to move forward? But IFT, after getting shot by James on the flank here from distance, trying to get some knocks that came through, but really didn't lead to much kills. We're going to see Samty make the initial strike onto FaZe. Hexeti's going to be knocked off here just a little bit, but not really going down for a full knock. So a little bit of breather for FaZe.
That was a headshot from Samty onto that player from FaZe. I believe that was Hacks. Yeah, so that's going to be a damaged or destroyed helmet as IFT trying to make a transition here. Getting down by James. Here comes another one. Now the pressure starting to mount. James actually may go down here, so he has to be careful. This is a nice building, but lots of sight lines inside. Atletico pressing from the rear. So now Tempo having to press into TSM. Now TSM is going to have to move, and they are going to be pinched between C9 and the pressing Tempo.
You saw Teknosh going down, being the last member, which means that LG is out of there. But let's track our backs onto TSM, trying to get the fish out of the water, but more importantly, TSM, they still have to make their movement. As you say, Vis is kind of in the circle already with the other 2 members trying to make themselves in, but the 4 members of TSM at the moment trying to get some kill points onto their tracks, and Tempo might be on their path when it comes to the menu available for TSM.
Hexeti has drowned, so that is going to be now TSM trying to fend off the approach. Zanpa is right behind TSM. Smack is behind that fence. He cannot see him. But now C9 is also making some noise. Tempo getting inside. Now it's going to be Zampa pressing the flank.
And Smack is going to be on the side here to get the kill right onto
trade.
Zampa, who's going to be the lead fragger for this Tempo Storm squad. But importantly, Break is going to be res here, which means a 4-man squad will return for the side of TSM. So Tempo has to be a little bit more careful as they do, but it's going to be very important to see the 2 members of Tempo Storm, how they're going to make this entrance and how they're going to make it count.
So the water now playing a huge factor. TSM was able to get that trade. Zampa going down tempo, opting to go to the water here to save for placement. IFTY and Myth on the northern end of the zone. Now this is likely where we will see the water adjust if we're lucky. So now it's going to decide what happens to all those in the water, as there are a ton. A small amount of water will remain and all the cover will come out, but Liquid is going to have the Wizard Tower still inside, so they're going to likely have to pile in there, and they will have a clear view of the beach where they will be able to pick up a ton of kills. This is exactly what Liquid needs.
And this is so much action that's going back and forth between these top 2 teams that we've been tracking of this entire time. Liquid's trying to just get more kills onto the compound that they're still in the safe end. So more importantly, Mixie and the rest of FaZe trying to get some kills onto these Athletico members. A great grenade coming in from FaZe, and that's going to be a huge one to move their momentum with. And Yempty, Mixie, and along with FaZe finding success in clearing out Athletico.
So what FaZe has done is taken landfall first. They are now all out of the water and they have no line of sight from Liquid. So they're going to be able to hold everyone inside the water. They've already picked up a ton of kills. TSM still jockeying for position with C9. The circle about to transition. This fight will happen. C9 will have to leave the building. It's going to be a matter of time between TSM and C9 having to face off.
Now, while TSM is quite far behind the leaderboard, I think they really would appreciate a chicken dinner, and they might look for it, but it's going to be halted down by C9, making a huge amount of plays. 3 knocks coming in from Cloud9, and TSM doesn't know how to fire back, and Smack, it has just had nowhere to go on this one, and TSM will be eliminated.
That is another 8th place finish for TSM. A tough loss there for them. They did not get the trades they needed. C9 having a little bit more fragging power on their side, wiping TSM. So now it's going to be a matter of beating the zone. Myth and Ifty battled at the top. FaZe holding everyone in the water. Liquid 3 strong in the Wizard Tower. This is going to be another situation where we may see FaZe and Liquid facing off in the top 5.
It really is, and we're going to talk about the northern part of what you see in the screen here. Obviously, FaZe is going to be looking towards the water to get the fish out of the water to get some free kills on their way. But Liquid, they have to look for Myth on the left side, and C9 is going to be joining in that fray as well. So it's very important for Liquid. Can they get some additional kills here? Myth is out in the open and really giving free kills onto Liquid for nice points get at them today.
This is exactly what Liquid needs. Free kills for Myth. They're out in the open. They have no cover. They've spent too much time just running around. So now Myth is going to go down here. Samty picking up yet another kill. This is huge for Liquid. They need to maintain this pace here, but it looks like they're going to be able to wipe Myth if they're lucky, and they will. So that's going to be Myth eliminated. And still C9 having a small ridge to work with, but I don't believe they're in the safe zone yet.
This is such a memoir, Moses, of what we saw from day one Liquid. They are back. 10 kills to the total tracks they have, as Team Liquid still holds their very strong position in this Wizard Tower, and that will be a huge momentum going forward as they still look out to rival FaZe.
This isn't enough, however, because FaZe is still alive, and they will be picking up kills as those who are in the water, unless they decide to all drown themselves to deny the kill points, which is honestly a very real possibility. These guys know that they want to take away as many points from FaZe as possible, but however, Entis, I'm sure you know, is not one to back away from the fight and essentially suicide in the water. So we'll see here what happens with FaZe. But the less kill points is better for Liquid. But essentially for FaZe, they're playing smart and they've positioned themselves to do a lot of damage here. So it's a bit of a peaking battle right now between FaZe and Liquid. They're well aware of each other's presence, as this zone is going to force Liquid and FaZe into the center play zone on the beach with 0 cover.
Now, FaZe Clan does definitely have much more assignments to cover, as they do have to look out for the water to try to pick out some heads and do a little whack-a-mole to get some more kills, in addition to watching out for Liquid on the other side. But they still have to make a little bit of movement before they can get out of there to get to the safe. But they can't really move without all these people that are still in the water that could strike them from the back.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll be able to get. They just like, when you make landfall like this first, this is important when you see a water-centered circle where people decide to try and get placement by sending people into the water. Those who make landfall first typically clean up everybody, so they're going to have to try and fish with dynamite You see the first nade coming out. They just can't get on land. Tempo will not be able to do so, but at the same time, they're now knocking people who have to come up for air. This is a situation that is disastrous for everyone who's in the water.
And you see C9 with Moody making the first move, and Solid FPS is going to join him with it. Going to be distance away, and that's going to be a huge shot coming in from Moody, getting the first knock onto Samty, and that's going to be the huge information moving forward here.
FaZe is completely distracted by everyone in the water. They can't do anything to go and help, so now it's Liquid being attacked by C9. We will see, and that is Liquid eliminated.
Oh
Liquid is eliminated.
Liquid is going to be eliminated all the way down to 6, and FaZe, they have the numbers and the kills available to get them way ahead in the standings here. We have one more game to go after this, but right now FaZe feeling very happy about their situation.
So FaZe is in position now to lock down this tournament as they clean out the water. Tempo Storm is also eliminated, and now it's going to be C9 and FaZe again in the top 2.
And really, I think FaZe would still be happy with the number 2 position if they do. Still with picking out so many kills along with C9. Looking for the second chicken dinner in a row and trying to get this onto the aggression into a roll. FaZe is going to be knocked by Moody, who has been on fire this entire tournament. And he's going to go for another kill. Solid is going to be knocked out. Mixi, can he finish it off for FaZe and pick up another chicken dinner for this team? And Mixi is on the better parts of the trade right now.
This is huge right now. He's just trying to hold Mixi, trying to distract him. He will get down by Moody. Now it's up to Jempty and C9.
Gets the kill.
No, FaZe won.
FaZe, but Jempty got the kill onto the distance. He was so low on the health, and I was looking at you. I was looking at you as I said it. I was trying to get confirmation whether it was FaZe. But that huge trade difference with Jempty being clutch on the spot.
Oh my God, that was within one shot.
It really was, and that really one shot difference gets him another 50 points just for getting first instead of second. Now, in addition to getting so many kills, Team Liquid is just bashing on their heads right now, having such a great defensive position, but C9 ruined the party for them.
Oh my God, that was within, it felt like 1 HP between those two, that last shot, but FaZe essentially, locking up a very dominant position, but C9 and Liquid going out in 6th place. That is a complete, no short of a disaster for Liquid.
It really was. It could have been so much better. You talk about 6th place being out of the 3 teams that potentially could have got the win altogether, which was FaZe, C9, and Liquid. But Liquid did go down because those Sea Dogs, this fish, they were not wiped out before Liquid went out to C9. And you talk about the movement that allowed Liquid to get into a position. Samty getting knocked out first was a huge difference maker when they're trying to make that engagement between them and C9. But C9 coming up clutch, especially Moody on that damage chart.
So looking at the top 5, we go FaZe, C9, Entis, Tempo, and then Vega. And now we kick it over to the stage for the interview. Take it away.
Wow, I'm on stage with, I think after that victory, actually the champions of the Invitational. But we'll wait until after the 20th game to make it official. I got to start off quickly. Early on, where you dropped was, I'm not going to say where, but it's a little bit unconventional. Possibly people would say passive. At what point did you decide to go on the aggressive and look for the victory?
It wasn't really passive. It's we did it in Korea, all of the games there, so it's something we were comfortable with, and we're just preparing for if someone wanted to hot drop us.
I mean, I was sitting in the analyst room speaking to what the analysts were obviously saying, and they were saying that's why you went up there. You were trying to avoid people playing spoiler. I mean, how one of the funniest moments from that game, I would say, is when you guys were able to capitalize on all the mermaids. Is that a humorous moment in team comms where you're just railing kill after kill, or is it still very serious because you get into a tense final moment of the game?
It's actually really tense because it only takes one guy to get up and get a knock, and everything can fall apart. So it's kind of tense actually.
Well, it was especially tense at the end there as well, when I think there was only a couple of shots in it to decide whether Cloud9 was going to take the win or yourselves were. Wow, what were the emotions like when you're going to get the first place finish? Because even if you got second, I think you're still giving yourself enough lead to ultimately win the tournament anyway.
Yeah, I think second would have been fine as well. We saw Liquid die maybe, I don't know, 5th or something like that. And we knew that at that point we were just trying to be alive for as long as possible.
You didn't want to give Cloud9 the win so they could be the best North American team?
We like winning.
Well, thank you very much, Fuzzface. That's all from the stage. Let's take it to the analysts to see what they thought about that match.
To say the least, this match was something different. We saw FaZe starting the game in a really safe position, dropping Kameshki and trying to be more passive, more safe, trying to avoid situation that we described before where Liquid maybe would hot drop them, but that didn't happen. Liquid went for Yasnaya.
Can't have your game spoiled if you don't drop where they expect you to be.
Exactly.
I mean, that's exactly what it was. He said it. We knew it. That's just smart. We've seen them sort of experimenting with that. They'll probably drop Novo in the next game is my guess, or at least do a split to do the same thing. But at this point, that first place, like, they could drop in the middle of nowhere and just run in circles and they'd be fine.
They went in there with a mindset to get some safe placement, maybe a top 7. They went in the water and they didn't even expect to win it at all. No one actually expected them to win, but they were the only team that actually went outside of the water and just hold the beach. There were enough teams with 3 or 4 men in the water as well, but they didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand it personally, but it was a really close call, by the way, with Cloud9.
Usually what you have to do when you're in the water, you need to kind of split into 2 different areas of the water, come out at the same time, and try to have a crossfire on the team that is already on the beach.
Yeah, and all of these teams, instead of sort of coming into a fish alliance to like fight against them, they sort of kept saying, oh, maybe somebody else will go first, and it just didn't work out. And even actually forced Liquid's hand, because you saw Liquid rotating down the beach earlier than they wanted to because they thought we have to kill FaZe because we can't let them have sort of this fish in a barrel shooting gallery.
It looked really good for Liquid for a bit. It kind of seemed like they were in their old form.
Yeah.
They won. They wiped out Vitality. Must have been a really good morale boost. But I think they made a misplay while rotating in the circle. They went 1 by 1. Samty went in, got knocked by peeking a little bit too early. James wanted to help him out. He got knocked, and Ibiza just got focused on the car.
Yep, that is correct. But now let's take a look at the highlights. We'll start with a really good one. Here brought to you by GeForce Experience with the Shadow Play feature. That you can, of course, have on your own if you have a GPU from GeForce NVIDIA. Right now, during this game, we actually have seen Liquid taking the 6th place. In okay, never mind.
Cloud9 Classic. Cloud9 Classic.
Well done.
This is like the 3rd time in this tournament, though. He's going to hit their own guy with a car, so it's kind of entertaining. I mean, they're always in a position where they can pick them back up, no big deal. This is actually a pretty good fight with 4 AM, and then afterwards they had to deal with the TSM push right after that. But C9, it was in a good spot. Liquid actually thought we'd have a really good sort of 3-team finish, and it just didn't work out that way.
Yep, that is correct. Now, and when it comes to the placements, we know that FaZe kind of didn't want to win, but won anyway. They're so good.
Yeah.
They're so good that even when they don't want to win, they're kind of winning the game. But now we also have something to say about other teams. Tempo actually made a really good showing.
Yeah.
You can see them here fighting against LG. They finished 4th with 3 kills, which gets them a lot of points and over Cloud9.
By the way,
still.
this push was amazing by FT. This guy from the other side was baiting the shots out and Aplazova, I have no idea how to pronounce the name, but he went for the flank and they wiped out the Vanguard. It's a really good push. Props.
They did a great job. They kind of stole those kills away. Liquid was hoping to get the Vanguard kills. And IFTY then sort of got into a trade out with Liquid. And that's when I thought Liquid was actually going to excel. Once they pushed out a Vanguard and IFTY took that spot, I thought this is Liquid's game because they got the circle. They had a good location. It's just, I don't think they expected FaZe to sort of sneak up from the beach side.
This is the moment where Liquid is getting eliminated by Cloud9. Look at that. Ibiza coming in with that UAZ just exploded and made a chain reaction. All those cars exploded, everyone died.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they thought Cloud9 had been taken out or if they were in that particular position or what they were doing, but yeah, they just came in 1 car at a time and they went down 1 car at a time.
They were looking at the map with 13 alive. I think they thought FaZe were still with 4 or 3, so do the calculation. They probably thought there were 10 or 7 more people in the water, so they just made a miscalculation and they went for a push like that.
Interesting to see that people just didn't, kind of
out.
Drown.
Yeah.
You either go out and fight or you drown, right?
Yeah, I mean, and that's at the end of the day, though, that's it, right? Liquid ended up in 6th place because 3 teams managed to sort of swim their way up a little deeper into the rankings. And you can't judge them. It's a survival game. It's about going as deep as you can. It's just never been as impactful as it was in this game because it pushed Liquid so far down the results table.
Yeah, it still makes me sad though because I've seen a lot of water circles. Obviously, it's not the fun ones, but it just surprised me really how FaZe actually got the whole territory there compared to all the other teams that had the same possibilities, but they didn't do anything with it.
Yeah, if the teams just sort of banded together, like you said, and come out all at once, attacked FaZe en masse. I mean, they had some ridiculous numbers there for a little while, but you said it best. We were watching that, and you said it's like one of those cartoons, right, where you see like the big strong fish in the corner of the fish tank, and all
Yeah.
the other ones all schooled up, like scared of that one.
Yeah.
And that's what it looked like when you looked at the mini map. It was like FaZe standing there all burly and buff,
Yeah.
and the rest of the guys saying, "I still want to fight them."
And then the aquarium changed to a whack-a-mole contest.
Well, the thing is as well, it's as long as you try, if you fail, it's fine because you tried. But they didn't try anything in the water. That kind of disappoints me personally. But hey, it's their choice, I guess.
Yep. We'll still have one more game to see the final scores, and that's the occasion for teams still like Cloud9, Tempo Storm, Liquid. I'm not sure actually what will be the standings after this game because it might be looking tough for them to actually be on the second place.
I'm pretty sure they're still second because Vitality got I don't know, 15, 14.
Yeah,
or
but I mean,
whatever.
C9 put up some really good numbers. I mean, they pulled in 11 kills plus a second place.
Yeah, I think they're really close to Vitality, Cloud9 right now. They probably overtook Tempo Storm. I would love to see the scoreboard. It's probably going to be
I agree.
calculated
Yeah,
right now.
that's I think the real story of this game for me is Liquid sort of unfortunately getting stuck the way that they did, but more importantly, C9 rising up and fighting insanely hard to secure their position as the number one North American team.
By the way, Froliker almost had a nice the prediction here.
Yeah,
he
it's
says
true.
like, we're going to win another game, and it was really close. Moody missed that one tap on the headshot.
And that was it. That was actually a really good sort of final fight. He did get the first spray down.
Yeah.
And then it was good. FaZe and him both sort of went man mode on each other, and winner take all.
Yep.
All right, here we have the scores from this game. Unfortunately, after saying that Ghost Gaming is actually getting better today, they finished 16th in this game, but they still have one more to go. Game of Life, 30 points, while being the 15. For Angry Men, a little bit disappointed myself here because they had the occasion to actually get more points and work themselves up, maybe to even a 7th, 6th position, right?
Yeah, I don't understand. Angry Men had such a good day yesterday, and I felt so strongly about them coming into today. I'm not sure what changed, but they're definitely out of their element in today's play. So, when they finish today, go back and take a look.
Yeah, Missa, tell me something about the top 8 finishes right now. What is standing out for you?
What's standing out for me is Antis. They had 4 players swimming in the water. They got 3rd place, no kills. This is what I was talking about. I was pretty disappointed by them because I would personally try at least to retake the territory of FaZe, and they maybe could have even got their first win of the whole tournament.
I will also say Myth stands out to me.
Yeah.
That's a team that we were not watching in the final circle because they had already died. But the fact that they got 6 with 10 kills tell me that they were from the very beginning hunting for those kills and trying to gain some points.
Yeah, I like to see that.
Yeah.
They're really dominant on the bottom side of the leaderboard. They are standing out with their kills. So which means if they are able to get a little bit of better placement points, they would have been a pretty solid team actually.
I agree.
All right, now we have
Ooh,
damage leaders. No surprise here, Moody was just spraying liquid on his own.
Yeah.
Probably got like 800 damage from that situation.
Yeah, he also had that throwdown with TSM and was actually kind of fun to watch, so he did a good job of defending the back. But here it is, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, all coming out of Liquid. 1st and 2nd in Knox. Like that's why I was like, man, these guys, this is the game that they needed.
Yeah, they must have been pretty mad because if one of the circles would have been a little bit earlier on the beach, then the fishes would have been able to.
Yeah.
They were forced to be going out earlier, and then Liquid. I'm quite sure Liquid would have won the game instead.
All right, headshot leaders, actually 7, pretty good for both Moody and Yempty. I mean, honestly, in this game here, didn't really matter when it comes to headshot. What mattered was the position on the map.
Well, FaZe got all the headshots because they were playing whack-a-mole, right? So these guys sort of.
Yep.
Exactly. Take a breath, pop the head.
All right, guys, we have one more match left to play. After that, we're gonna crown the champions. We're gonna get the checks to top 2, top 3,
exciting.
top 4. Everyone here actually gets paid, but the top 8 is paid more. And I still believe that there's some chances to for teams from the bottom 8 to go into top 8, but they need to be super aggressive in the last game. So after a short break, we're gonna see the standings and make analysis of that before the last one. boys and girls. We are back. The last game of the tournament is about to start. It was a long 4 days of battles. We have 16 teams here, and they're gonna go in the last drop for a wrangle. So before we're gonna talk about the last match, now we're gonna look at the standings and see what's up. All right, well,
Wow.
let me tell one thing. The maximum points,
exciting.
the maximum points that you can get from one game is
Oh my
610.
I know how that's possible. Everyone's just going to drop school. That's how you fix that.
And then Liquid gets everyone.
So everybody just goes to school, lines up, lets Liquid do it all, and then they just go 4v4 against FaZe.
All right. Let's keep it as it is here right now. FaZe, well, they are pretty ahead.
Oh my
500 points above Liquid. Now let's look a little bit about the second, third, and fourth place. They're maybe not that close to each other, but there's still a chance to actually overcome their opponents here, right?
Yeah, it's far more feasible than overtaking first place right now. Cloud9 and Tempo Storm are literally right on top of each other. To talk about sort of like the value of getting those placements, 5th through 8th is 2,000. 4th jumps up to 5, and then 3rd to 9. So if you're a team in that sort of 5th and 6th position, it's going to be worth taking some risks, getting some kills, and trying to get 4th or 3rd to really up your payday significantly.
I personally don't think there's going to be a lot of movement in the top 3, but it's going to be about Cloud9 and Tempo Storm.
Yes, 100%.
I personally would love to see another good Cloud9 game. They've been having a pretty good day, actually.
They're having a great day. They've had a great last 2 days, actually. So kudos to them. They definitely are standing out right now as North America #1, but North America #2 is less than 50 points behind them.
Yeah, I think the most consistent teams right now are the top 5 teams. Vanguard has been having some good games, but today, I don't think I've seen them in the top 10 even.
I think they had some games within top 5 or something like that.
The first game, I think east of school, far east of school.
But the problem is they didn't get a lot of kills. Like 57, I do believe that Toffees did mention at the beginning of the day that they had 49 or something like that. So through the entire day, in those 4 matches, they got like 8 or something like that.
It's very atypical of Vanguard. It's not what we want to see from them. So I don't expect that to suddenly change in the last game. I expect to see Tempo and Cloud9 attacking with reckless abandon, especially, I think, Tempo Storm, because right now they're on that cusp. They're at the $2,000 mark, and if they can gain 50 points, they gain they net an extra $3,000. So that's to me that says play aggressive.
Let's take a look at the standings between 9 and 16. We remember now that 4AM had 2,017 points. Mister, what does it mean for that? What does that mean for Vega Squadron and Team Solomid?
For Vega, it means they have to get at least top 2, I believe, with at least 10 plus kills. Vega has the possibility has the skill to do so. By the way, mid 70 kills.
Yeah,
that's insane.
I mean, these guys came to fight, and they've been doing that. Unfortunately, I think that they've been taking too many casualties early, so they've been getting those kills, but then their resources are so depleted by the time they get to the mid game that they just can't hang with those players who've been a little bit slower about the process.
But hey, at least they can say they got that chicken dinner, right? No one else in like in the teams from 9 to 16 didn't win a game. They are the only one that actually took a game in the entire tournament.
And it would not surprise me. Like, I think we're going to go to dinner tonight with all the players, and we'll chat a little bit. If, as I speak to the players, they comment and say, the teams that impressed me that I took notice of was Myth, and I think Athletico will get a couple of props as well. But they're going to say, man, we did not like fighting with Myth. They cost us every time. And I think it'll be really cool to sort of see the world take notice of our Thai team.
That is correct. They made in Thailand actually made a really good impression. They improved a lot. If I remember correctly in the interview video, they said they came here to learn, to improve. And I think that's the common statement from all the other regions than Europe and NA, because those, I mean, I'm a little bit biased, right? But Europe and NA is, I think, the most screaming one, the region that trains the most from all the regions, but at the same time, I mean in FPP, sorry. Let me make it clear, in FPP. But other regions here, like Asia, like CIS, are coming here in to fight those teams as well and learn.
Yeah, and that's what I respect the most from Mid, because they, even though they're basically wrecking other teams, you can see that by their kills, but they're still really humble. They're still like, yeah, we want to learn, and they realize some other teams are out of their league, and that's what I really expect from players' perspective.
All right, before we go into the last match, we have one more interview, and that team is Liquid, and actually my personal favorite, Ibiza. So let's take a look at what he has to say.
My first impressions of the venue was it looks super amazing. I mean, look at this. We have all the teams here. You can see all the logos. It looks super nice. The Pubg stage, also the tournament itself. Yeah, it's amazing. The first day, yeah, we had 3 wins in a row. Yeah, we had some circles on us, what is a big factor. But in my opinion, we also clutched when we needed to. We had a lot of kills. We still have to take the fights in the end circle, and we won. The secrets is like, I don't know, just rotations. Make sure if you push, you do it together. So yeah, FaZe is one of the best teams for sure. We have Vitality. We got some NA teams like Cloud9. They're performing super good, and they're definitely one of the best teams at the moment. We practice like 4 or 5 hours per day. We scrim versus other European teams, and that's like 5 times a week. And besides that, we also have like tournaments, online tournaments. Yeah, it's actually a question I get a lot. Like, they come to my chat and they ask me, what do you think about stream sniping? I don't know, I don't really notice that I have a lot of stream snipers. Like, I'm not a big streamer with like 10K views. I'm like a bit lower than that. So I don't really notice it, and I don't really like try to pull attention on stream sniping, because if I'm gonna say all the time like stream sniper, then they come and more. So I try to like avoid the whole word and just like play the game. My favorite weapon in Pubg is the M4. I love it. It's just spray. I'm not a big fan of the M16 or Scar. My goals and plans for the future, I'm not sure yet, but just try to perform as best as we can with the team and improve as much as we can. To the fans, we have been seeing all the support in the chat. To Alienware for the boot camp that we did before this tournament, and to my teammates and my family.
And we also have some personal stats from this entire tournament. This is from 19 games. Mr. Tell me something about it.
Well, that means you will have almost 2 kills a game, which means that's at the start you're like, oh, just 2 kills, but that's actually pretty consistent, because they had some games where they had 0 kills, if you think about it. And some teams are sometimes teams don't even get 2 kills a game.
I think we actually have like 2 teams in the entire tournament that don't have more kills than Ibiza alone has.
Yeah, I know, right?
I mean, you probably know him best. I think you guys used to play on a duos team before he sort of moved on to Liquid. What's it like playing with Ibiza?
I really feel comfortable playing with him. He has a really aggressive mindset, which I prefer myself as well. I like to fight people. He likes to fight. He's at the same. I think he's a really. How do you even call that? He has everything. He has.
He's your everything.
He's my everything. He's the package, in my opinion. He is a really good aggressive player. He's a really good supportive player. He's a really good leader as well. He knows how to micromanage. He knows how to shot call.
Nice.
I think he's a really good player. It's really nice to play with him.
And he has an insane aim.
Yeah, I mean, I think he represents the future Liquid, right? Like, this is the first thing that we've seen them really like together, playing in a LAN, and I think that he represents what Liquid has become, which is the full package. They have people who can do everything and are all really powerful. Okay, as if your score is not intimidating enough, right? You gotta go there. He's not even gonna look. He's gonna play staring at the camera the whole time. Message received. FaZe.
I want to stroke his beard.
Yeah.
Maybe
But
he
I
has
think
something hidden there.
Liquid's full package. Liquid has proven in this tournament that they are undeniably in the top 3 European teams in the world, and I think that while they probably won't win this one outright, their future invites are comfortably secured.
I think it's really impressive how they have performed this tournament. Obviously, a lot of people are disappointed about day 3, just like they are, or the start of this day even. But still, you're playing against a lot of more experience. Vitality and FaZe are just way more experienced as a team, which is always you have more room for error. That's how it is. That's what it is.
I mean, especially with a team like Vitality, who already are champions, right? And they are, I think, playing with the same lineup, apart from one player, for half a year.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys, this is it. This is the moment of truth. One more game. After that, we're going to see the final scores. We're going to divide the prize pool, and we're going to have our new champions, first champions actually, of the Star Series and I-League Players Unknown Battleground Tournament. And for the last game, we have our beautiful casters already prepared. So guys, take it away.
Oh, we will take it away. We will show you how it looks, and then we're going to finish it in style. Yes, indeed, it is Boogie and Moses this time around. Moses, I'm very happy to be casting with you here. It's been a banger of a show so far.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen some of the highest level competition ever at this point. FaZe coming out and just dominating the last couple of games and really showing their consistency throughout the entire tournament. Liquid fragging out of their minds for the first half, but it kind of falling apart there. But still, it's a battle for second and third right now. FaZe has knocked up a lot of points, but it's still a competition.
It is indeed. It's definitely not over yet. There's a lot of wiggle room on those not the first one perhaps, but on the lower end, there's going to be a lot of wiggle. There's going to be some real interesting stories. Tempo Storm and Cloud9 will have to go neck to neck, throat to throat, perhaps. It's probably a Romanian reference. Romanian myself, but yeah, they're gonna go at it. It's gonna be quite beautiful. Vitality as well. Gonna have to keep their position where they're.
Yeah, I mean, they're in danger still at this point. They could be caught by Cloud9. If Vitality has a poor game, Cloud9 has a good game, they could technically lose that position that they've got. So really, the story is Tempo Storm and Cloud9, but it could be Cloud9 and Vitality as well.
Well, there you go. That is indeed the truth. Preach to the choir. And there you go. You see the boys prepping up themselves, very focused in the game. Team Avant-Garde here. Band of unlikely heroes. Oh, lads. Oh, great lads indeed. But okay. All right. Let me shut up for a second.
I love that.
Oh, it's the best arena in the world. It's the best arena in the world. Some of the toppest teams in the world as well. All getting ready to show down for the last match of the Star Ladder I-League series. It's been a fantastic journey so far, and here we are ready to break it down and put a stop to it. Ladies and gents, this is it, the final match, the one we've been waiting for, and it's going to be starting with quite the nice plane. Let's go.
So coming in from the right side of the map, this is going to allow a lot of dispersion across here. So it looks like FaZe is going to revert to their standard issue strategy. C9 looking to drop into Kameshki. I think they might have been looking for FaZe.
They could potentially. Oh my god, that would be incredible. No, wait, no. If they're going to be stopping their normal place, I'm sure they wouldn't.
No, I mean, but FaZe had gone to Kameshki the last game. C9 normally opting for a southern plane path, but them dropping there. I'm wondering if they had decided they wanted to maybe try and battle with FaZe, but...
That is indeed the case, and FaZe are stopping now between TSM and Cloud9. That is not necessarily the best way to go around. Now, Cloud9 would not benefit so hard from actually taking down FaZe first, because going FaZe first usually ends up with you going FaZe first. So I don't know if that's a battle they want to take on. Of course, Cloud9, very talented roster, very, very good team, but perhaps, they could go against any other team. They refuse to do so, and they put FaZe right now in a very awkward spot. They won't have a lot of great loot, but they might get some vehicles to head towards their south. Normal looting grounds, Miltapar.
Yeah, so it looks like FaZe is going to opt for vehicles here. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to do, but they do have a target on their back. There are a lot of competitive teams out there that know that they might not be able to catch FaZe, but they could very easily do some damage and show the rest of us what they are made of. Liquid, however, sticking to Yasnaya, and even now, a little bit worse for wear.
Oh, check this out, Gukun. That's a little leather jacket there.
What is this?
Nifty airplane. Dodge him. How are they going to be able to get him, though? Oh, this is dangerous. They get one in their own, actually. Oh my God. As well. The last match is absolutely insane. So A+ takes 2 down of his own just to be able to take Gukun as well. The rest will happen. You don't know who's punching who, who's raising who, but that is the way to start the final freaking match.
That is a little bit of countryman crime there, running over 2 of your own teammates on the way to taking out 1 member of 4M. So the vehicular manslaughter is occurring, and we here looking at GOL in the school, Tavello all by himself, Zhao Zhu across the way in the apartments, and we are headed south to the military circle.
So have a look at this. So it's a military-based circle. Vega haven't left. Well, they haven't left for the military base. It's actually going to be Vitality, who have smartly noticed by the plane trajectory perhaps that nobody actually went to that side there, so they're going to be the first ones to go in there. They know that not a lot of teams actually go to Novo Repno this late into the game, so they smartly decide perhaps possibly to go into that area. They could consider steering away from military base. They could expect Vega in there.
Well, we haven't seen Vega going down into the military base for a few games, opting more for the mainland to avoid those long rotations. So Vitality likely going to either pull up at the little choke point here or move right into Novo, and considering they have 0 gear on them, I imagine they are going to head there, but not wanting to give up too much of that choke point, as it is going to be a lot of rotating teams coming past them. Entis already on the way.
Oh, Luca as well.
Yeah, that's going to be Entis punching out another member of 4AM. So right now, 4AM fearing the fists.
That there indeed.
It's alliteration, Boogie.
Yes, it's beautiful, man. Not gonna comment on that. Right, if they cross the bridge as well. Interesting to see where they're gonna go, because Vitality took the head down first there. So Vitality might just find some guns because they stopped by close to the bridge. FD might go down early. Vitality here, it's a team that need the points. They're gonna have to be careful how they play this one. I hope they don't go, they don't stop anywhere closer to this end of the bridge, because they might get glacked down. Vitality don't play around. When they shoot at vehicles, they shoot to kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Vitality not
you're there.
quite in a position to be fully looted, but Ifty coming across on vehicles, 2-man strong on the right side. I don't know if he's got anything to deal with. Just the S12, not accurate on a good day, definitely not usable for taking down vehicles. So Araxi retreating into the building, just getting information for his team. Vitality cannot be taking risks right now.
No, they can't, and FD are going to be quite smart in their rotation as well. That's a very, very smart early pull towards the right side there to avoid any kind of confrontation. But they're not going to have too much to work with here. In the meantime, Mumino dies down, and that's a big kill for Tempo Storm, because Vanguard are breathing down their necks. Well, not necessarily breathing down their necks, but they're next in line. So Tempo Storm eliminating one of their direct adversaries early on into the round is surely going to help them throughout. I hope this statement ages well.
Yeah, as far as Tempo Storm is concerned, they have been having some difficulty with just making it through these pinching situations where they're having multiple team fights ongoing, getting poked at from long distance, getting downed, and having to play off the back foot, which has been very difficult for them. But Tempo has had a good back half of this tournament and are looking to get into that top 4 spot. Currently held by C9, but they are within only a few points, so it's important for Tempo to continue to perform. C9 looking to potentially vault over Vitality, so Vitality will be playing conservative, but not avoiding fights.
Absolutely. They will take anything that they can get. As you saw, they were loading initially into Kameshki. We'll leave there soon, because the circle is definitely not their friend in this situation here. It's pretty much not the friend of most of the teams. A lot of them transitioning down to the south side, as Vega are as well. You can see them on the boat, trying to... Will they pick their teammate there on the other side? Will they let him swim? Now, sure, it's time for a nice bath, as they seem to say, as they depart with their fourth. In the meantime, LG found themselves some spots there on the north side, an island just on the south side of the north side, and rather trying to approach the bridge. But this is where your boy Trey steps in, and this is where he comes in with the pincher. Now, Tempo Storm, just to remind you, they need a lot of points, they need a lot of frags, so they're going to try and get as many as they can. Myth, though.
LG has snuck up around the myth area here. Looks like Svit is going to spot 9. LG struggling still, but Tempo probably wanting these kills, so we'll see if they can come across them here. But for now, it's Myth taking a look at 9 at this tree.
And if you're worried why Ninix dropped a smoke, that's because that's where his vehicle lies. So he will wait for the smoke to plume, and then he's going to drive this one away. It doesn't look like he's got way too many heals anyway. So Svit, in the meantime, will take a pot shot there, not connecting anything. And as he redirects his attention, he sees his enemy go through. A lot of damage does connect, but it looks like Ninix will live to fight another day.
So just barely escaping. Vitality holding a nice angle on this bridge. Araxi using that door frame to get long-range vision onto Entis, who's now on the bridge. Entis may be able to hold a choke point there, but Vitality will be harassing from long distance. Entis looking towards his position, aware that he is there, but no optics as they hear more vehicles pulling in behind. I believe this will be their teammates coming to support.
They will be indeed, and they're going to make their way forward there as Temeria is going to be holding off the cross. Some people is going to be helping him out as well, or actually with the 2X car. He's not going to be necessarily connecting onto anybody, but Sungkyung does a nice little trickerino there. The pastrami with the dodger. Believe it or not, it does happen indeed. Now, if this would have been the X Games, that would have gotten a 10 out of 10.
When in doubt, do a barrel roll.
That's not good for Aaron Siegel, though. Another man from Ifty getting taken out.
So Vitality holding here against Entis, who has taken a forward position right on top of them. So now it's Christus holding this compound, trying to get some information as to where Vitality is, but he does have a down teammate. Temeria maybe looking to go for a res here, but for now, it's all about Vitality, just trying to avoid any early game casualties. Still 16 up with 60 alive.
Yes, indeed. Vitality will try to hunt as much Temeria now on the bridge caught between the rock and hard place here. I'm not too sure he's going to cross too soon, but as you can see on the minimap, there's actually someone not a friend of Vitality quite close to them, it seems.
And looking now, Vitality opting to hold this compound, trying to maintain vision. Monkey coming to support as well. He is on foot, and he will be looking to try and get a pick on the guys on the bridge. He knows from his teammates that there's a guy, and I think he might have spotted him.
He spots his own teammate there, but does not know towards his right that there's another one indeed. We'll take a pot shot at some people, but he's not going to be too worried about that one there. In the meantime, though, Christus, you can see him. Yes, he is very close right now to Shadow and Araxi. Christus will be held down. Shadow knows what's up. They've heard him move around. So now that he prones in, he's probably going to wait for his teammates to rescue him. But
looks like they're leaving.
Guess what? They're on the back.
Well, see you later.
Yeah, well, catch you on the next game. But next tournament, perhaps, because it's indeed the last game. If you just tuned in here, all of these beautiful fights will unfold to a result at the end of this match here. We're going to go to the winning ceremony. It's going to be very, very beautiful. So thank you so much, guys, for sticking around here. I hope it's been fun for you as it has for us. And, well, you know what? Let's make this game one to remember.
So looking at the first transition now, forcing players into the center of the play zone, the military island. Very inhabited so far, but many teams still outside. Tempo, Storm, Myth, LG, TSM, FaZe, all transitioning along with C9, a team we want to watch right now. Well, not due to the fact that they're in boats, but due to the fact that they are trying their best to hold on to a nice position. All the boats, the nautical adventures continuing along the coast. GOL also holding on to a outside of the play zone position. Ghost also transitioning. So right now it's all about position, and the military island is where this circle will likely be finishing.
Yeah, indeed, and likely, but not 100% confirmed, so that's why teams don't necessarily cross just yet. You see some teams up on the north side, yes, of course, it's a 90-something% chance that they'll go south side, but still, you never know. In PUBG, you know, it's all about adapting and overcoming all those unexpected situations. So there you go, Frex and Moody now onto the boat, driving happily so. In the front of them, there's going to be TSM as well, break +1. In the meantime, Ghost, well, they're not going to be finding any kind of boats right here because Vegas Squadron have taken them also. They're just going to have to go for a nice little swim. Drainus +1, yeah. There you go. They're going to join the pool fun. Sorry, lads, pool's closed. Not really.
So it looks like Ghost and Avantgarde will be making the swim together. The Ghost, the first one's in. They should be able to get across before them if that is the game plan. And we saw in the last game, when you make landfall first, you do hold the cards. So for now, it's going to be Ghost racing against Avantgarde. Avantgarde only 2 in the water, but will be at a disadvantage if Ghost can make landfall first.
Would you look at this camera angle?
I love
the camera works.
I mean, the whole production has
props,
been...
man.
I mean, the observing, the amount of work that goes in behind the scenes, just 15, 20 people screaming at each other, trying to get all the angles in at the right time. We have the observer with the very high-level Xbox controller, you know, sweeping around. It's been excellent, and really, they've done a terrific job, so props to them.
It's heartwarming to look behind there. Huge big ups to them. Anyway, on the south side island, you can see Ibiza just waiting for his friends to arrive, but fear not, it's not going to be necessarily the friendliest of people. However, Ibiza won't be too concerned. This man is an absolute machine. Now, Circle will be strangling. We will look and see where... Oh, there you go. So, all right, fine. Maybe it's on the south side island.
So as you would expect, we are going to see a military circle. We haven't seen too many, but today they have been plentiful. Tempo Storm already 2 down. Zampa and Valiate alive. So the hopes of Tempo for catapulting over C9 are slowly dwindling away. Vitality still holding the choke point near the south end of the bridge. And here comes Liquid crossing. Ibiza about to be joined by Scoom. Now Ghost and Avantgarde are crossing very nearby. Scoom will rocket across and rejoin his teammate. This is going to be important to have, as Ibiza being alone would have been had no one to trade with him if they do get into a gunfight. So it's going to be up to Liquid to try and hold this position on the coast.
Ibiza knows what's up. He knows that a lot of teams will rotate here because he saw them crash their cars into the water, so he's just waiting for him to cross. In the meantime, though, Entasis loses 2 guys here. 54, the Maxis are going to be coming in with some great frags.
Liquid!
James will try to get away from that one there, but Sampy won't, and it all now taking heavy damage. He's going to have to prone behind his dodge and go for the heal. All he has right now are 5 bandages and 2 energy drinks, so it's not an easy task for him at all. Sampy's going to be finished by a vampire game. That's a stolen kill, but Liquid need to stay alive in this here battle, and they've already lost a man.
Yeah, unfortunately, they are split out, and Sampty having no trade available. James there, but unable to support his teammate. So Liquid is spread out and in trouble here, but they do have 3 alive still. It is very early. All 16 teams still remain. Vega has put some pressure there, but didn't maybe get distracted. They had a little bit of a distraction with Entis going down, so...
You know what Sampty's thinking, man?
Damn.
Quite on bust. That's what he's thinking, right?
So
you all know the saying, right?
Yeah, I'm very familiar myself.
Yeah. Now you see the boys from Liquid already grouping up with their 3rd James. Wiz quite far away from them, so they're gonna have to make quite a move there. They're thinking, okay, so we've lost somebody there. We cannot play the 2+2. At this moment in time, we're gonna revert to a different strategy. These boys are very intelligent, so they're gonna start playing as one unit because they don't have that option to hold 2 places at a different time. That 2+2 is dead.
Yeah, absolutely. And now seeing C9 making landfall, they will commit full strength down here on the coast. I don't imagine that they're going to be looking for too many early fights. They do have a decent position on the coastline. LG on the way from the south as well in their own boat. We see Avangar still swimming across, having to give some time for Ghost to get onto shore and swimming away. They knew that they did not have the advantage, but we see TSM here in quite possibly the best spot in the zone atop this observatory tower. It gives you a ton of vision, a lot of sight lines, a lot of ability to fire at long distance.
As we can see, Break firing indeed at long distance. With that AK, he will pop off some tires here. 3 UAZs he's going to body. Ooh, 100 of tires. Okay, fair enough. So here's a Monk-esque moment, though, for TSM, however. They've played this in the first day, if you remember, and they've got bodied as they were coming downhill. It's a very nice place to be. Very nice place to be until you have to leave it.
Yeah, and it's like leaving any other type of cover. When you have a nice zone or you're in cover, in this particular instance, you only have a few choices to go down because there's, you know, such drastic falls on either side.
Open.
Yeah, and they're all wide open. So it's either you choose to go down the reverse hill on the south end side or down the road. Typically, teams will go down the road and ramp into the military base, but at this point, the military base will come out.
There you go, someone shooting at a wall. In the meantime, their key will fall. A+ will not get the res, but his teammate Kenny off will, so that's not a problem there. Vegas Quadrant hunting strong. He get in quite hard, and there's a bike that 54 drives inside that compound. Taking some damage for it, but at least he will save the bike itself. Vegas Quadrant won't necessarily have to be so aggressive, but here's the thing. I've been talking to these lads early today, and they have said that this is the statement that they're making today is an aggressive one. They won't pussyfoot around, so to speak.
Yeah, we've been hearing that a lot, and I've been seeing a lot of defensive, non-aggressive behavior. So, I mean, yes, aggression is great, but I mean, it's a matter of, you know, delivering. And really, when it comes to the late stages of a tournament, that's very difficult to get aggressive because you just want to win.
Yes, indeed, that is correct. Tempo Storm on the outside there, 4 a.m. with the last guy, I think, staying alive there, God V. Atletico as well, a team that's outside the circle. They're going to have to make their way inside. They're going to have to take some time to get there, though. They're quite far away. They're going to have to stop for heals. And you can see that the circle bites quite hard, especially considering that they're quite a distance away from where the blue closes in.
Yeah, they're late outside of Pachinki, which is, imagine where they are. I like Pongo switching into the passenger seat to hit a boost, allowing the vehicle to coast. So getting the boost in there, but having to stop and med regardless. So this is important meds going away for Atletico, a team that has struggled, but again, they've had a terrific showing considering that they haven't been competing with. So the Australians trying to make the best of it and arriving a little bit late.
Still on indeed to beat on the meantime there will find his way out from a potential fight with Ghost. Ghost will pepper him with shots, but only one connects. Oh, the second one comes through as well. close to half HP. He will regroup with James if they can. They're stopped for a bandage and a med kit. Okay, so they're using that one early. But that also allows Ghost, with their aggressiveness, allows them to actually push quite into a nice position. They're going to have a nice little piece of the pie here.
Absolutely. Ghost, full strength still. A little bit late on this transition, but will come in relatively uncontested. However, TSM and C9 holding on to the center of the zone. Vis going down and Entis being eliminated.
That's an unfortunate thing, and I'm not too sure where C9 shot from, but it couldn't have been a close range shot, considering that TSM are quite far away from all the teams in there. You will get the res, no problem at all. That's going to happen. In the meantime, TK Jun will have heard or have spotted perhaps Skoom and Beta moving into those, what do you call them?
I would call them bunkers.
Bunkers would be indeed the appropriate term there. Surface bunkers. All right, let's do that.
Yeah, or whatever you want to call them. Regardless, Liquid has come in on the edge of the play zone, playing conservatively here with C9 and TSM holding the hill area, trading shots back and forth. For TSM, it's a fight that you would like to take here, trying to eliminate any potential flanks, as that's going to be your escape route.
Yes, indeed it will. One other team will make its way close to the circle here. Ghost Gaming have no idea where Vega is playing it from. Vega haven't fired any shots recently here, so Ghost might be a bit careful pushing this spot, and they will expect some team here, but they don't necessarily know 100% whether or not there is somebody in there. So as they cross, though, TSM will take some shots at them, and there goes that shot from Vega that will alert Ghost Gaming that there's someone quite close to them. In the meantime, though, Vis does get a down on Mikwoy, and it might turn into a kill. In the meantime, Teknosh, though, will try to go for that crate. His team has his back, and there is a team not far away from them, so they're going to have to pay this one close attention. What does he have? And Mark 14, okay, with an 8x scope. Not a bad platform. He will share the 5.56. I think he dropped the 5.56 platform for that, so he will share all the 5.56 with his teammates.
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as Teknosh is concerned, every crate is fair game. I think I've seen him run to crates over and over again. And in this 1.0 AR environment, those crates become much more valuable. That level 3 gear, that extra ammo, that better weapon, Valiate, downing, and then killing Avantgarde members as well. So it looks like Profi has gone down to Vis.
Okay, so that's the second knockout that TSM delivered to Ghost Gaming, making things much harder for them. But then again, on that little ridge that they're playing on the north side of the circle, they don't have anybody to contest them. So Ghost Gaming should technically get the res on both of the fallen teammates, and I think they already have. We haven't seen anybody die, so I'm assuming that's the correct variant. In the meantime, FaZe will spot Vitality. This is a team, Vitality is a team that needs to stay alive. If only they knew who they're fighting here.
Absolutely, and you know what? For FaZe and Vitality, this isn't not an unfamiliar situation. This is a
Feze.
Yeah, good old Fuzz Face. Actually trying to transition in the open and getting downed.
Oh, that was beautiful there. Team effort coming in from Vitality. It's actually Shadow that got the down on that one there. Fuzz Face is going to go down at the hands of Waraxi. Indeed, a team effort it was, and that leaves FaZe with 3 alive. Also, letting Vitality know who is in there. October could come in with an upsetting flank. He's going to have to move in quite soon, it seems. Let's see if he chooses to actually approach the last from FaZe as they're fighting Vitality. I'm sure they're going to be spotted, but in the meantime, Vega are going to be quite busy themselves with a fight with TSM. And 54th has been knocked out as well as Vampire Game Break. Just having a field day going ham against Vega Squadron.
I think it's really important for TSM to have a good final game here. It has not been the tournament that they had hoped for, but for now it's about finishing strong, and they do have a very strong position on top of this mountain. The escape route is being blocked by multiple teams, however, as C9 is also engaged below them, and C9 is also getting shot at from Break as well, so a lot of aggression coming out here from TSM.
Break now trying to see if he can connect more with Maxisor. He spotted Cloud9 leaving the scene, so he's not going to be worried about that one. Long range AK shots. If he connects one, then I would be impressed. These 7.62 platforms are so hard to hit. You got a 2x on top of that and makes it even harder.
He might as well throw the gun at them at that stage. I mean, those AK bullets travel so slowly. It's very difficult to snipe, especially a moving target that far away. Vega is now pinched between TSM and C9 in that low ground position. Vitality still poking away at FaZe. They do have them zoned. FaZe does have to exit here, but for now, it's going to be all about Vitality trying to avoid any casualties. They are spread out and looking down towards that Novo area.
They're not moving in, though.
They don't have any reason to. They have them completely zoned. FaZe does have to eventually exit this building, and for now, Vitality is inclined to wait.
They have a ridge to work with here, though. That's the silver lining on their Otherwise, Dark Cloud right now for FaZe having lost FuzzFace there, an absolute monster in their roster. Ibiza as well taking heck a ton of damage. Is he gonna have enough time as Yempty gets knocked out himself? Can Ibiza pop a first aid kit? No, he can't. There's someone blocking him. It's APR. Ibiza's gonna get knocked out as well. That leaves Scoom alone. Oh, this is becoming super. No, that's James. Sorry, leaves James alone. He's gonna be the last man standing for his team, and I think we can see it.
Liquid could go out in 15th place here if they're not careful. James is being attacked. Ghost is well aware of his position. FaZe in rough shape as well. So Vitality having them completely zoned, but it's all about Liquid potentially going out in a horrific place right now.
Yes, indeed. Frolic, in the meantime, gets himself down.
That vehicle is right next to him. He's got to watch out. Oh, Liquid is eliminated.
That's it. Mikway comes in with the closer there. Liquid not going to get a lot of points from this one here. Going in 15th is not going to help their cause. We're going to have to wait until the end until we calculate all the points. But, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. We'll have to find out later on. In the meantime, Ghost and Atletico might go at it, but Ifty might put a stop to that as well. Ifty seem to be moving forward a little bit there as shots popping left and right. A lot of action happening now as we see FaZe trying to make a move forward. They're going to be using their smokes, trying to get out of there. Mixy eating up a heck ton of damage. Is he going to stay alive, though? We'll find out later on.
Ghost getting pressured by the zone. Vitality shooting down towards FaZe. FaZe using all their utility right now, but are being knocked. Jempty and Mixy go down. So Vitality doing their best to eliminate their main rivals here. So FaZe, and now that's going to be FaZe eliminated by Vitality.
Vitality come through with the clutch plays there, and they do indeed take out FaZe. And that will see them get some nice kill points there. 6 to be more precise for every single kill. And there goes Keen actually being a dirty little snake against Baby and Axe. Is he going to be able to find too much here? There's 3 guys from LG. Teknosh is just going to be a bit further down as Vediot tries to come in from Tempo Stormer from another angle. He will get a chance to get in there, but in the meantime here, Keen has no idea of where his enemies lie. Yeah, he hears them now.
So this is really a big deal for Vitality, who were looking to do their best to get into and to solidify rather that 3rd place. C9 has lost 2 members as well, and Keen is now looking to take out LG. He's got the flank ready to pop off here. Keen might want to press, but he's maybe waiting for, he's got no backup coming.
Now, here's the smart thing about it. LG can carve a path for him in the next circle, so he can use them as a shield, as a meat shield, as they try to go in there and try to get themselves some kills as well. So he's not going to be taking shots just yet, but TSM is taking shots, or actually Vitality meeting TSM. TSM is not going to give up on this fight.
No, it looks
sure they won't.
Smack is meting right now. A little bit of a lull in the action, but this is a low ground flank coming in from Vis. Vis looking to get that angle onto Vitality. If Vitality takes a ton of damage in this fight, it could be disastrous, but Vis has been spotted.
But he eats a heck a ton of damage, but he doesn't go down just yet. Now, finally, Shadow puts him to rest. The knockout won't be, it won't turn into a kill. The play zone will claim its own. Keen is going to be making his way, but Valiant's actually behind him.
Valiant taking a lot of damage.
That's a lot of.
This is the last man standing. He cannot miss that timing. Tempo Storm here in a position. Oh, he's going to take... Oh, no! Valiant, that's a terrible situation, and Tempo is eliminated in 11th place.
Oh, no. Keen has been spotted. He fired off his shot. And now the boys from LG are taking fire at him. But Atletico are coming into his rescue. Atletico will take shots at LG in return. That gives Keen another chance to live. And as he makes his way forward, he's going to look at that axe there. Wow.
Ooh, spray down.
That is a spray with a scar at a long distance with a hollow sight on top of Baby. He's going to be taken down by Atletico. Atletico making their move inside of here. They're really dominating LG at this moment in time. Really doing good. I want to point this out. All the top teams that are fighting for all the top placements are either downed or have one member in, and that member, one of them, barely with a sliver of life left.
Vitality and TSM are still posturing at the north end of the circle. Both teams looking for an advantage, but it looks like LG is going to eliminate Avangar. So that is an elimination there. Avangar going down in 10th place. LG still in this, and now Vitality and TSM are going to start squaring off.
Yes, indeed they will. Until we get there, we have it. Look at Neverboard taking SK down or trying his best at it. We'll see if we can have a look at that other fight in the meantime here. Neverboard holding on to his back ankle there. He knows that one member of LG is still going to be close by. And, well, there we go. It's going to be popping off. There we go. We can see an overview here. Vitality actually Won't be a fight with TSM. TSM, are they on the back foot here? It looks to be only Break. No, they're turning into a left flank here. Break is going to keep them busy. He's going to try to jiggle, peek out as much as you can without taking any damage. Shadow's ready to take him down.
Oh, too much peeking.
Oh, puts him to sleep. He didn't have a helmet, and that was a headshot on him as well. They spot the side flank as well. And APR all of a sudden is all that remains. Shadow sees him. He will take the shots. Will he connect? He doesn't have a helmet of his own. APR needs to run out of this one. He needs to escape this fight. There's no chance he can go into a 1v2 without a helmet, but he doesn't. He keeps on his spot.
So it looks like TSM split is costing them again here. They've split once again, and now it's only APR up, trying to peek around to avoid any damage, but Vitality firing from the bottom of this low ground position. APR down to half health. Vitality looking to finish TSM and continue on through this game. It is imperative for Vitality to stay up here. Ifty going down in the background. APR having to back off this fight and giving Vitality a path into the zone.
Ifty eliminated as well. I do believe so, or there might be one guy left from Ifty at this moment in time. Myth, in the meantime, falls himself. There's 8 teams left, like Cloud9 now against Ghost Kimi. And Solid FPS gets that burst fire M16. Beautiful shots out of him. Austin as well dying down. That's Ghost Kimi out.
Oh, and Solid's only the last man standing for C9, so only 1 kill on C9 they have. Come down to just Solid, so that is an unfortunate turn for them, who have actually tried to try and vault into 3rd place. But really, if that is going to be possible, Solid is going to have to clutch the rest of this game.
Look at Shadow and Monkey making their way towards NPR. They found themselves a little piece of the puzzle there, a little piece of the pie inside the circle, but they're going to have to take this fight, and NPR is not going to give it up. We said he's got no helmet. He actually has a level 1. We'll see how it pans out in this 1v2 duel. In the meantime here, it looks like he's proned in. He's given up on it.
I think he's gone full defensive, and really TSM's issue is that they've been splitting up. Vis going for that low ground flank, getting knocked, and then that basically leaves his flanking teammates wide open. Vitality exploiting that. Break goes down. Now APR is the last man standing for TSM, who's just having a rough day today as well. But right now, Atletico still 3 up, having dealt with LG. LG out as well, as far as I can tell. Atletico 3 up, Myth 3 up, Cloud9 with 2. And that is 4 a.m. going out as well.
You know what? I'm very impressed with 4 a.m. I think China's not watching. They got their own little stream there.
Yeah, they're not listening to us.
If they're listening, we're very impressed with you.
Yes.
Anyway, let's go back into it here. Atletico versus Myth versus one guy from Cloud9. And the other side, you got Vitality versus TSM NPR. That's not a lot of teams. There's 5 teams in total. 10 people left alive, as you can see on the top right corner. On the top left, you can see the team tracker exactly who is alive indeed. Circle pretty much in the middle of the previous one. The fight is about to pop off. I think Cloud9, well, Solid FPS more like, I was going to have to go against Vidim.
He's going to have to sneak in, essentially. He has to come in behind Myth, and Myth has to rotate down the hill to get away from him. For Solid to stay in this game, Myth has to basically get away from him. So for Atletico and Myth, if they can get at Vitality and maybe take them out, and if APR doesn't, actually if APR stays in, it doesn't matter. If C9 can outlive Vitality, there is a very real chance that they could take 3rd place.
Yes, they could indeed. Solid FPS sneaking around. There's no other way to do it. He's discarded of his backpack to slim his stature. That's a smart thing to do. He doesn't necessarily need too much. He's got 2 first aids.
He probably doesn't have a ton of ammo.
Bandages. He probably doesn't have a ton of ammo. But then again, how much ammo would you need when you're facing so many squads? If you are able to take one of them down, then you're obviously going to be able to take their ammo as well.
We'll see what the decision
his
is here.
His end game isn't necessarily to loot at this stage. It's just to stay alive for as long as possible.
Yeah, so in this particular instance, I don't think he wants to start this fight. He knows that there are 3, maybe 2, who knows how many people in front of him. He's just trying to stay alive. He knows that if he stays alive long enough, he could potentially secure his team a 3rd place finish. It's going to be a huge uphill battle for him. It's really up to Atletico and Myth to put pressure onto Vitality and for APR to be eventually spotted.
Will they break the snack? We'll have to find out later on if Myth can achieve that. In the meantime, they're going to be quite busy with Atletico. Vitality just waiting for everybody to dominate each other. They're waiting basically to get better placements before they go in, and that's a smart choice. In the meantime, Solid FPS chooses to go for the fight. And Svit indeed does break the snack, and that is it. Myth stay alive, but one of them knocked out. Is there a rest possible? Neotica might get the rest, and that will see them play as 3. That would be huge for them because Atletico is also playing with a few lads in there as well. 3 of them to be more precise. Shadow in the meantime takes some shots at Atletico. So that will draw Atletico's attention towards Vitality, which means that Myth could potentially make a move. They finally spot NPR, and without a care in the world, Shadow takes him down. 3 teams in this final match.
I think Vitality has done more than enough to potentially climb into that third place and solidify it. We will have to calculate all the points at the end of this game, but for now, Vitality having to sneak in with the zone, taking damage. Atletico right there.
Myth have the circle, but do they have the aim? Neverwhere brings down Shadow. That means that there's one guy left for Vitality. Can that guy get res? Now, that's the big question here. No, it doesn't look like it. Pubg's going to be going in aggressive. He will have to watch his step.
Vitality
knows
is
Monkey is
trouble.
close. Yeah, he knows that at least one other enemy is close by here. That smoke is actually going to be helping him out a little bit here as Pongo pushes in. Monkey behind the tree. Does he know of this? Zvid should be able to spot him at this point. Still
Oh,
three
you can
teams
see
left
them.
alive. He takes the shots at them, but he does not connect. Mid is helping him out, but not for long. It's going to be Pongo. That puts him to rest, and it's now Atletico versus Myth in a hard knock duel.
This is the first time we've seen the Australians in a position to potentially win a game. They may be going for a res here. Myth 3 up strong. The res is coming out for Atletico. Atletico, the Australians having not the best tournament, but finishing strong, looking to leave a memory in the hearts of the viewers here. So it looks like Atletico and Team Australia looking towards the Thailand team, and it's going to be a battle for the finish here.
It will be indeed. Now, Myth hoping to catch Atletico on the front foot there as they have to make their way forward. They have some smokes to work with here, but they have to advance. Myth have the circle. This should be, by all means and purposes, a Myth game, and they started off nicely with a knockdown on Heffa. Pongo's still alive. There's still Neverwhere alive. He will try to get the res, or will he?
Oh,
No,
the
he
zone
won't.
is pressing.
Oh, it's really getting a heck of damage.
It's Myth.
Neverwhere dies. And there's one guy left here. Pongo's still alive, but not for long.
Down.
Neotica puts him to bed, and that's the GG and the chicken dinner for Team Myth.
An excellent hold there on that ridge. They did not give them any space. Atletico having to push into the open. Myth using that land to essentially secure the victory. Atletico making a huge performance there in this final game, but unable to secure the victory, but a nice second place. Vitality going out in third, exactly what they needed. TSM taking a lot of damage through the mid game, coming in fourth, and C9 in fifth.
Okay, then. Scoom not necessarily too happy with the performance of Liquid in the past, well, perhaps the past day. They've tried their best. Now, these are lads who put a lot of passion in the game. A lot of passion in the game, a lot of thinking. A lot of their time is pretty much dedicated to it. So you can understand why they wouldn't be so happy at this stage in time, especially after their performance in the first 2 days, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. We've spoken a lot to Scoom over the last couple of days, and all of Liquid. The entirety of that team is heavily invested in the success of their squad. They've worked tirelessly. They've been playing in the scrims. They've been traveling. They've been working together to gel as a team. And they were so confident coming out of that second day that they were in a position to dominate FaZe, the slow roll from behind, displacing them. So for now, this is not the result they want, but they had a terrific performance through this weekend.
Absolutely, 100%. And they're not the only ones that have tried hard before to prep up. Now, it's been a fantastic tournament, an arena like we've never seen before, widely open to you all to view right now. It's been an incredible last 4 days. It's just been an absolute joy to meet these talented young men and to talk to them every single time. It's just been an absolute pleasure being here, working with the production. Shout out to pretty much everybody. To you, the viewers at home, we will be ready soon to announce the winner. You know what? We're going to do it now. The winners of Star Ladder I-League 2018 are going to be FaZe Clan. Look at the lads making their way across the stage there. It's been an insane performance out of these gentlemen, a trial by fire, if you will. And they're nothing short of legendary for achieving this victory here. These champions truly deserve to raise the prize, to raise the trophy that is in front of them, Moses.
Absolutely. Looking at FaZe from a consistency standpoint, they went into this tournament looking only to win, taking second, taking third, and finally moving into a position to start winning games, and they will hoist this trophy proudly.
Oh, there they are. There goes the race. And it's a beautiful moment for FaZe Clan and for every fan of them out there.
This is an amazing moment for them, having come in fewer tournaments and actually performing to its standard now, holding a championship trophy above their heads.
This is an incredible achievement for someone who has been performing for so long as a team. I'm extremely proud of you guys.
Everybody is, and I don't think there's any team in there that would deny the joy that FaZe feel right now. Everybody should be proud of these lads here at this point in time. Indeed, they are the winners. There's Mixie raising that trophy like a champion. And you know what? He's earned the right to do just that.
That's a lot of confetti. That's a lot of confetti.
I feel for whoever else to clean the stage after this.
So an excellent effort. I mean, Liquid, you can see them coming down the stairs, wishing it was them. But again, a great effort from them. But right now, it is all about FaZe, Jempty, Fuzzface, Mixie, and Haxetti, having worked for so long for this moment.
Yes, they have indeed. Here come the boys from Liquid to congratulate them as well. Liquid looking at what could they have potentially gained. But talking this morning to Liquid, they also said to me, we wouldn't be mad if we get second, if we would get third. We knew that we put in a lot of effort into this. So that's pretty much everybody being happy right now for FaZe. I'm pretty sure they all are.
I mean, these guys always scrim together. They are a very close-knit community here in EU. And really, it's just a situation where the camaraderie is very strong. Liquid entering as well. The celebratory fist bumps. And I'm imagining now that they're going to have some words to share about how the tournament went. But Fuzzface trying to figure out how to handshake. There we go. Good work, buddy. So Hax and Mixie, Jempty there as well. The twin brothers, Jempty and Samty next to each other. And it looks like Team Liquid has taken second place.
There we go.
Congratulations to them as well.
Congratulations, Team Liquid, for coming into second place with 20 Gs. A well-deserved effort. Very well-deserved indeed. And the boys, well, they are happy. They could have been a bit happier, perhaps. And here comes the winners of the third place there, Team Vitality. The Frenchies do it. And they put themselves up on the board, forcing FaZe to get out of the stage pretty much.
Sorry, winners. There's more people coming. But as far as this is concerned, Vitality also having a terrific effort. It was in question there for a little while, but for Vitality, this is another top place finish. And I know Shadow 1K is not happy with third place, but ultimately all of these teams have put in a tremendous effort through this tournament. And Vitality on the third place finish. And Liquid, the new team coming in second place, but ultimately it's FaZe securing this tournament. And look at the smiles all around.
Look at Fuzzface. And it's just beautiful. You know what? Let's just keep it quiet. Let's just watch them. Very happy in their moment of glory. Well done. Congratulations to all of the teams here. We've seen some phenomenal effort from Asia as well. And I would love to see them soon again right here on TPP, where the fairer battlegrounds resides.
You know what? As far as the Asian teams, the Australians, all these international guys that have come in here to compete with some of the best in the world, it is all about just getting that experience. We would love to see them come back. I know that talking to those teams, they're excited to be here.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone competed. Everyone tried their best. But ultimately, it's just about FaZe right now holding that trophy. And really, there's a lot of eyes look at them in jealousy, and we will hope to see them back very soon.
Yes, indeed, we will. And, well, FaZe are such a consistent team. It is absolutely insane. But Liquid also with the new roster looking really scary. Vitality after this tournament, from what I understand, they're going to have to go and back to the drawing board, and they will find some new strats because it's time for them, from what I've been told directly by Vitality, is that it's time to find some new ways into the game because they have the talent. There you go. All of the displays lighting up the name of the victors of Star Ladder I-League Pubg Invitational, and it was such a beautiful effort out of pretty much everybody. That was hello everybody. We didn't expect you to come here, but you are now in the caster's booth. I guess it's time for us to part ways and say our own goodbyes. We might be a bit cringe at times, indeed, that might be true, but we are yours for good or for worse.
It comes from a good place.
It comes from a good place, trust us. And we've been super happy to bring you this invitation here. Moses, has been such a pleasure.
I mean, absolutely. Just watching the competitors go at it day to day. Everyone here worked really hard. It's a matter of just hard work, dedication, scrimming, streaming, whatever the schedule was. Everyone here came here to win, but ultimately it was all about FaZe and consistency. Liquid had a tremendous tournament. Vitality, I mean, what can you say? They didn't have the tournament they wanted, but really a good result regardless.
A good result indeed. And with that, we will leave it to the stage to break things down for you with the winners, or perhaps the analyst desk. We don't even know what's going on anymore. All we know is that the FaZe team is indeed the winners of this invitational. It's been a beautiful 4 days. Let's take it away, guys. Thank you so much for coming in here. Much appreciated.
And we're back at the analyst desk because we want to break down what happened. You know, 20 games, 4 days. I think more than 35 hours of gameplay overall here at this channel. It was quite a journey, right, Mister? Let's start maybe this with sorry, Mister. Start with you this time. What do you think about the last game?
The last game was actually interesting. I believe it was the most beautiful circle of the game.
I agree.
I love watching that circle, but it's a little bit unfortunate it was during the last game. But hey, the first place was already decided, so it's maybe a little bit whatever.
There was a moment where we thought Vitality might sneak into second place. They fought hard. They tried to go as late as they could. Ultimately, it was spoiled. But either way, it is a three-way sweep. The top 3 teams are all European. And I'm going to say this, enjoy it while you can, boys, because Miramar is just around the corner.
Dude, the amount of confetti, like, was it like 5 times spawned on the island or something?
Yeah, I don't know what you kill to get a confetti, but they are no longer any of them left in Kiev.
By the way, let's talk a little bit also about Made in Thailand, because they got 2 chicken dinners in the entire tournament,
definitely worth giving them a shout out. That's very impressive. We talked about their aggressive play, how good they are at shooting, and these guys definitely learned and evolved as they went along. If we restarted the tournament today, I think we would see Myth as a contender for the top 5.
Yeah, we already said before the game started, Myth is actually a team that has real good potential. They were a really good fighting team. They just had a little bit of struggle surviving as 4, but hey, they got the second chicken dinner while being in the bottom 8, which is really interesting because the bottom 8 didn't even have 1.
Yeah, they can go home with their heads held high.
That is true. That's true. Also, another shout out to Atletico, because they finished up second in the last game of the tournament. That was another team that you fought, Toffees, that it's a team to actually look closer to, since they're going, from a different region. They have a lot to learn, and yet they adapted pretty quickly to this environment.
I stand by it. We're gonna keep, if these guys stay together, we keep watching them. Their shooting was on point. Pongo, half of those guys were great shooters, and they really learned a ton. You could tell playing with these amazing teams. I think that when we see them in future tournaments, they're going to really be a team to sort of fear in a lot of ways.
If they keep learning against teams like this, they will have a nice growth. I honestly, the only thing what kind of lagged was they were a little bit behind the meta. That's all. Honestly, I think they have a great potential to be a top team.
Yeah, that is correct. And overall, 16 teams gathered here to play out those 20 games. And honestly, I'm really surprised by how well everything went. And by the way, we finally have the standings. So let's see how the final standings are looking. Let's take a
Wow, it got really
really good look at this. Top 8 teams are 4 Angry Men, Antis Ace, Avangar, Tempestorm, Cloud9, Vitality, Liquid, and of course FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan won almost with 600 points over the second place, which is insane when you think about it, since that's more than just winning the game twice.
Yeah.
Without kills, of course.
I mean, it's mind-boggling how well they did. But again, I've said it many times, and we're going to keep on saying it, consistency is king, and these guys are the kings of consistency. They proved that here in a 20-game tournament. We knew they were a favorite coming in. I don't think we knew just how consistent they would prove to be. I mean, there was a game that they tried to sort of just slow play there. The second to last one, they ended up coming out with a first place finish and like 11 kills.
Yeah, honestly, they only had maybe 2 minor games, and all the other games were almost only top 5 games. And that's where they got all their placement points from.
All right, the overall stats after 20 games for FaZe Clan, standing, of course, first place, the golden one. Kills, 112. By the way, that's the same amount that Vitality had in 20 games. But, of course, Liquid had the most with 140. When it comes to damage, almost 1k per round, let's say like that. And total points, which is 30,607. I'm not sure. We don't have yet, like, the average standing they did have in every single game, but I would say something around 3 to 4.
Yeah, I think once you averaged out sort of their wins against their sort of bad games, that sounds right to me. These guys, and they know how to do it. Sometimes they got 4 to the circle, sometimes they got 1, but they always sort of made sure they were in that position to get the most points possible.
Mister, other than that, when it comes to FaZe Clan, what do you think is the recipe of success?
I think, well, the thing is, you can see if you look at the team, they respect each other like by a lot, and they move like a unit. I saw them make a play on where the game where Cloud9 won. It might be a minor thing, but there were two people going to that airdrop with the car to make to go for different positions. Some teams might think, might call their teammates back because they think it's a little bit too risky. Well, they don't. They just trust what their teammates are calling, and they just support it.
It's about trust. There's something that you notice when you watch these guys play. They never double check their partner's windows, right? They never double check the angle that someone else is covering. Teams constantly do that. They don't necessarily trust that everyone's watching their angles. FaZe believes 100% that everyone's carrying their load.
All right, guys, I think we're gonna finish it up. It was fantastic 4 days. We started, well, 4 days ago, obviously, with 5 matches every day. We actually had 6 with the show match in the third person. It was the first StarSeries and I-League Players Unknown Battleground tournament with $100,000 prize pool. And by the way, FaZe got hefty piece of the pie.
A hefty half of the prize pool.
Thank you. For $50,000 in general. And we had quite a fun time here. So thank you very much from you. And thank you very much for the production, from the talent, from the casters, from everyone that was here in person and on stream. And see you guys next time.